Brian Johnson's he's selling like a supplement. Any of you buy it?
Yeah, I buy his stuff.
Oh, okay. So I mean, he says he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in the R&D on it. But I was just curious if anybody's taking it. So you're taking it better than because he's got like that longevity supplement you take in the morning, right?
I have that one to mix. I do use it. The reason why I buy his stuff versus other labs is because this guy is crazy about testing everything, like the quality. So I take his creatine because it's super clean. I don't have to worry about some snake shit or some production in China or whatever the hell it is, laden with some nonsense. Everything that he brings in, everything is tested. So that's why I don't take everything. I don't bother with his cocktails or foods or
This grok is so slow. It's unusable. I don't know if it's just because everyone's using it right now, but man, this shit is unusable.
That means NVIDIA stuff will pump more. They need more GPUs.
Yeah, they do. Speaking of that, you guys see XAI? There's a documentary I just saw about how XAI is like their slumlord in Memphis or something. They're running like the greatest operation possible with all these like temporary generators. Sounds about right. Well, Elon did it. Elon threw that thing up really quickly. So there had to have been some corners cut.
This is why I'm a little bit bullish on nuclear right now.
Yeah, nuclear and AI makes like such a... Dude, the AI guys owe us such a fucking debt of gratitude for all the fucking time we spent combating energy FUD over the last 10 years.
And the infrastructure, dude.
Yeah, we built the infrastructure
that they took over from us.
I know. We combated the energy FUD, we built the infrastructure. It's interesting, it's like shitcoiners didn't know what they were doing when they were building out these proof of work mines for GPU clusters, but turns out it wasn't to mine shitcoins, it was to the market is always smarter than you, man. The market will know shit that you don't know. Yeah.
It's a great conspiracy to get us there. To get us shitcoins.
I'm more saying it's the invisible hand, It's just like the invisible hand is moving you towards this outcome, but you don't know why you're being moved towards this outcome.
I was just reading about Pennsylvania's resurgence with power grid. They're gobbling up everything, the AI data centers, to the point where Pennsylvania now is thinking about disconnecting from the central national grid and becoming their own, similar to Texas.
Interesting.
They probably need nuclear power though to be able to do that. They're very pretty there though. Libtard.
There are a lot of libtards in Pennsylvania.
I was driving through it a year or two ago. It was just gorgeous. Very pretty.
But no, seriously, they owe us a debt of gratitude. We fought fucking this bullshit energy FUD nonsense, climate change, hysteria shit. Like that digi-economist guy, all the fucking European homosexuals. We were fighting everybody, bro. They need to say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle.
Genuflect a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle. Thank you, Mr. Moon.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
I'm so glad that you guys did what you did and we're still sitting at 111K.
You're welcome.
The British, what would you sound like if you pretended to be thankful and positive for ethics?
I am actually thankful and positive for more than half a day.
You can always tell when British is cutting calories. Because he's like, fuck everybody.
Oh,
tell my nutritionist, guess what I had today? I had a bottle of wine and a fucking cake.
British, I'm telling you, use ChatGPT. Like really put in everything you eat and ask it how you can optimize to feel the best, like while you're cutting or whatever.
I actually do half of that, but I'm gonna do the optimization thing.
It will do a better job than your nutritionist, I swear to God, because it gives you all the fine-grained details of what you need to know right now, right when you need to know it. You know, and then you'd be like, you can get really granular with it, and be like, I'll be talking to it, and I'll be like, bro, I did all this, I did all that, I worked out, I ate my protein, I'm fucking doing this, but I'm just feeling like I want to eat a fuck ton for dinner. How do I like curb my appetite or whatever? And it'll be like, oh, all right, here's what you should do right now. You should have like fucking 20 grams of protein worth of yogurt and like a handful of carrots, and then you won't feel hungry anymore. And then I do it, and then I don't feel hungry anymore. And I'm like, fuck, ChatGPT for the win.
Bro, you don't need brother ChatGPT. You need brother British with that nicotine for that shit.
Nicotine's good for appetite suppression for sure.
Yeah, I got a form of nicotine now that you'll love. It's fucking in toothpicks. You can roll around with your gun.
Yeah.
Toothpick in mouth.
like a western.
Like a fucking Wild Western.
When I was smoking cigs in high school, I was my same height now, but I was 158 pounds. I was so thin because I was never hungry. I was also smoking a lot. I was smoking like a pack and a half a day. At least 20 or 30 cigs every day. It was great. I miss it, honestly.
You should get a nicotine. I don't know what the fuck you don't do the research.
Bro, no. I believe I've done the research. I know it's good for you. I just don't want to be addicted to anything.
You can't be addicted to nicotine. It's impossible.
I can be. When you have a brain like mine, like an ADHD brain,
smoking for sure.
No, nicotine is super addictive to me. I've done it all. I mean, I've done the gums and the mints, and Rob Hamilton loves the what are they called, knickknacks. So he gave me some of those before. Sailor's Party, and I do like it, obviously, but like I have to keep myself away from that shit, dude, because I will become a pack-a-day smoker again, easily. I know that about myself. Because I love... Dude, like, alright, be honest with yourself. There is no better nicotine delivery system than smoking. It's the best. Everything about smoking is amazing.
I'll be honest with you, like, my cigar smoking, since I found nicotine pouches, has gone down from, like, 2 a day to, like, 5 a week.
Right. But still, it hasn't gone down to 0 because smoking.
No, it has, but I like cigars. Like I also have business stuff over cigars.
You know what it is? Cigars are even more so this way. But what I really loved about cigarettes, I realized after the fact, even more so than the nicotine itself, I loved the ritual of it, number one.
Oh, yeah.
And then I loved the meditation of it because, you know, when you're not... Yeah, deep breathing. When you're not smoking, you never go out and deep breathe. But when you are smoking, you will go outside and breathe deeply. Now you're inhaling poison into your lungs, but like you're still getting the meditative act of breathing deeply.
But you stink afterwards.
No, I agree.
That's for the bitches to worry about, Isa. I don't care. Listen, I never got laid more than when I was smoking cigarettes all the time. So
Really?
yeah. This was also back in the day. Everybody was
That's
smoking.
because you find yourself outside smoking, and so it's like a good conversation opener, I guess, with all the other people that are smoking.
No, it's because
It's probably just the time of his life that it was.
It was time of life, but also if a girl is in the smoke, listen, girls that smoke are just bigger sluts than girls that don't. Like that's just a fact. So if a girl is hanging out in the smoking circle at 2 a.m., she's pretty much down to go home with you. You know. Like if you meet a girl that doesn't drink or smoke, That's a good girl. She's not gonna sleep with you on the first date. If you meet a girl who loves to drink and smoke, you're probably getting laid tonight.
Although one of the things that really helped me that ChatGPT recommended was like mineral drops in addition
Yeah,
to my
trace
electrolytes.
Trace minerals, you taking those?
Yeah.
Minerals, yeah.
Trace minerals are great, man. I've been doing those for a while now.
Yeah, which ones do I have here? Hold on.
The blue bottle.
Concentrates.
Yeah, that's the one I take as well.
Yeah, I do like 5-10 drops in the morning and then 5-10 drops in the afternoon.
Yeah, trace minerals are great.
Oh, and perfect aminos. That's been a game changer.
Trace mineral. What do I do? I usually I don't take multivitamins anymore. What I take instead is like liver pills, beef organ pills, and those have been really good. I feel great when I take those.
What are liver pills?
It's just like desiccated liver, like dried liver in a pill form. Because I don't want to eat liver. It's gross.
Okay. Like, yeah,
Yeah.
taking iron.
Wait, what type of cock are you not wanting to eat liver?
it's yucky. Dude, but organ meats have a shitload of naturally occurring vitamins in them, so you get all your multivitamins through organ meats.
Okay, buddy.
Liver,
Enough.
liver and a squeezed
What do I
lemon
call
on
you?
top is really nice.
Do I call you Batman or Spider-Man now? Or something else?
Yeah, man. It's just the optimization you give ChatGPT. It's like you talk to it more than you would a normal person. Because you would feel like a weirdo if you talk to a normal person 12 times a day. But if you talk to ChatGPT 12 times a day, it's like, yeah, it's normal. ChatGPT doesn't give a fuck.
You want to bring it to the next level, which is like make ChatGPT actually push reminders to you and speak to you without you having to ask it, and let it organize your life. Like,
Yeah, no, I'm not at that point. I'm not at that point left yet. I only want to go to it when I want to go to it. It's on my time. I'm not on its time.
Can you imagine ChatGPT DMs you and says, like, bitch, it's not time for a fucking therapy session, cunt.
Yeah, it's like, suck my dick. I'm doing stuff.
I think you could get it to do that.
Sometimes I gotta choke it every once in a while and be like, I'm a human, you're a robot, shut the fuck up. You know?
Yeah, you can create tasks if you want.
Like, I'll be having a conversation with it, I'll be like, yo, which one of these is tastier? And it'll be like, oh, yo, the vanilla ice cream is tastier because it has more. And I'm like, shut the fuck up, you're a fucking robot, you don't know what taste is? Fuck you. Just gotta let it know who's boss, you know? It's my slave, basically.
You're gonna be the first one who kills when it becomes sentient.
That's okay with me. You're gonna be living here in Cuckland with the robos. I'll be up in heaven with God. have fun. Have fun with hell on earth, my guy. Have fun with the Antichrist, Sam Altman. He's got plans for your life.
I don't like the robots. I did that stuff. I don't like it. I don't know why it bothers me. It creeps me out.
What do you mean, like just robots in general?
No, like the ones that like blink and are like have facial expressions and shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. They should be more like dogs, you know. That's how
Have
it
you seen
should.
China's like war dog?
Yeah, I have.
That shit's wild.
They should be more like dogs and less like humans, you know. Because it's like with humans, it's very hard to get past that uncanny valley, like you were talking about. That uncanny valley is very real. Although people are going to obviously build human ones for sex, so it's inevitable. What's going to happen when robot brothels become a thing? And then married dudes start visiting them 5 times a week? And then like their wife was like, "You're cheating on me." He's like, "With a robot? I'm not cheating on you, bitch. I can come in this robot all alone."
So you're cheating on me with that dildo.
I thought about this too. It's gonna be robot brothels and not at-home sex robots for a multitude of reasons. One of the reasons is because it'll be expensive, right? The average person won't have $10,000 to pay for a good sex robot. And then number two is you're gonna want variety. You're not gonna want to fuck the same sex robot over and over again. And then number three is you can't keep a sex robot in your house. That shit is creepy and weird.
Imagine see this where it's like the ultra deep throat is like 2.5 times the rate as a regular blowjob robot.
Yeah, Brian Johnson is when he's gonna program it to detect when the boner is on at night, and the robot, will be ready. Like you don't have to wake anybody up.
Does the robot give you oxytocin as well?
That's more of a girl thing. We don't care about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
What do you mean? It's not the hormone
We just
that
need to get
uses
the nut
well.
out.
It makes you happy.
Listen, we get happy when we come, okay? We'll be happy after we've come in the robot.
Yeah, we
Wait,
just need dopamine.
You think we want to be happy? We're into Bitcoin. What the fuck are you talking about?
I think actually this is a profound misunderstanding between men and women. Women think we are seeking to be happy also, when we're not, Men are just looking for ways to suffer less, but not to be happy. Women are looking to be happy. It's all about like, yeah, I have everything, but like, is it enough? Isn't there more out there?
No, that's men.
No,
You're
that's
supposed
women.
to
That's
be
women.
ambitious ones.
No. If men want more, it's because they want more pussy. It's not because they want more things. It's because they want more pussy. When women want more, it's because they want more things. Like, that there's a woman out there, probably the Lauren Sanchez chick. Let's use her as an example. She's probably so tired of fucking Jeff Bezos. She's probably like, ugh, this fucking guy with his weird bald head. He's like a real life Lex Luthor. Yeah, he buys me everything, and I fucking have the best lifestyle on earth. But like,
Yeah, but that's a woman's
is it enough?
lifestyle.
Is it enough?
Not a connection.
See, but she's like, what if I was with Ronaldo? The lifestyle would be diminished, but he's Ronaldo, Like, that's what she's thinking in her head.
You know how you can prove that this is true, models, right? If guys, if there's a woman, we'll go tent in the middle of a forest and have a great time.
Exactly.
We don't want things.
Every young man, dude, when I first started dating my wife, I was sleeping on a mattress on the floor. I had one set of sheets. I didn't have a nightstand. I didn't have a bed frame. There was nothing else in the room. It was like my laptop, my camera, and my bed on the middle of the floor. And that was it. That was all I had.
Wow, you peasants, you don't raise your bed 3 feet off the ground and have... I get it's bad luck, but I like my mattress on the floor. I don't currently have it on the floor, but...
Well, and then the women come in and they go, yeah, I slept with you this time, but next time, you really should have a bed frame if you want me to suck your dick correctly. And then you go, that's a small price to get. I'll get a bed frame. I'll get a bed frame. And then the next
It's
time
not bad luck to have the bed on the floor. It's just some woman made that up to trick dumb men into getting a bed frame.
and then she goes, the next time she comes over, she goes, oh, baby, that was so good. I love you so much. It would be so nice if you had a nightstand and an extra pair of sheets, And then you're like, okay, fucking nightstand, extra pair of sheets, that's a big deal. And then she comes over, get another blowjob. It's even better than the last one. And she's like, it'd be really nice if you had different kinds of soap in your bathroom. And you're like, I have soap. It's just all the same soap. She's like, there are different kinds. You can't use the same soap on your hair that you use on your butthole. And you're like, what do you mean? It's just soap. And she's like, no, it's all different. You can't, you have to get different. This 5-in-1 that you have, you're trying to fucking wash your butthole and your face and your hair and condition your hair and shave with it all at once. Like, you can't have that. And then you're like, okay, I'll buy different soaps, you know? And that's how it goes. That's how men end up with things. Okay. Like,
I would, dude, if a girl said, I'll suck your dick correctly next time, I'd be done. That's a manipulative bitch. It's like, what? You're incorrectly suck. That's fucking manipulative as fuck.
I'd be done as in I'd be married to her.
And this is why a lot of men end up building a shop, because they just want a place where there's no rules. It doesn't have to be a certain way. They can just go hang out and smoke a cigar, spit on the floor. That's how they want to live.
So men that end up with things without the manipulation of a woman, they're just gay.
Yeah, they're gay. Like Andrew Tate is a little bit gay. Because he loves things, very into things.
Oh,
Doesn't seem that interested. Yeah, he doesn't seem that interested in sex with women. He's like, women are for business, not pleasure. It's like, what? This is gay. What are you talking about?
It loves Andrew Tate and Nick Fuentes.
Ugh.
You get so triggered by it. Just, oh my god.
Andrew Tate is not gay. He's a fag.
Would you feel different about Nick Fuentes if he was 6'4"?
No.
That's the problem with Nick Fuentes. He's too small for that big energy he's carrying.
Have you seen his hands? His hands are like, he's got like extremely long fingers and big hands. No, he's horrible as a person. I don't like him.
You were checking out his fingers.
Dated both of them, she would probably
Actually, the hands are not bad. His hands are nice.
Yeah, you have a hand fetish, Lisa.
We now know something. We now know something about Issa.
Yeah.
She likes to get finger banged.
I love hands.
Women do like hands. That's the thing.
I like strong, manly hands with nice fingers.
No, but back to the point. Men don't do. The reason we put a man on the moon was to get pussy. The reason we build bridges is to get pussy. The reason we have electricity is to get pussy. The reason Bitcoin exists is for pussy. The reason we made antibiotics, pussy. You know what I mean? That's all. That's the only reason we do anything.
I was gonna say STD, but pretty much wrong.
Penicillin, pussy. The radio, pussy. Silicon graphics cards, pussy. It's all pussy. AI, pussy. Some guy made that to get pussy.
So that gives women a lot of power.
Yeah, you guys have a lot of power, but you wield it like retards. That's the problem.
Yeah. We're after the wrong kind of power.
Can you imagine how powerful it would be as a woman if you were 10 out of 10 gorgeous and you were like, 23 years old and you were like, I'm a virgin? You would be fucking, billionaire men would be falling at their feet to marry you. Yeah.
I don't understand the virgin fetish.
Well, it's a fetish for a lot of guys, which is why I'm saying it would have a lot of value in the marketplace.
It's a fetish only because
You're not exact.
No, it's a fetish. It's a fetish because of men's insecurity about other men.
That is true that it's about insecurity. But it doesn't mean that insecurity is going to go away. That's ancient.
But it's also about scarcity and having something that not everyone can have.
Well, that's the reason it would be valuable in the marketplace, is because there are basically no virgin women.
My teeth are scarce. Does that think of that?
Would it be the same value model if all 23-year-olds were virgins?
No, then it wouldn't be the same value. See? It's only valuable because it would be rare. There was this girl, I can't remember her name, but she was a Victoria's Secret model. But like a baby, like a a junior Victoria's Secret model, whatever they call it, you know. And she did like 1 or 2 runway shows, and this girl was beautiful. This girl was 10 out of 10 beautiful. And she decided that she no longer wanted to do these Victoria's Secret shows because she was a Christian and it was, you know, a sinful to be showing her body this way, blah, blah, blah. And like, the amount of like men back then, this was like 2012 or 13, that wanted this girl because of that was like an insane number. Like way more men than wanted like the top Victoria's Secret model like Giselle Bundchen or Adriana Lima or whoever it was back then. And it was because she was, you know, rare in the marketplace. That's the reason why.
I don't think it's an insecurity, Zach. I really don't. I think it's a pride thing more than an insecurity thing.
But why do you have pride in that?
Well, isn't pride and insecurity?
It's yours, and it's not used. It's not something else that somebody else has.
It's not used. Like, listen, I have been with women, they put it attractive women.
When people
like,
buy a new car,
have this religious hang up, and I was, you know, one of the first, or not first, I was one of the first, I don't know, 3 people they slept with because they have, like a...
Well, if you're not first, you're last.
Maybe, but, like, that wasn't a positive experience. The, like, religious hang-ups around sex and, like, treating sex as this, like, taboo thing do not make you better at it.
There is a
hold
number,
on. People do not want a virgin because they think they're going to be better at sex, Zach. It's not about that. Like, it has nothing to do with the quality of sex.
Yeah, nobody
No,
grabs
it's
the
not,
person that
it's
hasn't
not,
done it.
it's
says
unrelated.
best
It's
experience.
inversely related.
Yeah,
Like,
and you know what? Most men don't really care if she's not super experienced. They want to do it with
And
her.
it's not just,
And we're together.
It's not just about experience. It's about, like, do you have hang-ups that make you bad at sex? Which these people do.
Hang up.
like what? Let me
If you're
Like, you think it's sinful.
There's still like a majority to be taken.
Oh, okay.
no, I don't know a single person that thinks sex is sinful.
This is a great
To me, it doesn't mean
obviously,
it's
right?
sinful.
Because Zach, if you were with a girl, let's say you got with a girl who told you she had been with 2,000 men before you,
Yeah, there is an upper bound, yes.
you'd probably feel pretty grossed out about that, right?
I would feel weird about it. But yeah, there is an
I
upper
mean,
bound.
if you're not first, you're still last. It doesn't matter if it's 2,000 or 10.
No, of course it does. There's a huge difference between 10 guys and 2,000 guys.
At that point, you don't
I mean,
even
the last two
remember
still-
enough to compare you to anyone.
Well, it says a lot about the psychology of the woman who would sleep with 10,000 men or
Yeah.
whatever it is, yeah. So that's the reason why it's no good. Whereas I don't know that the gradient goes the opposite direction, meaning if you met a girl who just had, you know, very religious beliefs and she'd want to have sex before marriage because she felt it was a sin, you wouldn't be like grossed out by it. It would probably be neutral to you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, like, if she's not sleeping with you, that's no good. And second of all, if she is sleeping with you, and again, I've been here, like, the sex is bad because she feels wrong about it.
That's supposed to make the sex hotter. I think you were doing it wrong, dude. By the way, every girl I've ever known like this will definitely let you fuck her in the ass.
Something about models.
I'm just saying, every Catholic girl will let you fuck her in the ass. Okay, so you got that going.
Maybe that's not a draw for me either. I'm honestly not a fan.
Not a fan.
There's a better ball.
Not every once in a while. No, I know, but like I don't say as the primary, but not every once in a while. Just not
It's
good enough.
not even recent. I mean, I've done it, but it's not. It doesn't really.
Primary and secondary.
I think it's like one out of every like 25, 30 times. That's like a good, you know, good time.
How about you not just repeat yourself? Zach, sounds like you were doing it right.
Yeah. That was the better callback thing.
Were you using lube? Like, come on, Zach.
Yeah, listen,
Jesus.
I'm telling you,
Was she inserting it in your butthole or were you inserting it in hers?
Who's on the receiving end? Because I can understand if you weren't a fan.
be too hung up about.
Zach's a butt virgin. Yeah, that's the problem. Is he's got too many weird hang-ups about it, you know? Some would argue it diminishes his value in the sexual marketplace. being a butt virgin.
Does that mean his butthole is very valuable because it's scarred?
You know what? Yeah. I think it is.
Brittany, how would you value it?
These are the conversations we have when Bitcoin doesn't pump. Gotta keep ourselves entertained somehow.
Brittany, is it something that attracts you?
What about?
Like,
What about, here's a question, what about the quality?
His
What about the quality of the guys that a girl has been with before? How much does that matter to your perception?
That matters for sure. Like, if a girl is with a guy, or like a slew of guys, or even one guy, who's like a piece of shit who like beats her and stuff like that, like that's gonna leave lasting psychological damage that you then have to deal with.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about stuff that leaves a scar. I'm talking about the hierarchy in society of the men she's been with before.
Are you asking if it matters if she's been with black guys? Because that's what it sounds like.
Not specifically black guys. I'm talking about like
If it's been like Bezos or your neighbor.
But
I'm talking about like losers versus that.
Okay.
Well, I think what you're-
Bezos versus your neighbor.
I get what Zach is getting at. What Zach is getting at is that good-looking rich people fuck each other a lot more, and it's kind of common in elite circles that there's a lot more hooking up between fucking rich people. And so you're basically saying, like, if they were all good-looking rich partners in the past, does it matter if it was a little bit?
Okay, wait, Zach. Zach. So if she says to you,
the dude she dated before you is like a loser and not attractive.
so if she says to you, Zach, I'm not a virgin. However, the only two people that have used my money are Elon and Bezos.
I think
Yeah,
for a lot of
ooh, I want that.
I think for a lot of guys, it cuts the opposite way, where like they would prefer that she have a history of losers, because then it's the same thing as the virgin thing, where it's like, well, you're the best. You're the best.
They think they're
based on-
also
right,
a loser. Yeah.
right. Whereas if her ex is like a pro athlete with a thick cock, you're like, yeah, like Rob Gronkowski. Like her ex is Rob Gronkowski. You're like, I don't know if I'm hitting it as good as Rob Gronkowski.
I think there's like a gradient there. You want her to have been with appropriate guys. I think both ends of the spectrum are bad.
Yeah, both ends are kind of. That's more of a socio-economic thing, though, than it is like a. But you're right. I mean, people. Well, here's what I'm saying: is that people used to date outside of their class much more than they do today, and over time, we've seen people date more within their class. But there used to be more pairing between high and low than like back in like the let's say 50s, 60s, 70s.
Because class is more pronounced, and because honestly, dating apps for so what?
Yeah, class is also kind of a way to filter by race too, which is the quiet part of
Dating
people.
And we have to mention the fact that the higher class used to own the lower class.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
I think that it is too much more for a man's ego to be the last rather than to be the first.
But what if you're just going to turn
You're gonna turn them lesbian one by one.
No, I mean, but wouldn't you want to know? I've dated like a lot of like very good looking guys, and then she meets you and she makes you her last. I mean, because she wants to stay with you.
Right, because you're married.
Or because she just gives up sex after that.
That's how you know you're in a bad
She
marriage.
joins the nunnery. Yeah, that's it. He said I was her last.
A lot of guys are her last inside of a marriage because she just decides she doesn't want to have sex with that guy anymore. The amount of dudes out here in a sexless marriage, bro, that's a low-key crisis that nobody talks about.
It's interesting to hear, like, because that's not something I think I've ever considered.
That is how I would actually go as far to say that that's how the majority of men live.
Yeah, like, also, I don't want to know, like, I'm not gonna ask you for the fucking number.
Bro, it's bad, because guys will just confide it to you. After it gets to a certain point, they'll reach a breaking point where they don't even care about the shame or the embarrassment. They just, like, have to tell somebody. And I've had a lot of dudes tell me that. A lot.
Tell you what? That
That they're basically in a sexless marriage, yeah.
Oh,
And my response to them is always, quit acting like a fucking pussy. You know? Like, 'cause of course nobody wants to fuck you. You're, like, crying at the bar.
Oh my god. A sexless marriage would be the end of life.
When it's a sexless marriage against their will. It's just like their wife is decided unilaterally stuff.
Yes, yeah. Not two people who are asexual. No, just like a wife not putting out anymore. And I would say that probably that is greater than 50% of men, married men.
Yeah, but I mean, it's their fault too.
Well, for
If
sure.
you're laying it down right, she's gonna lay it
I
down.
suspect a lot of it is men's fault / guilt.
Yeah, I agree.
Wait, men, what?
Either like the men have made themselves not attractive or they're bad at sex, or like a decent percentage of those cases, like the man has lost his libido.
And listen, let me be very straightforward for the men here that don't know this. If you only last 35 seconds, it's not worth the time. It's not worth the time to get ready. It's not worth
There's
the
a lot
time
of getting ready for straight people.
I understand that, Zach, but even foreplay, I mean, if the foreplay lasts longer than the actual nut, just get the fuck out of the bed. Fix something.
Yeah.
Women also like foreplay.
Maybe this is connected to everybody being so.
You're not
Maybe this is
teaching me.
connected to everybody being so fucking fat. Because when you're like morbidly obese, obviously you don't have a very high libido.
I mean, when you're morbidly obese, can you even find it?
Maybe that's what it's. Maybe that's what it's
fishing
doing.
for a dick.
Well, the foreplay has to do also more with the connection and the vibe and
Yeah.
energy rather than because it's not like a jerk off, you know. It's more like about the integration. That's the reason why the foreplay is important.
But be honest,
You're actually-
Issa, a 35-second nut is disappointing, and it doesn't make you want to do it again.
Jesus, 37 seconds.
So what?
Listen, I agree. You need to last at least minute 45, minute 50. You know?
That's work for some people.
Over here. If you're a grown man and you're still lasting 35 seconds, like, I think maybe there's something going on with you too. You know, like,
Be careful, you're gonna offend people in here because it's a much larger percentage than you expect.
well, no, there's something, I feel like there's something like something wrong with your parasympathetic nervous system or something. Like, why are you
Well, I mean, yeah,
32
for some
seconds?
people it is a real problem.
Right.
Like, a medical treatment is needed.
Listen, when I was a young man, like, 18, 19,
You're still a young man.
I was very excited to do sex with a lady. And if I knew I was going to be doing sex with a lady later, I would jerk off beforehand. Because I was like, I don't want to be fucking, so amped up, ready to go that I'm like 20 seconds. That's what I'm saying is, yeah, there are things you can do to mitigate. That's
Something about marriage, how to spell about this.
exactly.
All you have to do is slow down and read it.
Is that all?
Bro, I've jerked off 2 or 3 times before going out. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it still wasn't enough. No, I'm just kidding. That's enough when you do it 3 times. It's enough.
Solid minute and a half at that.
That's a little too much, actually. You're like, you show up to the day and you're like, I'm a little tired.
I'm speaking
Lou, your mic is horrible.
How will your voice be for?
Oh, why are you hating on me?
You know I love this.
also have foreplay? Oh, perfect. Cool.
They're fine playing. Oh, Issa, you know, that, Gabe guy from Australia came back on me out. You know that you liked? I think that was him.
I don't know which one.
It's about you, and so now I'm thinking maybe I'm confusing people. The guy that got like 12 booster shots, he's in Australia.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember his name. Well, I didn't like him. I mean, I kind of bullied him, I think.
Yeah, I thought that's how you,
That's my love language.
Yo. GNS is up another 17% today.
Are you talking about
Another one.
Another one.
Huh?
Just quickly, are you talking about Gabe?
Yeah, Gabe.
Ah, yeah. Okay. He's a Jew.
Who was the guy that, do you remember there was a dude on here that was like, he was trying to train himself to become gay so he could be more sexually satisfied? Do you remember who that was?
Lou, were you talking about yourself?
Probably.
No, do you remember who that was? Why did you tell me like that? Whoever said that.
He's just a faggot, right, Lewis?
That's right. I'm an N-word, F-word.
A figure nugget?
That's right. You don't remember that? There was some dude. He's like super. I don't know if he's autistic, but he was like a programmer. He's like very, just different, and awkward, and weird. And he would like always talk about how like he's just not compatible with women, but he's not attracted to men, so he's trying to train himself to be gay. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's also Australian. I think Australians are weird. Sorry, Margie.
Bro. This GS shitcoin. I'm so glad I never sold this dumb shit. Because it just keeps bumping now. I'm up like what? It's at 1, dude, it's up 25%. Yeah, I went from being down 70% on this to now being up 120% on it.
Yeah, I've been down on it for so long. I expected to still be down on it when you said that, and then I looked.
That's not a
Yeah, at it, and I was like, oh, nice.
When you up? When did you buy it? I doubled down on it near bottom, like a retard. This is a Teddy thing. I swear, whenever Teddy gets you into something, it's either a big loser or a big winner. There's no in between.
Why would buying more at the bottom? Why would that be bad?
Oh, because it's a piece of shit penny stock.
Oh yeah.
So it's a very.
The bottom. I got you.
It's a stupid thing to do. You're throwing good money after bad. That's fine. But sometimes you gotta do it.
to the room.
Sylvie!
What's up? Good morning.
Hey man, did you hear the news about Jeffrey Epstein?
What, new news?
He never existed. It's a Mandela effect. He was just a figment of our collective imagination.
I heard
There never was a man named Jeffrey Epstein.
It was a conspiracy.
It's a Mandela, dude. We all got psyoped by ourselves, dude. Mandela did.
I heard that Trump decided to make use of the blackmailing so that he could get big beautiful bill passed.
Yeah, it was actually Jeffrey Epstein.
That's right. That's right. Bro, I read that book to my children the other day, and I was like, dude, the name of these bears isn't fucking Berenstain. It's Berenstein, goddammit. Bernstein.
The one that tripped me out the most is the ET thing. ET go home, and now they're saying it's ET home go or something. Oh no, phone. ET phone home, and now they're saying it's ET home phone.
No, that's bullshit. It's E.T.
Phone home, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Now they're saying it's the other way around. Home.
Well, they're lying. They're lying. It's E.T. fun. Oh.
Bro, the one that tripped me out is that there's a turkey leg painting where eating a turkey leg. There's this painting. Well, there's not this painting, but I've seen the painting. I remember the painting. Apparently it doesn't exist.
What thing?
You know that in E.T., when they dress E.T. up for Halloween as a ghost and walk around the neighborhood, he meets a Yoda. A little kid dressed as a Yoda, and he like tries to go be friends with him. And then in Phantom Menace, George Lucas added E.T. to Star Wars, so the ETs they're on the intergalactic Senate, and so that's like, yeah, that's a crossover universe where like E.T. actually knew Yoda from the fucking intergalactic Senate.
Did you ever see that like meme that E.T. is a Jedi or some shit? It was like they put it all together using all that.
No, I never saw it.
Yeah, there's like a video that someone put together, like all the clues from E.T. and Star Wars that mean that E.T. was really a Jedi in that universe.
Bro,
That's pretty funny.
I will not accept any slander of Star Wars prequels because they're so good compared to the Disney bullshit that came after.
Yeah, you know, I never hated on them as much as people hated on them. And in retrospect, you're right. They are better than the new ones.
It was just boomers hating on it, you know.
Yeah, I think so.
Younger people like the new ones because I was a kid when I saw it, so it was like, for me, I'm like 10 years old watching Phantom Menace. I'm like, this rules.
I was like 17, 18 when me and my brother went to go see it. We both liked it. My brother still liked the prequel.
Two was pretty bad.
It's the guy that plays Darth Vader is a little cringe occasionally.
Yeah,
Right, and what?
yeah.
The grown-up.
Oh, hey, I've hated Christensen.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's a little shady.
Are those the new ones?
Nah, he rules. You guys are wrong.
That was like,
Oh, stop it.
It's just George Lucas's dialogue that's bad. I mean, who's supposed
Okay,
to
the
make
dialogue. Okay, I don't know. His delivery is kind of bad.
No, dude, he's great. Dude, in the third one when he becomes Darth Vader, that's the shit. That's the shit, bro. Go back and rewatch it.
Okay, maybe I need to go back and watch it because I never hated those movies. I really like the first one with
Star Wars
the
is
race.
listen. Star Wars is the story of Anakin Skywalker. It's not the story of Luke Skywalker. It's Anakin Skywalker's story. The whole thing is about like the Return of the Jedi. That's Anakin. Anakin is the Jedi who returns, not Luke.
yeah, that's true.
No, think about it, because at the end he becomes a Jedi again after being a Sith when he kills the Emperor. And then Disney ruins it by being like, the Emperor came back to life. Like, shut the fuck up. No, he didn't. Stop ruining Anakin's story, bitch.
That was lame.
And Anakin is the one who restores balance to the Force. So, like, the prophecy is fulfilled at the end. He just takes this turn through the dark side in order to do it. Star Wars rules. Trey, you suck. Fuck you. You wouldn't know good acting if it hit you in the dick. That's right. Stay silent. Stay silent.
Yeah, it was
Stay silent.
especially if you watch them all in a row. I did that once, and we were like, "Holy shit!" The originals, the acting is just the shit. Like so bad.
Yeah.
The acting is so bad.
It's like campy on purpose, you know.
This
Yeah.
is fourth, fifth, and sixth one. It's
By
not
the
on
way-
purpose.
by the
Fourth,
way-
fifth, and sixth one, like they really are bad actors. Like not all of them.
Dude,
That
because
one guy.
they're movies for children. They're not movies for adults. Adults turn them into this whole thing, but like they're for children. They're for 11-year-old boys.
Yeah.
That's who the movies are for.
Never thought it like that.
That's like the adults going to Disney World. It's not for them.
Yeah, adults showing up at Disney World in the back. This ride is sexist and racist, and it's like, bro, little kids don't see it that way. Okay, stop being weird. Little kids aren't looking at the pirates and being like, Pirates of the Caribbean, like, it's so sexist, they're hitting wenches. It's like, these are wenches, they deserve to be hit. You know? they're basically just lady pirates. I saw this video the other day, I don't know if it was real or not, but...
Is that really happening at the rides? They're hitting
Oh,
wenches?
yeah, Disney. Yeah, back in the day at Pirates of the Caribbean, the Jungle Cruise and the Pirates of the Caribbean were actually both pretty racist and sexist. But we should keep them the same for posterity, you know?
Things were better when they were more sexist and more racist.
I saw this thing of a woman, it was a liberal woman trying to prevent a duck from, quote, raping another duck. And she was screaming, get off of her! Get off of her! And I'm pretty sure it was not a parody. I'm pretty sure it was real.
Bro,
Look, the rape is fucking wild.
listen to this story. I have a friend who every year gets ducklings and grows them, puts them on a pond by the pond. And one year, something ate all of them, and there was only one male duck. All right, he survived. And then the next crop comes in, and we have a big release party. And this lone duck is in the lake, and here comes more ducks. Dude, he was like a rocket ship right towards them. And you know what the first thing he did? He mounted duck, and he just went for it. And the whole crowd, he had a big party, was witnessing duck rape.
Wow.
No, listen, I know the duck's rape.
Whole year, and as soon as the female duck, he just went for it. He didn't give a shit.
Have you seen a duck?
I know the duck's rape. The part that's crazy about the story is that the liberal woman is trying to prevent a duck rape by scolding,
Hilarious.
by scolding the duck.
The lady duck didn't consent.
And shaming the other humans into not saving this.
Right. And it's like, dude, do you know that nobody in the animal kingdom consents? And that the only reason we do is because we've evolved beyond that?
I don't know if that's true. What do you mean by consent? Like, what do you mean by that?
Shut up, faggot. Don't question me.
It means that from my story.
I mean, I'm pretty sure if I'm listen to shit, like, it's not all right.
That was the best.
Sorry, that was just the funniest thing I could say at the moment.
Yeah.
No, listen, I mean, yeah, there's some. I mean, first of all, how are you supposed to know if an animal is consenting? Number one.
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
What I'm saying is that rape has always been a mating strategy in every animal species on the planet.
You get laid. I can see that.
Essentially, because we've evolved beyond rape.
That was a joke. Rape jokes are bad.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's no such thing as a duck raping another
having sex.
I'm gonna point at Affleck now. Now I'm gonna think Affleck's raping people.
Only with shoes, Issa.
Well, I saw these gigantic turtles having sex, and they make a very strange noise.
Oh, that shit's funny. They're like tortoises.
Yeah, tortoises.
Yeah,
That sounds weird.
it's very weird.
It was very weird. Actually, I have it on video. I videoed them.
They sound like people. It's weird.
Let me find the video. I'm gonna play it for you.
That's some weird shit right there, Issa.
Well, I don't know. Like I was in Tanzania, and I was going to visit this place with these gigantic tortoises that are like 80 years old. And as I was entering the place, I could hear this noise, and I'm like, "What's that?" And the guys were like, "Oh, those are the tortoises mating." And I was like, "Oh my god!" And I was recording. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like that. No, but it's stronger than that. Let me look for mine. And she was hungry. Like I started feeding her while she was having sex.
So, Issa, you were on set of this turtle porn,
Yes,
directing it. You were directing it and filming it.
I was there. Yeah, and after they were finished, I took a photo with them. First sign.
Good morning.
Hello.
How's it going? Is that Chris?
Christopher.
Chris.
How are you guys? What's up?
What's up, man?
Welcome back.
I knew that was you. Jeez.
It was Pepe Pig before. But, anyways,
Where are you today?
I'm gay foreteller.
Yeah, you're gay.
Are you, is Dave there?
Yep.
The other Canadian?
You think you're gonna come for dinner on Wednesday, Dave, or do you know yet?
Oh.
Think so. Do you wanna play pickleball after? No. Okay.
Better pickleball before dinner.
If you'd said yes, you'd have to change your name to Gay Dave. Actually, the dinner alone might require it. I don't know.
John and Chris, the two
Is it
gayest
double
guys.
date or is it just Chris and Dave date?
John's in town as well.
But with wives or just you guys?
Just guys.
Just the boys. I'm the only one with a wife.
I mean, it's just I don't like the word partners, but like with your.
I don't think the divorce is finalized, Dave.
I think it is. Maybe not.
I have no idea.
I think it might have actually been finalized.
The joke was that Issa was implying John was going to bring his ex-wife.
Oh, I didn't hear the. Well, it's John Farouki then.
Farouki? Yo, did this? Chris just get booted?
Fish then?
First is. I think Jimmy came in, booted him.
see Jimmy in there?
Yeah, he popped in for like 2 seconds.
Oh, you probably voted for something.
So lame.
I didn't see.
And they can also just watch their beef.
So someone called Jimmy in here to boo Chris? What a fact.
Can they just squash it?
It would be nice.
They need to hug.
It's like Jimmy and Teddy. Jimmy and Teddy got into it, and then they became friends again. Like, we just gotta make them friends again.
Who broke the deal between the other two? Maybe they can do something with Chris and Jimmy.
Chris needs to find a scam for Jimmy to get involved.
That's how we get over this. They have to scam together. As one. But it has to be a really low-level shitty scam.
All
Where
right,
they
I'll
make-
do it. I'll do
They
it.
make like hardly any money. Brad, you're the perfect man for this job.
Just a small treasury company, Brad. Come on, make it happen.
Just a little one. Just a little one.
For you guys.
6.15 Bitcoin treasury company.
I really want to do the 6.15 treasury company. Brad, have I told you this idea?
No.
Okay, so here's the idea. We do a treasury company that's called 6.15 Capital, right? And we only buy 6.15 Bitcoin. That's it.
At a time?
No, just once. And then
Just once.
and then we continue to go on CNBC and tell them that they're idiots and everybody else is an idiot for having more than 6.15 Bitcoin. And this is all you need. It's just 6.15 Bitcoin. And then we buy Hooters.
Oh.
And then when they ask us why we bought Hooters, we're like, there's a prophecy that we're working on. That's what we do at 6.15 Capital. And they just call me on CNBC every time, and I just show up in like Pit Vipers, and I just be like, Michael Saylor's a retard, Jack Barnes is a retard, David Bailey's a retard. You know why? Because they all have more than 6.15. And then basically what we're doing is we're creating the first treasury company, meme stock, right? So all of the value is derived from the memetics, and none of the value is derived from the capital.
That's a sign.
And then out of nowhere, when everybody thinks we
That's
won't,
the winners.
and then out of nowhere, when everybody thinks we won't ever have more than 6.15, we fucking do a massive raise and we end up with 6,150. And then we only do a raise every time we can get to a 10x multiple of 6.15.
How great would it be if Ethereum
Sounds like
Bitcoin
a good AI movie for your next AI movie, Adam.
Well, people are gearing up to do treasury company, Ethereum treasury companies. Did you hear Tom Lee is doing one?
They're already done. There's two of them already.
No, I know. No, but I mean they're gearing up to do more of them, yeah. That's their way to save a
treasury company that was announced today.
The really interesting thing about
Is Tina involved with that one?
the really interesting thing about Ethereum treasury companies is that you have staking, right? So you can stake to earn yield. And the government said that ETFs cannot stake to earn yield, so now only treasury companies can stake to earn yield. And the staking is the consensus. So what's going to end up happening is these treasury companies are going to have more than the ETFs because they can stake and the other ones can't. And then Ethereum's consensus will literally turn into a couple of public companies that own the majority of ETH that's staking as a service. Because what's going to end up happening is their access to capital is going to be way better than any other staking service. So they can give you higher returns on their staking than like all of the decentralized air quote stakers.
That's the inevitable conclusion for Ethereum is that it ends up super duper centralized.
The performance
there's actually
SBET was not very good. It was up like 30x or something 3 weeks ago or whatever when the private deal was done. But then they SPAC'd and now it's only up like 80%.
it's a SPAC, the fact that it's up makes it a big large. Like most IPOs and SPACs are down 90% within a year.
You sounded a little ethy to me this morning, Mohan. A little ethy shit going on.
By saying don't buy SPACs or IPOs.
Yeah. You seem a little bit.
Scam or shitcoin.
You seem a little bit like a Vitalik simp. Just gonna say.
Yeah, he's an apologist, Otto.
You apologizing?
I am apologizing right now.
All right, good.
That was the apology.
Apologize.
I didn't get you to tell me about that.
Listen, can ETH have another pump? Sure. You know. But I think the game is kind of up on ETH.
It's not really likely. Like, the Ethereum Foundation is just selling into everything. Like, every time there's some movement, they just unlock another 10, 20, 100 million of ETH and sell it. Until Vitalik and the Ethereum Foundation are out of ETH to sell, it's just going to keep doing nothing.
Yep. And how much ETH do they have?
What could they possibly need?
I can't remember.
Like, what does the
They're buying Bitcoin at the money, they must be.
What do you mean? What do you mean doing that?
What do you mean? It's up. Today, more than Bitcoin. Bitcoin's down. Bitcoin's up.
Oh my god, zoom out.
Fucking zoom out in this room.
British bottle. It's coiling.
By the way, if you bought into Belgravia yet?
No, I don't really like the
You don't like the winners? You don't like the winners?
ETH isn't even past its 2021 all-time high. It's not even close to its 2021 all-time high.
Yeah, but it's gonna accelerate way faster than Bitcoin. Even Trump's
Maybe. Well, Trump has a long history of his poor financial investment.
Hey, Brad, what don't you like about their long-term plan?
They want to do yield games with the treasury. They want to put it in these DeFi protocols and earn yield on the Bitcoin. It's like interesting to me.
You know that to be true?
Well, I spoke to the round 13 guys, and that's what they want Belgravia to do.
Yeah.
But I didn't.
Joey's been pretty consistent in saying they're Bitcoin only.
Yeah, but I still have another call with Joey to kind of get a full pitch on the yield product they built before we make my decision.
You can be my ex and put it to you at $4.
Okay, well, I don't think ETH is.
Do you like Matador's long-term plan?
I'm talking about Belgravia.
I think you think
Do you like Matador's?
not for.
Brad, do you like Matador's long-term plan?
Fuck Matador.
I don't think I can comment on Matador.
Oh, okay.
Are you an advisor? Did you take the advisor shares?
I didn't take advisor shares. No.
Oh, then, I mean, why wouldn't you be able to comment?
I'm privy to material non-public information on that.
Wow. Got it.
I think I'm not supposed to comment on it, bad or good.
So you're wall crossed?
Not really. I talk to the team all the time, so I kind of know things that they're planning to do. But I resigned my advisor position. So like 2 or 3 weeks ago. I resigned it so that I wouldn't have to be people thinking I was shilling Matador and getting paid to do it. So I canceled all my advisor shares.
Oh, congratulations, Brad. You're listening to advice. You resigned.
Yeah, well.
Wait, the advisor got advised?
Wait, Andrew, what percentage did you charge Brad for your advisory position in his advisory statement?
My
He lost it all because I lost all the shares.
Yeah, my hourly rate is friends and family discounted to $50,000 an hour. My public rate is $100,000 an hour.
What is it?
Otto told me,
That's banana.
Otto told me to listen to my heart. So in the end, it was my own heart that gave me the advice.
Did he say, I don't know if you're calling and I don't know why, but listen to your heart before she tells you goodbye?
No.
No one, listen to your heart? Listen to your heart.
You guys make Brad uncomfortable. Go back to like the band.
I'm not uncomfortable. I just trying to navigate complexities of what I can't say. That's uncomfortable. So yes, and my heart.
Hey, Brad, how come your people can't win at
Similar to
Smash
the rules of
Creator?
this game.
That's what I'm curious.
Have you? Never mind. It's a bad joke.
You're welcome. I'm just trying to change the topic for you.
Where did Hollow go? He left.
The moment you said you were not going to divulge material information to him, he was like, fuck this room, there's no alpha here.
Nah, he went to create an invoice. 250K.
Dave's gone as well. They're pitching fucking Canadian shit coins, right?
I might have to increase my rate, my titles rate. I like that new rate.
I would like to know how much, just curious, how much Ethereum they still hold, the Ethereum Foundation. I think it's a lot.
Dave's doing business development on behalf of Canadian capital markets right now.
They have 200,000, around 200,000 Ethereum left.
Hey, y'all can hear me?
Hello, yes.
Yeah, Jazz, I don't want to get annoying ass text messages.
Yeah, you gotta wait.
Hey yo, fucking Chris is modded. I don't want to fucking hear Chris is modded in rooms, fam. This is annoying to me, bro. It's unnecessary. This shit is unnecessary. It's just unnecessary, bro. Cause like, yo, deadass, what are we gonna go now? Back and forth fucking rooms? We're closing room? Cause that's what's gonna happen. It's that's what.
You keep drama going.
Fuck. The fuck is wrong with you niggas, man?
Straight up.
Cause y'all already know my energy towards this nigga, man. It's like spitting in my fucking face, man. It's like spitting in my fucking face. So who's doing it? Who's pulling up this nigga in modern head, fam? Because if I want to come in to see my friends, speak to people that I like, and then he's here modded, like that doesn't make sense, man. The fuck? If you like this nigga, call this nigga's phone. Silva trying to play peacemaker. Silva, suck my dick, Silva. Fuck you, Silva.
What did I walk in?
He is going to do that on his own time. Okay, you're not gonna have any sway on it. Like, if you don't understand this, it's
Andrew, stop talking.
Yo, Silva, I don't. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga.
What the hell's your problem, Jimmy?
Where we at? Silver sucking dick. I have to get the
Never. Fuck out of here.
Only if it's Salvadorian.
Nobody.
Oh my god. Oh, Dios.
Or illegal.
Is Silver sucking illegal dick?
Nope. Not sucking any dick. That's the problem I get.
No, when they shut the fuck up.
Andrew, shut your mouth. You have nothing to do with any of this.
Then why the fuck are we
What's
talking?
going on? Why are you talking about me, Andrew? Shut the fuck up.
Get over here.
Defending the Canadians.
I wasn't defending anybody. Jesus Christ, I was telling people.
holy shit. Are we playing teams over here? Yeah, you felt compelled to interrupt Jimmy and get his business.
You're the one texting him, right, Andrew? I guess you're the one texting Jimmy about.
I text
How many people are in this audience, Silva? Yo, fuck you, son. How many people are in this
It's
audience?
just drama.
How many people are gonna text me? How many people?
What's the joke?
I don't.
Silva, why are you compelled
Listen,
to interrupt?
listen, Silva.
Dude, no,
So,
I'm not gonna talk about this bullshit. This is stupid.
Okay.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out the room, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is wrong with this nigga, man?
What's going on?
Just because Chris was in the room?
Hey, yo, suck my dick. That's what's going on, bro.
Okay.
All the comedians again here today. All the fucking comedians again.
Yo, Jimmy.
I'm in a car right now. I'm getting my iced coffee. I need my iced coffee, nigga. Fuck you niggas, man. Suck my dick, yo.
So what? Like, Chris comes in the room and that's not okay?
Nah,
Like,
yo, listen, bro.
yeah.
Don't gaslight.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm just asking you.
It's no gaslighting, bro.
I'm not gaslighting you. I'm saying, if you're not here and Chris is in here,
I don't give a fuck if I'm not here now, because I'm gonna come in. Every day I'm in these rooms. Every fucking day. So if I'm not here at the time, I'm going to come in.
okay.
If I come in and he's here, that doesn't make sense to me, bro. He's here modded. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you niggas, man? I'm going to come in.
People like Chris. Fucking hollow him hard. Hollow him. Like, people like him.
Then call him. Text him, nigga. Text him.
I can.
Go ahead, nigga. Because then you force me to interact with this nigga. And I'm not doing it, bro.
You don't have to interact with them.
And I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. You know how many niggas get fucking kicked because they got beef with somebody else in this room?
Jimmy.
When they're not here, they get kicked. Yo, fuck.
I just want to point one thing out to you, okay? Okay, I just want to point one thing out to you.
Lift it out to me.
If I thought that Chris was actually addressing you,
I don't want to hear
I
nothing.
would have a problem with it
I don't want to
too.
hear nothing. I don't want to hear shit. I don't want to hear shit.
Hey,
Shut the fuck up right now. The fuck? The fuck is wrong with you niggas, man?
Fuck off, Andrew. Like, I'm being very reasonable.
No, you're fucking not. No, you're not.
It is not the right time, okay?
You're not being reasonable.
How am I not being reasonable?
Hey,
The thing to do right now is to shut the fuck up.
Okay, well, whatever. I don't think that it's good if everyone just fights, so.
Everyone to yo, son. I'm not dealing with this nigga Chris. I don't want to come in the rooms and see this fucking nigga modding, and I'm forced to interact with this nigga. I do not want to interact with this nigga, man.
Okay.
Sometimes I know. Sometimes I'm gonna put hands on you niggas. You fucking niggas pretend that you don't understand. Sometimes sometimes, man, I want to smack some of you niggas, man. This shit frustrates the shit out of me, and I get gaslit, as if you don't motherfucking understand. Don't force me to interact with this nigga, because all that's gonna happen is rooms start getting rugged for no reason. Nobody's gonna win this. Nobody wins, bro. Just don't mind this nigga. Don't fucking put him on stage. That's it. The fuck? Call him. If you want to talk to him, call him. The fuck?
Metaplanet down 5%.
your tweets have consequences, British.
I guess so.
They're gonna blame you for that.
Good. Fuck 'em.
I just wanted to make one thing clear. I started this club because I didn't want to be told how to run a room. If fucking Chris comes in here, I have no problem with being in here. I told him he was an asshole to Jimmy and he should apologize. But I'm not gonna fucking prevent Chris from being in the room. Jimmy, if it doesn't work for you, you can't be in the room. Start your own room. I don't know what to tell you. I think you should do it. I don't know. You guys should deal with your beef, but I don't answer to anybody. And Andrew, I don't appreciate being told to shut up.
No, wait. So what the fuck's going on here? And they start reading, because I understood saying, like, I understood Hebrew, I understand same things, but no one told me anything about, because I never learned anything about the religion, Islamic or Jews. I think they had a deal. Who's in the audience? One second. person has a poo in the audience, can you remove them?
You cannot remove the anonymous. You cannot remove them. That's a new feature on the Clubhouse, and you cannot get rid of them.
Can you go through and reopen again one more time?
Yeah.
Okay, do that, please. Thank you.
Give me just a minute because I'm about to stop in a minute, so just give me a minute.
It's okay.
Give me a minute, I'm still driving. Give me a minute.
get like a percentage of.
They were kind of incentivized to dealt with systematically, like on an individual basis, in a way that can determine whether it can be prioritized in helping get their citizenship, and you can determine their education. Like, there could be different factors, but there should be a level of mercy, I think, given the circumstances that a lot of people came here under. I think the border needs to be absolutely secure, in this age with, the type of weapons that are available to people, the type of drugs that are, going on in the cultures of the criminal cultures that are very dominant in a lot of regions. So there should be a.
Let me make sure. I agree with you. There has to be.
I just want to say just a couple more things before you ask me, if you don't mind. I just want to say, like, for in terms of the downfall of America, like, in quality of life, to me, quality of life means you have safety. You have safety in the society, and you have, good food that's not poisonous, like good food. You have almost 43% of Americans are obese, and Europe, the European Union has completely rejected Monsanto's lobbying. The food in Europe is great. It's pure. It's good. So, the downfall of America, I think the biggest problem is the poisonous food, because the Americans are in an extremely bad condition. And, we have the technology to provide the country and also sell to the world energy, free energy, and free food, which are basic necessities that I believe.
Okay, yeah, chill, like you plan.
5 more seconds. Just 5 more seconds. Can I get 5 more seconds?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so like, I think maybe some part of the process for these people could be determining if they could be utilized to help build infrastructure with these new technologies we have that can provide all of us with a much higher quality of life.
Well, let me just say, hold on. Marshall, please, give me a second. And the problem with these new technologies, right? Because people are gonna say we should teach the Americans first before we teach.
Yeah, I agree with that. No, I agree. Prioritize the people here first. Yes.
But I'm gonna say a couple of polarizing things, then I'm gonna ask you questions. Let me ask you a question first. Where's your family from originally?
I'm from New York. My parents are from America.
Oh, so you're in New York. I live in Brooklyn.
I lived in Brooklyn as a teenager.
I don't think we have a immigration problem in New York, because we've been a melting pot since New York's been New York. So I don't think that's an issue. But let me say a couple of polarizing statements. I think the downfall of America is definitely not ICE. It's just a clickbait title, but I'll say this. I think the downfall of America is the far right and the far left. I think the crime carriers in this country, right, are really a danger to our country. And I stand on that. But let me say good morning to Uncle Steve. Uncle Steve, how you doing, brother?
Good morning, Jay. It's a pleasure to see you. Thanks for holding the space.
Well, you can call me, bro. I know that out by you got a mayor that's running into parks trying to stop ICE agents from arresting illegal immigrants. What do you think about your Steve Mayor?
And out by you have a proposed mayor that's in first place that is going to implement socialism in New York.
Okay, no arguments with me. So, we'll do a quick reset, and I know Marshall wanted to jump in. This is Healthy Debates, guys. This is ICE, the start of America's downfall. What do you guys think? Leon, I see you, Larry, Sprinkles, Dr. Adams in the house, Reagan, Big PTR, America, I love you, Hector, AC, how you doing, Brian? Kat, how you doing? Ready? I see you, Ready. Ashley, good morning, Ashley. Welcome to the room. Beaver, no room is complete without some Beaver in it. Debbie, how you doing? Guys, got a big ticket, please cash it in. DJ, H, Doctor. Guys, Justin, you have your pink tickets, cash it in. It's free. Don't cost you a fucking
directly to the question, like, is ICE the sort of development? Personally, I don't think there's all kinds of who was talking earlier, and why I think said it perfectly, or maybe it's not. I'm not sure. I think she said it perfectly. In terms of like, it's saying it's ICE is a tremendous oversimplification. All kinds of shit that's going on in our country. Like there's all kinds of shit going on in our country. So I'll just leave it there. But cheers, thanks everybody.
Thank you very much. Brian Hazel, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Did you get a new account? Did you get clips?
No, I just don't have access to that phone number anymore.
Gotcha, makes sense.
Yeah.
So the mic is yours.
Good morning. What is the question again?
The question is entitled, "Was ICE the start of America's downfall?"
No, I personally think ICE is so beneficial to America. I love what ICE is doing right now. The outrage that I see for ICE is just so embarrassing. And like the fact that people, salute Randy, and the fact that people are walking with ICE in the streets is just like, where do you people get off and you think that you can put your hands on federal agents, excuse me, just doing their job? These people that they're arresting, you know, I don't know if you guys see that viral video. It was in Massachusetts. It was in Worcester, Massachusetts, where they were capturing a lady, and like the whole neighborhood, everybody came outside and separated and whatever like that. And they even splashed water on it, but they did. I don't know what they threw at the agents, but they threw liquid at them. And then you know what? And the woman really wasn't trying to fight, but then the woman that was being arrested, but then it came out she was a fucking human trafficker. For herself. She knew what she was doing, and I just can't believe.
Right, let me ask you a question, brother. Do you think it's hate for ICE or it's hate for Donald Trump and his policies?
I mean, I'm not sure if the two correlate. I mean, ICE is gonna be ICE with or without Donald Trump. I would say. Maybe they're gonna visit aid for America and ICE. But I mean, ICE is gonna do whatever they're gonna do, regardless.
But I say that didn't have the mission statement that they have now with Donald Trump. They didn't have that mission statement with Joe Biden.
Well, it's been so out of control, and it seems like obviously Joe Biden just didn't mind, but it's out of control. Like, bro, I'm from the hood. I'm an immigrant. I've been to prison. I mean, my families are all immigrants. I'm the only natural born American. But bro, like in 2000, a lot of Central Americans came. I don't know if you guys remember that. In the year 2000, literally, a lot of Central Americans came. Whatever. But the new wave, like all they did was release the Venezuelan prison and send their fucking criminals over here. Like this is like engineers from fucking India, South India coming over here. It's fucking dangerous. Yo, these people, I had fucking Uruguayans that I rented to out of the goodness of my heart, bro. This is a true story. Out of the goodness of my heart, I rented to a couple, very young, and the woman was pregnant. They didn't pay me rent for 5 months. These are the type of people that are coming to this country. It's not good people, bro. I'm sorry to say that your uncles and your aunts are not good people. There are some bad, the pool of people that are coming in you're trash.
Ryan, I'd like to ask you a question, and JB, I'd like to ask you the same question. I am against ICE wearing hoods and being masked. I might be wrong, but they are the only law enforcement agency I'm aware of that wears hoods and masks, and I am against it. Brian, what do you think about that? Also,
they're not the only ones, Steve. Don't interrupt him. Well, the thing is, so, you know, if you see my PTR, you can see kind of where, like, I look at this man, like, you know, there's been other law enforcement agencies that's abused their powers and stuff like that. Them wearing a mask, bro, it doesn't really bother me because, like, the way these ICE agents are being targeted, if they want to conceal their face or something like that, these people probably got kids and
before I get to what I think, Derek, I love your jersey, bro. I just want to say that this year coming up, so yeah, you can't. Okay. So what do I think? I think when you're going against cartels, right, you have to have safety in place. Do they need it for every raid? No. But you can't just, I don't think you can just cherry pick what raid you're going to go on and what you're going to wear a mask or not. It is a dangerous job, Steve. I have no problems with the mask. I don't understand the debate over it because what does it matter if they wear a mask or not? I mean, you see their face. We don't see their face. You still go to the scale. But back to you, Steve, and then I want to get to Paul.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from Brad so I can learn, Brad, what other law enforcement agencies do they wear hoods and masks?
SWAT teams do it, FBI does it, ATF does it, my U.S. Marshals will do it, your local police will do it when they conduct raids, a multitude of it, and aside from just the safety of the officers and their families, there's also a prevailing risk as well. They come in covered because, again, they don't know what they're dealing with, they don't know what's behind the door. Brian pointed out the case of, she was a human trafficker. Okay, well, unfortunately people spit, people do things, and with today's political climate, I wouldn't be an officer without a mask on if I was conducting a raid and trying to arrest somebody, because again, you have people that clearly are in the audience that would have no problem docking their information and putting it out online saying, here, go ahead and attack their children to be watched. I've seen Waters literally sit there as the thing saying, anybody who works for this administration under Trump's first term, you go out and you harass them, you attack them. She had no problem doing shit like that. So with today's political climate, I can understand the officers saying, I got kids at home, this is my day job, I got a family to raise, I'm not exposing myself on this way, especially with the way the liberals or the left in this country is actually fucking trying to hurt officers and people that are trying to enforce policies.
Thank you.
Can I expand a bit? No. Guys, no. Please. Paul has been patiently waiting, and then we're going to Nathan, then to you, Jules. Paul, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
How you doing?
I'm good, thanks for asking. I was just sitting here listening, and I don't agree with certain things, but what I do agree with is the mask thing should be illegal, because even if an agency, whether you're FBI or CIA, whatever, if you have a mask on and you're going to go and arrest somebody, you should have a warrant in your hand and you should disclose your name. I mean, that should be illegal what they're doing. And I see the rage. Think about this. Think about it. What's going on in America? We're all streaming now, right? There's no television anymore, so everyone's streaming on different channels or whatever, and you see this stuff every day. It looks bad. Can you imagine to the people that are going through this? What if this was happening in another country? What if this was happening in Latin America? There'd be a rage. And by the way, there are a lot of immigrants, American immigrants, going to Latin American countries and other countries that, by the way, don't have status. It's a fact. And do you think that it'd be okay visually that they would do the same thing to American citizens? You guys would be outraged. It doesn't look right, and it looks terrible, and it shows bias. And by the way, I looked up the numbers the other day and who they're deciding to be biased towards, and it's definitely 100% Central Americans, okay, mostly Mexicans. When in the last, by the way, I'm a former teacher, when a master's degree.
Mexican immigration in the United States in 2005. It's usually people from El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras.
No. Can I finish? No, he's wrong. I have the numbers. Okay, I'm a studying person, and if I want to say something, I want to actually throw up the numbers and the graphs. That's who I am. So it's a fact that the Mexican president.
Mexican immigration.
Hold on a second. Can I finish? Who is this? Can I finish? So the Mexican president said the other day. She did say that.
Hold up. Stop huffing and puffing. Okay, it's not that serious, but when a mod wants to speak, people, you have to read mics. I know you do on the app. I got a couple friends. You welcome in my spaces. But when Marshall was probably the smartest historian on this app says something, I take him at face value. So whatever numbers you have, please get the link in the chat. But land your plane, please.
Can I say something to Paulo real quick? Just because in Mexico.
Hold on a second. Hold on, guys. guys. Let me put my cue. I can unmute real quick. So we're gonna go Nathan, then Habib. Go ahead, Nathan. And then Jules.
Well, I think JP, when she stopped talking for a second, but basically, listen, man, when I moved to Mexico back and forth about 4 years ago, right? It is so funny to me. It's outrage. The people on the trucks, which is the police officers, all wear black masks. 100% of them, not all black. You know, they wear masks. It's for a reason. Just last week, they shot up this politician's house. This politician was running for mayor or something like that, or ex-mayor. The cartel rolled up his own videotape and shot him with like 1,000 bullets. We have multiple cartel gangs active in the United States right now. And it's crazy. Like, they check you when you cross the border. You cannot, they asked me 3 times going there, do you have your visa? Do you have your passport? And they will pull you off whatever type of thing that you're on and get you, right? And they will single you out. You cannot go to Mexico as a United States citizen and not get checked and make sure you have your documents and paperwork. It's really crazy to me that people and Americans will say these crazy things. Actually, this week, about 3 or 4 days, they had a protest in Mexico City telling gringos to get the F out of their city because you're affecting our way of life. They're crashing restaurants, breaking into houses, tearing there's like thousands of them. And they literally had signs saying, hey, I don't care if you're legal or illegal, whatever. You need to get out. You're jacking up the cost of rent. You're affecting our city. Get the F out of our country. And, wake up, man. This type of delusion that we have is crazy, but whatever.
And David, let me say this. Talk about collusion. Boy, you trapped chat crap warriors, right? Keyboard warriors. You're gonna say, why was Paula silent? She wasn't silent, saying she's gonna land up playing. She just muted up. So pay attention instead of getting in your feelings. We're gonna go Habib and then Jules. Go ahead, Habib.
No, Nathan just said what I was going to say. I was going to mention to her what happened in Mexico City with the Americans being attacked and everything. She was like, can you imagine if you saw it on video, like Americans being attacked in Latin? It literally just happened on video. And it was very extreme. The police didn't do anything.
Thank you, Habib. Appreciate you so much. As soon as I'm done, I got a queue going. I can put you in the queue if you like. But let me just say this. I did ask her for her resources, for her links. I'm still waiting to see those. Just because she saw something on TikTok doesn't make it necessarily true. That's just my opinion. But we're going to go to Jules, and then we'll see. Yeah, Jules.
Okay. Thanks again, by the way, JB. I think everybody should listen to Brad. He makes the most sense in any room I've ever heard. And one of the reasons he stands for law enforcement, we should all appreciate ICE agents, police, our military, our fire people. We should appreciate them. They're here to save us. They're here to protect us. And by the way, the big elephant in the room is the Joe Biden administration that opened up the borders to let illegals and we always brought in legal immigrants, but they brought in not venting these people, they brought them into the United States. This is the crime of the century. They should be on trial. And only on my plane, JP, I love you, but I'm sick of hearing you say about the convictions of Donald Trump, because this was all political assassination, literally a political assassination against him. He didn't do anything wrong. He overvalued his property.
Wait a second. Go ahead. So when I preface that statement with the fact that I believe those felonies were bullshit, they changed the law just for him. Does that make you feel better? Because what I was trying to say was this. People will say that when these illegal immigrants come to the country a second time, it's a felony, and that's if any felony is serious charge. I agree with that. But that's a bullshit felony, in my opinion. So did the felonies of Donald Trump when he was convicted. Can we stop with the bullshit? Whether they change I'm a felon. Hold on. I'm a felon. I have to own it, right? So if you get convicted by a jury of your peers, it doesn't matter if they change the law. In my opinion, it's just my opinion, Jules. I understand you love that. Oh, listen. Let me finish, bro.
Go ahead.
Okay. So here's the thing. There's definitely a double standard when it comes to certain people, certain segments of America. It is what it is. We're going to charge these people who come here, most of them, not all of them, for a better life felony. So when they get here and they try to start their life and have that felony conviction hanging over their head, because they came to America twice illegally, I think that's fucked up, Jules. That's my opinion.
And JP, I like a lot of what you say. We disagree on this point, but I'm telling you, you lose your credibility, and you have a lot of credibility, because you can say this about any crime now. I just robbed a bank yesterday. I'm a felon. Why should you go to jail because you robbed the bank? Trump has 40 convictions, which he doesn't have, but you can say this about any crime. Illegally,
Jules, let me say this. Hey, listen, I have respect for you. I admire. We don't disagree, but my crime of conviction right now in America, in New York City, would be a misdemeanor, would be a felony. But I gotta wear that F. I gotta wear that scarlet letter. It is what it is. Listen, just gonna be like Donald Trump and make America great, equal levels. I get it. In my opinion, JP thinks he's a felon. Sorry.
Okay, well, good, but you can't justify that for everything. You have other thoughts and ideas which are really cool, and I like them. You should use those other thoughts and ideas to get your point across.
Here's the deal, Jules. When I open a room and I run in these spaces, rest assured I'm not looking for anybody to accept this. I don't care if you like them. I know how I feel. I'm saying I respect them. Just like you get what I feel. But let me say, I want to ask you one simple question. It's just yes or no. Yes or no. We've got a big stage, everybody wants to speak. In your opinion, Jules the tax guy, right? Walking, plays guitar. Is Donald Trump a felon or not? Yes or no?
Tell me what crime he committed.
Was he convicted of a 34 felony count? Just yes or no. But you can never know. Don't deflect. No. Okay. So you credibility with me, guy. How about that?
Okay, but you realize, you know about any charges were politically motivated.
Well, it doesn't matter. He's still an adjudicated felon. You're doing this thing that Trump sycophants do, which is not being able to admit that he does have a scarlet letter. You don't have to like the fact. You don't have to like the fact. You don't have to like the scarlet letter, but it exists.
And what was the penalty, Marshall? What was the penalty? Please let me get Marshall talk.
He wrote, he wrote one check for $130,000 and then allegedly in his tax documents defrauded the government 34 or 36 times on one check. That was the crime.
Well, wait. You gotta be very concise with Jules. You gotta be very concise with Jules, because he is mad. He says he's not, but he is. Donald Trump was convicted in New York State Supreme Court in May of 2024 on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records. Now, I'm gonna be honest, Jules. Hold on. I'm not. I don't understand what any of that means. You see, is 34 felony counts of conviction. So, I don't give a fuck what the felony, but they're gonna be for jaywalking across Times Square when he's not supposed to. He was still convicted of it. Well, you have to own it. You have to own it, bro.
If he wasn't running for president, he would have been on trial, and he didn't commit any crimes. It was a legal expense in his books. That's a law. What's the crime, Marshall?
I just told you.
Come on. I posted it in the chat. Hold on, Jules. You don't have to like the fact that he's a 34-time felon. You can even think that I altered the law just to get past him. But the truth is, when you deal with this guy, you're dealing with somebody who's convicted of felony. And again, this is the problem with Trump sycophants.
They can't admit that he is convicted of it. You are substituting your version and your view of law of what a court actually said. A court actually said that he was adjudicated and found guilty on 34 felony counts of defrauding the government through business records. Again, you don't have to like the fact that that's what the court said, but that's what the court said, and pretending that they didn't takes away a lot. Pretending they didn't takes away a lot of your integrity. I'm not pretending.
Jules, no, hang on, Jules, hang on. And this is just me, I would have a hell of a lot more respect for you if you simply stopped playing dumb and saying, you probably know more about these crimes than we do. You think it's all bullshit. I would have more respect for you than you coming off dumb and saying, what are the crimes? You know what the crime is.
Hey, Jules. Can I bring the
Everybody, hold on. Let me just get this. I got you, I promise. Hold on, you can answer this second. Between you and me, nobody else is listening. I think the charges are bullshit. I think they wasted taxpayer money to go after this guy. I also think the Democrats tried to assassinate him in Pennsylvania. That's my opinion.
Whoa.
But I'm going by facts. He was still convicted. I don't give a fuck if it's a fugazi law or not, bro. I don't care. Because that law could be him. I could be him with Caleb, Nathan, Steve could be all him with that law now. So you can say whatever you want. He was convicted. So Jules, answer the question, and then I want to go to the statement.
Well, okay. I'll just say this. Again, I'm a tax man. He put on the books what was it, 150,000? I forget the number. It was a legal expense. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing.
But to pay hush money to a porn star who he banged while his wife at 9 months pregnant, right? Yeah, that hush money's the problem.
Whoa. It's not hush money.
Okay,
It's not hush money. It's not hush money.
They paid that money to keep her silent so she would go to the National Enquirer. Follow the story, man. Now you're being disingenuous.
No, you're right. Literally, hush money is not a porn star. Hush money is not a crime. Hush money is not a tax crime. It's not a crime.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on. Marshall, hold on. Let me tell you something, bro. It wasn't prosecuted by the IRS. It was prosecuted. It wasn't a tax crime. But when you pay hush money to a porn star, right, and then you lie about that money, where that money went, yeah, that's a crime. You get it? I know you get it.
Who lied about it?
Hold on.
Can I just bring in a tab here?
Yes, whatever. That's good. We'll see. Shut up. Right, go ahead.
Yeah, so Jules, you have to admit, the Democrats got one. They maneuvered the law. They got a crime, just like JB said, it's a fugazi law. Maybe forget about it. So, that being said, now, what's interesting, and you would have had Representative point to say, well, that same law seems to have been violated by one of the lead champions to go after Trump, which would be Stacey Abrams, maybe
Letitia James.
Letitia James, thank you. And, I'm getting them all mixed up these days. Letitia James, she violated it. In fact, she said she was married to her father. That's kind of creepy in itself. I guess she's from Kentucky. But nonetheless, that law was created. Trump got it. And yes, it is a repeat. It is one violation 34 times. It's the same fucking violation, 34 different counts. And so they got, Trump didn't serve any time. He got elected president. And you can cheer on that there's a felony. Okay, it's not the worst thing that a president has done in our time. And it's really nothing more.
Bradley, you and I have had this discussion a million times. And one thing I will say, I do have respect for your opinions, even though I don't agree with them. The same question I asked Jules. Do you consider him a felon? Yes or no?
Yes, he's a felon.
See, this is why we talk to Brad Jules. Because he owns it. He knows it. It's a bullshit felony, bro. He ain't got no jail time. He didn't even get probation.
Okay.
You and I would be like in jail. But it's a fucking felony, bro. That's it.
You said to me, is it a bullshit felon? I'll say yes. You said it's a felon.
No. But he's asking, was he convicted of that bullshit felony charge? And
willing just to admit that he was found guilty. Why is that?
Because there was a jury that was prearranged to convict him.
Okay, if that's true, why not, if that's true, why not just say that
Haitian, I got you. Let me speak. Let me even mute up. Let me just say this. Bro, there were like 2 or 3 lawyers on that jury. You telling me they're gonna risk their careers to put Donald Trump in prison? Come on, bro. Hey.
Let me finish the answer. I'll answer it.
JP, wait, hold on. JP can't cut me off. Listen, bro, it's very direct what they're saying. Okay, they're saying that in spite of the fact that it may have been some ulterior motives, right? It doesn't take away from the reality. Okay, this is the reality. They stamped on his document, right, that the case was found to have been guilty. Like, I mean, I'm really trying to understand, why are you struggling with this? Like, I want to ask you what a man is, at this point, because it's very humorous, right? Like, why not? What is it that's keeping you from this gentleman? Sincere question. What is it that's keeping you from just saying, fuck it, they got one?
I'll answer. First, I'll answer JB's laughable question about lawyers. Do you know how many lawyers were involved in trying to get Trump? Do you know how many lawyers, how many Justice Department lawyers, how many FBI lawyers, how many of these fucking phony lawyers which went out to get Trump on it? What did Letitia James campaigned that she's going to put Trump behind bars when she committed crimes herself? That's number one. Let me answer Asian, because this was bullshit. This was bullshit. They didn't get one. They could get one against you tomorrow, Asian, okay?
They got one. What is wrong with you? It's not hard. If you were to fill out a job application in a bunch of American states, the motherfucker would have put the felon box. Again, this is the problem with Trump sycophants. When he fucked up.
Trump sycophants.
Marshall, let me jump in. Let me answer Marshall. You don't gotta answer Marshall. Let me go see. That's right, because I think you're a serial killer. But let me say this. I have 2 lifelong Republicans on my stage right now, right? I have Brad, I have Marshall. Both of them have critical thinking and common sense, right? Lifelong, listen, Brad's hardcore Republican.
And a former 25-year Republican, now an
and another Republican right there. We're all saying, hey man, it might be forgiving, but it's still a felony conviction. Like Marshall said, he has to check that box. But you listen, you stand on your square. Both let me finish. Vote for Trump in 2028 because he's gonna run again. He's gonna pull some crazy shit where the limits get changed. I don't know how he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. See, for 30 seconds, then we're gonna go pop.
All right, good. I'll wind up saying that whatever you guys are all saying, the whole fucking country knew, and that's why Donald Trump is president again.
It's not about what the country knew, it's about what a judge declared. But you're right, I'll go to court to say.
I agree with you. I agree with what the judge. I agree with you.
Trump is not God, bro. Trump is not God. Like y'all.
I agree with you. I agree with you, Marshall. That's what the Trump. That's what the Trump haters like you. If you sat on the fucking jury, you would do it too. You would do the same fucking thing, Marshall.
Lawyer and all of this to get this order was fucking Rudy Giuliani because he lied to the fucking president to the judge's face. He lied to him.
texted me offline just now and said, man, we haven't spoken about is ICE the start of America's downfall in 15, now it's 20 minutes. And my response was automatic. That's MAGA deflection. They don't want to talk about anything other than MAGA. And Donald Trump being put on Mount Rushmore. Right? That's just a deflection that they use. I mean, I had this room open for 2 hours ago. We were having a great conversation about ICE. And then Jules wants to come up and let's deflect this. We don't want to talk about ICE and the fucked up things they do. Let's talk about Donald Trump. And then when he gets pushed back, he's like, oh, wait a second. Don't you guys see what I see? He's the greatest thing since fucking sliced bread. It's amazing to me how MAGA has drunk that away. Anyway, we're gonna go popcorn style, guys. In line. Hold on, Jules. I'm gonna move you down or I'm gonna kick you out. I'll let other speak. You've been really sent through this conversation around here for the last hour about Donald Trump. I don't give a fuck. I think Donald Trump has done some good things for our country. I think he's doing some fucked up things for our country.
Donald Trump.
No, okay, shut up. Respectfully, man.
My God.
Because if I don't get fucking Cool C and he's gonna fucking kill somebody, think this is a serial killer. Cool C, go ahead.
Yeah, by the way, I'm the one that just moved him down.
Okay. Yes, he was convicted. Yes, he's not going to check that box.
Okay, I moved him down because I clearly just said, let's get back to the subject. And this moron wants that another MAGA wants to stay on the fucking Donald Trump train. It's fucking amazing to me. Read the tiny little room, you morons. Read it. What does it say? Let me read it for you. Hold on. It says, is ICE the start of America's downfall? I didn't put, is Donald Trump the start of America's downfall?
I mean, in some way, it is true though that it is an indication of America's downfall, like just mismanagement, right? Poor management of a challenge, right? I don't think America's going to be around past 2,000 years from now. We'll be all on the other side, so I won't be able to say, hey, I told you so. But even when we look at it compared to the Roman Empire, America's a really, I would say it's a dynasty at this point, right?
Nation. Republics are not built for long.
20 minutes ago, you told me
Yeah, absolutely.
Hold on, see, I moved him down. Hold on, Nation. I moved him down because he's mentally unstable. He has no mind control. And when I tell you the guy's a fucking serial killer, people don't believe me. Sharon Houston, I sent her an invite to come up. If you want to come speak, you're more than welcome. But yeah, the guy has no fucking mind control. And you know what really bothers me the most? Hold on, Cam, I got you. Is Vera, are you there, Vera?
Yes, I can.
You know what bothers me the most? When men get on stage, they cry. You stand me. You told me 25 minutes ago I'd go next.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
It's so fucking crazy to me. Squeeze your balls, gentlemen, and have a real conversation. But with that said, I want to go to Sharon Houston. Hi, Sharon Houston. How you doing? Sharon? All right. Cam, the mic is yours, Cam.
Wait, okay, sorry, I think the mic wasn't on.
Now it is. We can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. You guys, I live here in LA and I had my first encounter with an ICE agent. This is what I think the problem is. I don't think it's ICE that's at the start of America's downfall. I think financial inequity is the downfall because it is very clear that these guys are just doing it for the money. And you know, life is it's really hard to work right now. AI is taking away jobs. Cost of living does not rise with the cost of what you get paid for a living, and people are just chasing dollars and not thinking about human beings. That's what I think. I mean, I'm right here in the thick of it. I go down to the detention center every single night. I was able to shoot some buses. Geo Group is also transporting immigrants. They're not just running the concentration camps. It's a lot of people are making a shit ton of money off of this. It's literally about money.
Concentration camps, they don't look like Dachau or Auschwitz or Sobibor or Treblinka.
All right, well then I guess I can't talk in this room then, because that's an absolute falsehood.
Of course you can talk, but when you have to be analogy concentration camps, he's meant to evoke Auschwitz, Birkenau, or Wake up. And they're just not the same.
Yes, they are. They're going to be working
Have
for
you
sensitive.
ever looked at a picture of that?
Yeah,
Oh my God, are you?
I don't think they're putting people in ovens. Like, I think it's
They bought, hold please, they bought incinerators. They bought incinerators.
Sharon.
Incinerators work.
Sharon. Hold on, I need to talk here. So I'm just gonna say this to you respectfully, Miss Houston, because I've never spoken to you before. I just gotta meet you up also because we get a lot of feedback. I'm Jewish, right? So when somebody compares these camps, and I think they're insidious, alligator, Alcatraz, whatever the fuck they call it, when you compare it to concentration camps, maybe you don't care, but I have to tell you, it's highly disrespectful what you're doing when you say that, when you compare them. Now, are these camps insidious? Yes. Are they horrible? Yes. Nobody's going to debate that. But when you compare them to where 13 million Jews were incinerated, and let me tell you something, if you're going to say that they're bringing incinerators, in the link in the chat, I'd love to read that. But before we continue, guys, I have to get out of here in 5 minutes because I have a business call to do. I want to welcome Haroon to the stage because Haroon is just one of the coolest people I know. Haroon, what's good?
I was on the other side of the room and I had my phone on the table. I'm good. How you doing? Sounds like I'm coming into some spirited conversation. And so, yeah.
I mean, what do you think?
Started the downfall. Yeah,
what do you think about that?
I think the start of the downfall of America happened a long time before ICE. My honest opinion, I think that, from my understanding, and if I'm incorrect, someone can correct me. I believe with this new big beautiful bill of funding for immigration, ICE is exceeding the budget for the Marine Corps, for our real true sovereign defense of our nation, our military. It outspends our defense budget for one component of our national defense. I think for me, that is outrageous. That is not a appropriate source or appropriate way to allocate resources. Do we need to, control the borders? Absolutely. Do we need to deport, violent criminals who prey on innocent people? No doubt about it. Do we need to deport someone who's been here for 40 years or 50 years, paying taxes, raising children, raising their family, and just, scoop them up off the street by, I'm going to call them Gestapo tactics? I don't think so. That's not necessary. Do we need to have, the military roaming through the streets of a playground where kids are playing? I think that's a bit too far, in my humble opinion. So, there you go. That's my opinion.
And your opinion matters to me, and I appreciate you. But I want to shout out one person specifically that's in my VIP section. If you guys don't know C.O. Brown, definitely follow this dude. He's a good dude. And we have some spirited conversations offline. He's the one that put this thought in my head about ICE. And this is why I opened the room in his honor. So see if you can come up and talk. I'd appreciate it, man. I have nothing but love and respect for you. I got to get going in like a minute. So other mod, if you want to bring this idiot Cool C back up, unknown 5112, be my guest. He's not going to shut up. If he brings up Donald Trump, please kick him from the room. Steve, you going to run it? Marshall, Vero?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm good. I'll be back after my business calls. Haroon, if you guys don't know Haroon, man, really a solid dude, man. Get to know Haroon, man. Real respectful guy.
Make lots of money, Jake.
That's the plan, bro.
I'm not bringing him out.
That's going to take a directive from higher authority.
No.
Can I play a clip of
the midterms are a long way away. I don't know.
You want to play the clip? Go ahead, Leslie.
Yes.
This is Greg Abbott.
What are we gonna do?
You ask, I'm
is Texas, every square inch of our state cares about football. You could be in Hunt, Texas, Huntsville, Texas, Houston, Texas, any size community, they care about football. High school, Friday Night Lights, college football, or pro. And know this, every football team makes mistakes. The losing teams are the ones that try to point out who's to blame. The championship teams are the ones that say, don't worry about it, man, we got this. We're going to make sure that we go score again, that we're going to win this game. The way winners talk is not to point fingers. They talk about solutions. What Texas is all about is solution. And in fact, I want to read you something that I received last night that's worth emphasizing to put this in context. Tragedy has come. That part is done.
And 191 are missing and counting. And he's talking about, Friday Night Lights, football, because every Texan cares about football.
I feel like that's something to actually think about it though. Like you have to have that kind of mentality to not think, if there's something, if you can reduce the scale of a tragedy or tragedy, that would be the priority for most people. To be in a position,
Your head. That is helpful for good governance.
I disagree. Yeah, I don't know, like you said, if you look at thousands of years of history, the downfall of countries came at the expense or started to come when
Create one stupid title and everybody's like, the title. Talk about the title.
put their citizens' quality of life in the back of their head. That's when the downfall.
And that is certainly one of the things that historically has taken down kingdoms and empires. Wealth inequality, inability to move up the social ladder, the inability to get food or water, the inability to find safety. Those are all things that in thousands of years of history denote unstable civilizations, whether they're kingdoms or empires.
I don't think like all of those things are happening in the United States right now. Clearly, it's not. I mean, the ability.
Right. My point was that you were highlighting one of the key contributing factors. Toward decline of countries. There's a historian, he's a Greek dude, name is Polybius. He said that there was a guarantee that all countries collapse, but you could never pick when and where, only that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard it before, but I mean, him saying that and all of these, it's like that is supposed to be the guiding factor or whatever like that. But at the same time, history has shown us the more and more governments have put the quality of life, the quality of life for their citizens at the bottom end of importance. That's when the downfall is starting to happen. And right now, the United States are putting the quality of life of regardless of who we think those citizens are. I think those citizens are people who were born in the United States and that are here legally. But when we go from trying to make sure that they're okay to taking away their Medicaid and Medicare and Social Security and stuff like that, that's what the downfall of our country looks like, and that's what's happening. Like they're literally taking away hundreds of millions of people's ability to get.
I mean, I've read the bill. It does not throw off 100 million people.
It does. It literally does. Like the
country's entire population is about 360 million people. In order to throw 100 million people off Medicaid, you would have to throw most of the people in Medicaid off Medicaid. And that's not what the bill said. I agree with you. It does take away services. Part of the reason for that is because the largest line item in the federal budget is a combination of 3 separate programs: Social Security, disability insurance, and Medicare. That takes about $2.5 or $2.75 trillion out of the U.S. budget every single year. And something in particularly important about Social Security. Social Security has been borrowed from by Republican and Democratic majority Congresses from the early 2000s to now. It took a grand total of about $4 trillion out of the trust fund. Now, they say it's a trust fund, really it's just a line item government electric. Point being, by 2034, it will no longer be a one-to-one payee system. It will be a one-to-two payee system. So instead of me supporting my mom and my brother supporting my dad for Social Security, it'll be me and my brother support my mom and the 2 kids next door support my dad. Because Social Security will, because of the intergovernmental borrowing, go bankrupt. So you have to lift that up. The second largest expense in the federal budget is interest on our debt. And one of the big problems with the best crap sandwich we were going to get, the big beautiful bill, is that it raises both deficits and debt to unhealthy levels. My point in saying all of this is that, and I'll send you the bill if you don't have it, but it doesn't throw 100 million people off. It people off, just not 100 million of them.
Oh shit, my phone. Hold on, wait, do you know the number?
Marshall, what I read as far as Medicaid is that it may kick as many as 11 million people off of Medicaid, but that's only because there is a new requirement in the bill that they have to prove up at least 20 hours a week of either studying or attempting to get a job or vocational retraining. As long as they're able to prove up the 20 hours, at least what the experts say, they're not going to be kicked off. But I heard the number is 10 or 11 million, not hundreds of millions. I don't even think there are hundreds of millions of people on Med.
There are.
You gotta stop watching MSNBC.
That's the number for Medicare. I have to believe that's the number.
There's no 100 million on Medicare. There's no 100 million, hundreds of millions on Medicaid. None of that is occurring. What you stated is patently false.
Are you done?
Apparently you are, because you've just that space.
Are you done?
Brad's a person who works in that space. So when he
That's
tells
right.
So when he tells me something, I can't he's being honest.
Okay, well, tell you what, sir, since apparently, at least you're giving the impression that you know when we don't, how many people are on Medicaid? Give us the number. No, I'd like, before you continue, sir, before you say anything else, because you said our numbers are wrong, give us the number.
I never said your number.
Okay, please continue then.
The number I was asking for was something totally different, my guy. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, stop trying to choose. Stop trying to.
Okay, well, obviously I didn't hear you. What were you asking?
Again, so what are the numbers for you gave me the numbers for the people out on Medicare, and what about Social Security?
I think the people on Social Security are about 50 million. I'm just going by memory, about 50 million.
No, what about the people that's coming off of Social Security?
You mean that are going to be kicked off of Social Security?
Why are we becoming crowdsourced Google? What's going on here? Like, we don't need to be doing research.
Well, it's a legitimate question. My answer is I don't know. Do you?
About 7.5 million.
7.5 million out of 50 million. Okay.
So we're kicking off of good.
No, it's 7.5 million estimated, just depending in 2023. I'd have to look it up. It's about, I'd just give it a round number, 8 to 10 million people are collecting Social Security. So even those numbers are way off.
So the 50 million number is way off?
Yes, all of your numbers have been way off. Like, I don't think you understand this. I don't think you understand how either of them work.
I've only ever said one number, so all of my numbers are off. My one number was off.
Brad, I just checked Google for whatever it's worth. I said 50. Google says 73. I thought it was closer to 50 on Social Security.
I'm sorry, I thought you were asking for a test. I apologize.
We have to realize, Cam, that the greatness of this country is not built on SNAP, Medicare, Medicaid. You know what I mean? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Those programs are not ending. They may get more rules and regulations, might get reduced a little bit, but they're not being eradicated, right?
I just think when we start taking away some of the quality of life benefits for our citizens, that's what's going to end up being a hindrance, because a country is only as good as its citizens, and if everybody in your country wants to leave, then you don't even have a government. You don't have a country, because your government is ruling or governing no one.
Sir, that's a reasonable take. I disagree with it, but it's a reasonable take. As soon as you start taking benefits away from your citizens, you're lowering the quality of life. I can appreciate that. I respectfully disagree with it, but at least that take is reasonable.
So there's a couple of problems here. First, this problem has been existing since the 70s about Social Security. This has been an ongoing problem. The reason you're having your feelings tugged at you right now is because there's a guy in office who's not going to face a third term. And there are some Republicans that are just like, we've wanted this for decades. Decades, I'm telling you. They have wanted to basically overhaul the way the Social Security funds are working. There have been Democrats that wanted to do this. This used to be a bipartisan effort. There used to be pro and Social Security benefits groups, and they weren't delineated on ideological lines. They were delineated on fiscal accountability because there were conservative Democrats back then who realized that this was a problem. Every president, every administration, and every Speaker of the House has pretty much kicked the can down the road, despite promising to fix it on every platform. Now there's a guy in office who's saying, let's fix it, let's get this thing back on track. And is this the right way? We'll have to see. There's a lot of nuanced debate about it. But right now, doing nothing is not there. And let's be honest, there is a shit ton of waste, fraud, and abuse through all of these programs. There is no lackadaisical approach. There is no taking it down. There is like 30 to 40% waste, fraud, and abuse where people can be contributing members. We decried that people that are 50 years and older don't need to be part of society. They should just retire, go on cruises and golf until they have a heart attack and die in their fucking toilet. That was the society thing. This administration is saying, no, I think you can contribute. You can volunteer. You can have a job. You can go and get education. You can seek all these different pathways, and all we're asking for is, 40 hours a month? So now you're crying that able-bodied people can do a variety of things and contribute to the society and the very fabric of America by contributing to their communities. You're now saying that's too much, that's too far. No, like we should be arguing that. There is a lot of seniors out there. There is a lot of people that are 50 years and older that have a wealth of knowledge to teach you and to show you. And the fact that you just think you're going to get your information off of TikTok and, think you're cool or use whatever fucking AI tool of the week is, I'm gonna tell you something. There's a big difference between knowledge and wisdom, and right now you're showing neither. Like, these people need to be contributing to society. They need to be helping us. They need to be guiding us so we don't repeat the history that have been done in the past. And if you don't want to learn from them, fine. Then sit down and shut up. Somebody else will.
Brad, small correction. It's 80 hours a month, 20 hours a week.
builders and makers and innovators. Like, just have to get back to it. That's what, made America what it is. If we want to work. I mean, if you're a real American, I don't understand. Like, I want to work and build stuff and get stuff done. I'm not, isn't that the goal, to have better jobs, better, good paying jobs, having the ability to start your own business? Isn't that the American dream? The American dream is not being on a social safety net. That should not be the goal. I understand that some people fall onto it. It should be there for those, but we should be motivating each other to achieve not low hanging fruit.
That American dream has kind of been like put aside. Right now, America is a country of consumption. It used to be production. Now it's consumption. We consume it online. We take our jobs. We ship them parts of it outside of the country, and then we take those and we buy them back. And then we do something with it. We're consumers. We are yes, thinking out of the box, but it's not necessarily in favor of the country. So after you get 2 or 3 generations into that mindset, it's already off track.
Derek, that's your perspective, but for whatever type of job category that you're in, but the type of business that I'm in, I'm seeing that there are a lot of shakers and makers in this country. They're building construction workers, people building asset companies that really get stuff done. They get overlooked. They're not really represented as they should, right? When we talk about blue collar jobs and blue collar business and small business. And right now, I think that the president is sort of, focus on those type of things, because we just can't take our way out of these problems. We have to actually put hands on the ground, actually build up our nation, upgrade our infrastructure, right?
I absolutely agree with that, Nathan, but that's what it takes, yeah. You're absolutely right. But is it actually for or from or out of the country? Is a MAGA hat still made in China? I mean, I understand the formation of work, of jobs, I'm right now I'm kind of really fucked up because of the great conversations going on. I can't really eloquently present my case.
Let me help you out with this. I think it's called evaluating jobs, right? And I think that's what's happening being talked about. And I think it's a fight between white collar, blue collar. That's always been going on, right? Who should we value? Did we value that white collar job, that secretary who gets paid 6 figures, or should we value that construction worker? Give him 6 figures to actually, and I think that's the real conversation that's happening.
Yeah, but isn't it both? Because
they're fighting over who job is more valuable than what.
They're both valuable.
Last time that you were able to
together
create
create
a collar job and actually generate wealth and have it to be able to pass down was like, I think economists are saying like around 1974, 75. That was the last time where you were able to walk out of high school, go down to, I'm gonna pick an old place, Bethlehem Steel, and work the steel factory and be able to go buy a house in your early 20s, sit down and have money, have the savings, be able to do that. And the economy was stable in that time frame. There was a lot of fuck ups, and it led us to other pathways that had ramifications 20 years later. But basically, that was the last time frame when a blue collar worker was revered. Like, you went down there, you walked in, the foreman shook your hand and said, all right, we'll give you a chance, kid. Here's a broom, sweep up. And you stayed there. You had unions that petitioned and fought for safety measures and things along those lines, with a lot of corruption as well. But they still did some good things. And you lost that somewhere along the way because you pushed for an admin office job. You didn't want to do that. And to be fair, I mean, yeah, it sounds good if you can make 6 figures working as a phone rep at AT&T. I doubt you're going to make that, but it sounds a lot more fun, but it's a boring job. And we told people that build houses, carpenters, electricians, that you weren't needed. And in fact, we pulled journeyman apprenticeships out of high schools and other programs,
there used to be BOCES. All of these things used to exist, and now they're gone. And we're sitting here going, I don't like to pay the high cost of a carpenter to come redo my patio or whatever it is that you have going on, and you're complaining about housing prices. But because of the benefits, because of the white collar push, we sat there and said as a culture, that's not needed anymore. So now you have to pay $500,000 for a shittily made home that's fabricated overnight and no longer have those great constructions, those artists, because that's really what they were. You don't have them. And here's a great thing. Go look at a drywaller in 1950. There are videos of him actually showing you. There's this guy who pulls up all these old journeyman videos. Watch what he does with drywall, just alone, just a drywaller. And look at how it's done today, and you're just going to be amazed. The guy did it with an axe in his hand and basically freaking did an entire frame all by himself and didn't charge like a mortgage payment. Like it was that simple back then, and people were able to thrive. So yeah, keep pushing for benefits, keep pushing more. The government needs to babysit you, teach you how to wipe your ass, and lose your economic freedom and the ability to manifest yourself. That's how an empire falls, is your reliance on the government rather than being able to manifest your own destiny underneath that guidance.
What government falls under those?
Yeah, great points, Brad.
International, Brad. Hey, what government fell under the conditions of needing the government? I'm just curious.
I didn't hear you, sir.
No, Sam, Brad, you said that the last part you said was that that's how governments fall by needing. I mean, that's how countries or whatever fall because the people need the government too much. Which country was that?
That was Rome. That was the Ottoman Empire. That literally was England.
Hold on a second. So you said Rome fell because
So it was
the Roman government?
So it was one of those reasons. In the early part of the Roman Republic, this would be Caesar, Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, Nero, and then Claudius. They had people on what was known as the grain dole. So many people in Rome relied on the grain dole that if they did not have constant shipments from Port Ostia, which was about 50 miles southeast of Rome, the city would go starving. So many people ended up relying on the grain dole program that it ended up creating a larger need for the Roman government to get involved. Instead of, say, getting...
Before you do the whole history lesson, I'm familiar with the grain dole.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's not the primary cause of the fall of Rome. So I'm saying when people say, I've heard people mistakenly say...
I think it's one of those contributing
factors. There's no historian that it couldn't be the contributory factor. Yes, there's multiple reasons, but nobody, historian worth their salt would say that it's the primary or one of the main causes, is what I'm saying.
I have not read either Goldsworthy or Gibbons make that particular argument, although Gibbons does refer to the grain dole.
Yeah, they refer to it because they want to make a case for it in the United States right now. But historically, what I'm saying is...
I meant Gibbons' decline and fall. In his classic addressing of the Roman Empire's fall, he mentions grain doles in part of it. You are right in that if you look at like Goldsworthy or Mary Beard, who's a famous Roman historian, they don't often say reliance on government. They do in their contributory factors, though, usually list increasing public reliance on the grain dole. But to your point, it's usually part of a larger whole.
That's all I'm saying. So yeah, I was just asking if the gentleman knows so I can get, kind of schooled up on it. Is there a government that we know historically where the reliance on government contributed or was a major contributing factor to the downfall?
I mean, you want to look at the Soviet Union as a whole too? I mean, we can take a lot.
Well, that wouldn't be a really look at it because it's a communist government and the whole communist government is predicated on using the government resources. So I'm saying you can't really say that. So I would say something that's closer to a democracy or a republic because a communist government is a completely different program, right? So a democratic government or republic government, whatever you want to call it, where the reliance experience on government contributed to the downfall? Just give me one.
I just did. I gave you a bunch of them, but again, we can just start with the Soviet Union. It's complete reliance on the people to be able to be fed. You had various parts of England under its colonial rule that it's a reliance to be fed. Ireland is a nice prime case in point, which led to a famine, led to a starvation. There really wasn't a famine.
Hold on, Brad. That's like a bill with you, Ken. But I'm saying, well, how would you count Russia in terms of a communist country whose entire design is based on feeding all the people? That's not America's design, right?
Because they didn't develop any economic prosperity within themselves. It was all government relied upon.
So let's put that in the common. No, I'm saying let's put that in the common.
Okay, so question, then you interrupted me to ask another. Like again, I don't care about communism or democracy. Those words we can cast aside. You asked for a government that said, hey, when its people depended on the government for economic resources and viability, I gave you those governments. It doesn't matter if they were communist, doesn't matter if they're democratic. It only meant that, hey, there's an economic addiction in order to survive. That was the Soviet Union. The people were starving. Like, you had it under the Tsars. I mean, again, they were reliant on their government at that time, the Empire of Russia, to basically feed their people, to have grains. Like the grain goal was like another one where people had to be fed in the various regions of the Roman Empire because they wouldn't sustain. They were reliant on everybody else. This is in turn which brought about massive amounts of slavery because those people were like, the government should just help me, feed me, or give me people to work the land so I don't have to do it.
So yeah, what you're saying, there could be a factual basis for it, but to me it's factually sort of disingenuous as an analogy to the United States dependence on government resources, because the United States is a whole different setup. And so if you're talking colonialization, czar, authoritarian rule, kings, monarchies, and all of that, it's a little different when you're making the analogy. My point was that you were making an analogy to the fall of the United States and connecting it incongruently with monarchies or communist countries. So I'm saying that.
What about the transformation in the late Republic? I'm thinking particularly Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus and their land reform idea. And it seemed to me.
So basically, I'm just saying you guys are reaching to make an analogy. Basically, it's almost like an analogy. People stretch that analogy to try to demonize.
CO. Rather than asking questions, and you've asked them more than once, why don't you just make your point? Just make your point.
What I was asking was, do you think there's any comparability to late Republic Rome and Republic America? The reason I'm asking, Pope Zama in 212 with the Punic Wars, Rome gets the Aegean League, and they get into their empire pants. And it seems to me that one of the characteristics of the late Republic and its dysfunction was empire eating up Republic in a parasitic fashion. Since you seem fairly learned about Rome, it's why I'm being specific, do you think there are any comparisons to late Republican Rome trying to deal with the fact that it's becoming an empire with America's Republic? If so, why? If not, why?
I think it's a good question, Marshall, without getting too poetic about our Roman history, bravado game, because we all, took a class or two. More so, the Rome was just overextended. They're trying to colonize the whole goddamn world. They had political instability, changing of times, and a lot of different things were happening. They're trying to invade everybody. So they just had too much. They bit off more than they could chew. So if you want to make an analogy, if we're trying to bomb Beijing, defend the war in Ukraine, bomb Iran, and deal with police the whole world, and tariffs here and there, do individual taxes on every country, I think the analogy more so would be we're spread too thin and have a lot of dysfunction in each one of the government departments. I just wanted to add this, and I, see it back to you guys. When you guys are talking about Constitution, to me, the Constitution is for what it was worth. We're having all this conversation set up a framework for government, right? As you all know, and to identify who has the powers for that framework, with the goal being the rights of the people. So I just wish all of this pro-American talk would be pro-Constitution, which is the framework for our United States. So we can argue whether it should be this much for Social Security, whether we should use this healthcare system, or so forth and so on. Those are supposed to be the beautiful parts of government. Where I think we should concentrate some conversation at least is the imbalance of powers, where the executive and the legislative branch and the people's houses should be all equally represented. A tax on those and on habeas corpus, the rights of the people. If we're talking pro-American, our government is not about, well, Joe Biden killed America, or Donald Trump did it. No, our government framework is supposed to withstand whichever president, idiotic or ignorant or not, does it. Because the government of the United States is never about the president. It's supposed to be about the country. So when we're sitting here talking about, did Jimmy Carter destroy it or is it Trump that destroyed it? No, the fact that we're talking about a president destroyed America is the problem, because the Constitution is built to withstand the ignorance of people making a bad decision so that we can recover from that decision. I'll land there, but I just wish we could send it.
Do you remember what Lincoln said about bad presidents?
I don't. Please remind. Please remind me, Marshall.
Marshall, did you drop out? Marshall, you do not have a black ring around your profile, so you might have dropped out.
Yeah, but I would love to hear it. So until Marshall jumps back in, I just wanted to land at the point that, no, Biden didn't destroy America. Human beings, even with the economy, everybody, well, is the government going to do this? When do we start measuring the governmental success of the executive office by what the stock market does, right? When are we measuring who we are as Americans by how many people we kick out of the country? You know what I'm saying? What about, American ingenuity contributes to the rise and fall of business. You know what I'm saying?
CO, I have a question for you.
Sure, go ahead, man.
Do you think, serious question, do you think America is the greatest country in the world, and if not, which one is?
Well, the answer to that question is America the greatest country in the world?
Or if not, which one is?
That's a real good question, Steve. I think.
Well, that's why I asked it, baby.
Well, goddamn it, go you something. Hey, listen, I
like you.
I think America is a great country, and I know a lot of people get into the emotional side of different countries that might have different things. Until you live in another country, you really don't understand. But I think that's a very good question, man. America, put it this way. America is as good at its ability to maintain the framework and stay moving towards its North Star. So that's why I think we're getting lost. Not based on cycles and presidents, but rather American people focusing on maintaining the integrity of the framework, which is making sure. So we're in an unprecedented time, if you guys want to talk monarchies and czars, where the president doesn't have any responsibility for anything he does to the country. That's never happened. I don't think George Washington or Thomas Jefferson or Lincoln would have signed off on that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Where the Supreme Court says, do whatever the hell you want to, you're not responsible for anything. So I think there's certain things that are unprecedented in this current era that, again, for me, pro-American, is the Constitution is the basis for which we exist as government. If we're not maintaining the Constitution, which includes amendments, right, then we're going left. The people are always going to change. So people are like, well, the level of poverty. Nah, man, there was a whole lot of poverty in England. There's a whole lot of poverty in all these European countries. There's a whole lot of poverty in Asia, a whole lot of poverty in Africa. So the poverty thing ain't really the issue, right? America promised to get an equal day in court if something happens and there's a discrepancy. So I think the way that we're approaching America, we're starting to argue about the wrong shit. If there was any discussion of what's tanking America, it's that its people have lost their freaking way.
Isaac, I'm sorry, man. I want to listen to you, but your mic is garbage.
Yeah, I think your mic is garbage.
I think we upset Isaac.
Well,
I mean, there wasn't anything personal, right? You know, it's just
yeah,
like,
no, there's nothing personal. The modulation was garbage. We're at the, hang on, let me do a reset. We're at the bottom of the hour. JB is on a business call, hopefully making gazillions of dollars. The topic is ICE the start of America's downfall? If you got a pink ticket, cash it in. We're popcorn style, and per JB, one mic policy.
So I think CEO brought up.
You just said exactly what makes you an anti-Semite. The interests of the Jews. That's what makes your position anti-Semitic, right? Because whatever Jews are in positions of power or influence or things like that, nobody's doing that for the interests of the Jews, you moron.
No, you're insinuating that my criticism of something is because I think it's an...
You cannot criticize the Jews as one group, Diego. You cannot criticize the Jews as one people. I was born a Jew, all right? That's it. How the fuck can you criticize me? Based on what except your retardedness and your, like, ignorance? Like, the fact that you say I would criticize the Jews, it kind of shows that you're a fucking idiot.
Okay,
so
but
I ask you, don't be an idiot.
Actually, Caleb has got a good point. I mean, you are pro-individuals, right? So why you are able to understand economics and philosophy and whatever through the lens of individualism, do you insist to just put a whole group of people, however millions of them they are in the world, under the exact umbrella?
Okay, agreed.
You wouldn't like as a Catholic be put under the same umbrella that some priests are pedophiles, right? And you wouldn't want to say for people to assume that all of us who are Catholic are pedophiles. Why? Because that would be very stupid.
Okay, so then Daniel is not a Jew, he's just an Israeli.
No, I'm a Jew. It's like me saying, I want to criticize the Diegos of the world, okay? It's as stupid as this, okay? You are born a Diego. It doesn't mean that all Diegos are as idiots as you. You understand? Me and Caleb were born different places, we are different people, and all Jews are different. So what the fuck is wrong with you?
Diego, I think you should start advocating.
So when people were protesting the Vietnam War, did they hate the Vietnamese? Was that because they hated the Vietnamese?
What do you mean by that? Can you elaborate?
So people that were anti-war, that were protesting against the war, that they wanted it to stop, did they hate one side of Vietnam?
What's the connection of the topic right now? I'm not sure.
The grouping of people, I guess, but I don't understand.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying there.
No, listen, you group of people based on if people have the same education or coming from the same place, yes, you can group them together in a way. But people that are Jews, or like black people that are everywhere, each one has their own education or their own upbringing. You cannot bring them together. I can say something about Israelis, okay? For example, because we have something similar. We have education system, yada, yada, yada.
Honey, you're very loud right now.
Yeah.
Diego, do you advocate for DEI against Jewish control?
Oh, the point I was getting at was basically, there are people, there's plenty of people that are protesting what's going on in Gaza because they hate the Jews. And there's a lot of people that are protesting because they don't like what's going on, period.
Well, if they really didn't like what's going on, if you have like empathy only for one group of people and zero empathy for the other group, then it's not really about empathy. Because if you are calling, I will explain. Because they're not saying peace, or they're not saying like the only thing that will actually end the war, which is like release the fucking hostages, right? They're not going to say Hamas surrender. They're saying no. They want Israel to basically stop the fire, give up the hostages, and let Hamas do this again and again and again. So tell me, how is this peaceful or humane or empathetic or any of this?
Hamas to do it again and again and again would
to use your brain. Like, what does it actually mean, the
Yes, but
ceasefire?
what he's
It
saying
means
is
that
that-
Luke, the people that are campaigning against the quote-unquote genocide in Gaza are ill and many times mal-informed about what is going on in Gaza. Like, they're concerned about the people that have joined in with the anti-Semites that want the Jews destroyed, and they just like agree with their propaganda. Hey, well, you know, so many people agree with them. I guess propaganda is a path to truth. Like, that's your questioning to us, Lou. Why don't you go fucking investigate what is actually going on there and tell me whether or not it's a systematic destruction of the Gazans?
The point I'm making is that, hold on, do you not hear me speaking, dude? The point I'm making is that those people may they be ignorant or retarded, what, it doesn't matter. Then they're not anti-Semitic if that's the framework that they're operating.
Yeah, they're just useful idiots for anti-Semitism. They are idiots.
Fair enough. I think what's happened is a lot of people have experienced being called anti-Semitic for that position, whether or not they're ignorant, doesn't matter.
Because the operators are anti-Semitic and they are useful idiots for the anti-Semitic. So if you are going and you are chanting like Nazi slogans without knowing that you are saying Nazi slogans because the person that is operating you or that is giving you all this disinformation is a Nazi, then yes, you are useful idiots for Nazis at the end. You are screaming anti-Semitic
that there are people who don't hate Jews that have been called Jew haters, and this is why I think it leads to people who are like Diego.
Anti-Semitism is not
regardless.
No, anti-Semitism is not hating Jews. Anti-Semitism is not hating Jews. It's a many things. One of the things, for example, is setting a different standard for Israel or for Jews than you give any other person in existence. And when you spread lies about them. So it's not about I hate Jews. Many of them say, oh, I love Jews. They're idiots and they are being operated, they are being manipulated, and they are not smart enough to call it out.
Can I ask a question?
And I guess
Anti-Semitism, I agree with you, it's not about hating Jews. Like, anybody can hate Jews, but it's when you actually treat Jews differently just because they are Jews. That is anti-Semitic. You apply different standards.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. I'm done.
No, it's not a question actually from the executive. You mentioned Gaza, and this is a genuine question because, the debate, related similar, kind of territories with India and Pakistan. The debate from India is Muslims get treated really well in India, yet they somehow stupidly support Pakistan in these fights. My friends have told me, and I don't know if this is true, but they said, Arabic or Palestinian people are actually given great benefits in Israel and actually are treated well overall as citizens, and yet they still want to shit on or piss on the country that is giving them all this stuff just because they want their rate. Is this accurate or am I misunderstood?
Not exactly.
Okay. So are they treated as second-class citizens, or they're treated as like?
In Israel, all citizens of Israel have equal rights.
Right, so there's not like discrimination against them as a
There's no apartheid that they're claiming.
Wait a second. It's a complex society, right? All Israeli citizens have equal rights. And it's a society that still has racism. Right? Like America, everyone has equal rights, and there's still racism.
But are Palestinian citizens of Israel?
No Palestinians, Arabs. Arabs, Israelis. Palestinian is a national identity. They are in the elections in the West Bank in Gaza. They are not Israeli citizens, so they don't have the same rights as Israeli because they are not Israeli.
But hold on, I think one of the
is that a Palestinian identity is an objection to the claim of any Israeli citizenship.
That's the thing, King. So Palestinian, think of Palestinian almost as a different nationality. So if you're Palestinian, you're not Israeli. Now there are a lot of Muslim Arabs in Israel, and those Muslim Arabs, or Arab Muslims, they have access to exactly the same education. They can run for office. They have the passport.
Any position.
And everything that
they could be prime minister, they could be president, they could be a supreme judge, they could be
anything. Come on, just the last thing.
mandated to join the IDF. They have to do mandatory military service. Now, the Muslims, Arabs, they don't have to unless they want to. It's voluntary for them. Because Israel is very mindful that this goes, let's say, against an ideology that they might hold, and that would go against their own principles. So they don't force them to join the IDF.
Or they can go to the Temple Mount, which Jews are not allowed to, even though.
And I bring this question up only because, I understand that Palestinians are kind of separate, but the problem I find is that there's a group of Arabs that it sounds like in Israel that are very supportive of Israel as a country, just like Muslims in India are. But there's also a whole bunch of them that enjoy the benefit, reap the benefits, just like.
Some of those people are even in our parliament that are basically, even though they're in the Israeli parliament, they are advocating for the Palestinians, like Ayman Uda and like others. Like there are Arabs in Arab parties in the Israeli parliament that are basically very much anti-Zionist, but this is democracy. You will not find this.
There are Jewish parties that are anti-Zionist.
Yeah, but we're not talking about that right now. We're talking about the Arabs and the Palestinians and if they are against Israel or not. And what I'm saying is that they can be elected with an Arab party to the Israeli parliament and yet be against Israel.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But not everybody who gets elected has to be a patriot, right?
True. Right. No, it's not about being a patriot. It's about it's not about being a patriot. It's about being a parliament member, an Israeli parliament member, and saying after 7th of October, Gaza won and Gaza will win again. That is not being a patriot. That is being a traitor. But yet you are allowed to do this because it's a democracy. And those religious people, I don't know any religious, like Jewish religious, that is in the parliament that is advocating against Israel. Yes, they are not Zionists, but they are not like advocating for the destruction of Israel or for like the creation of Palestinian state instead of it.
Well, that's true, but there's still, that's true.
And then, Naveen, are you back?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and then you have the Palestinians, for example, that are in the West Bank. And the West Bank is a complex area because it's a place that has, zone A, B, C. One zone is it's zones and they are not like clearly divided. They're all mixed with each other, right? And so I don't know if you can explain, Daniel, what is zone A, zone B, zone C, but one zone, the zones of one are controlled by Israelis, the other zones are controlled by the Palestinian Authority, and the other zones, I don't know what it is, but yeah, the Palestinians there, even if they're mixed with the Israelis, they don't just get to have an Israeli passport or be called Israelis, right? So they're not the responsibility of Israel. They actually, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the Palestinians have actually a Jordanian passport, is it? Or something like that? Jordan is correcting them? But how is it for the West Bank? Can you explain? Oh, he left, but can you explain so I can...
Zone A is controlled by the Palestinian Authority. No Jew or Israeli is allowed there, mostly because of security reasons, because they will be slaughtered. Zone B is administered like civil by the Palestinian autonomy or authority, whatever you want to call them, and it's controlled militarily or like defense-wise by Israel. And Zone C is both civil governance and security governance by Israel. So it's like B is the one that is like half-half, A is fully Palestinian, C is fully Israeli. And it's all like basically everything. You can basically kind of mark the entire area with C, and then do like islands inside of it that are B, and inside of that there are islands that are C. So it's kind of like very complex, and it's why you have a lot of checkpoints. In order for you to go from one zone A to another zone A, you need to go via zone B or via zone C. And this is why they have to go through checkpoints. And this is what you hear a lot about those checkpoints.
So the B is Palestinian government, but Israeli military.
Israeli security.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
very specific definition legally, but it's being used haphazardly.
No, not even legally. Not even legally, right? It's just, it's so old and it's so baked into like the culture of the West and the history of the West that like these useful idiots, they don't even understand when they're using historic anti-Semitic language. They don't even understand. Like,
Yes.
so.
I think they're innovating.
Yeah, exactly. They think they've like finally found the light of things. They just don't.
Like, oh my God, does anyone realize these people killed God?
But basically the same thing over and over again. Like for example, calling us now bloodthirsty. It's the same trope of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's always like, and right now with the genocide claim, it's always the same story over. Jews control the world, Jews control the media. It is all this time. It's just amazing that it's in the information age, people are way more misinformed than before information age.
Yeah, you have to own it, Daniel. You just have to tell them, yes, we are better. What's the issue?
You know what, to be honest, the more I'm in this topic, and you know, in the last 2 years that I've been in Clubhouse, I can honestly say, yes, we are better. We are honest, we take accountability when we are wrong, we take responsibility, we can disagree and have debates, we are not a monolith. Yes, so I guess we are better, and I guess it covers it.
But I think that's a little bit the core of the issue, Daniel. I think, of course there are jokes. I joke quite a lot, but I think.
How are they not proving their inferiority to the Jews with them believing in these crazy, ridiculous propaganda? Only one of them could research.
But I think I never thought about we are better. You know, I never thought that we are better than others until the last. I never thought that Jews are better than anyone. I thought it was like a stupid thing. And in the last 2 years, what I see in the world, that basically it's us against the world. And yes, we are on the right side. We are on the humane side. We are on the moral side. We are on the just side. And we are on the legal side. So I guess, yes, we are better than them. And the people that are anti-Zionist are dumb. And the people that are pro-Palestine or free Palestine are immoral. What can I say?
Like simple, basic measures of intelligence. They're fucking idiots. The opposition to the Jews are morons. Like, we don't want to be superior, but they are making themselves inferior to us.
Thank God that our enemies are so stupid. Imagine if our enemies would be smart.
Yeah.
We would be fucked.
If they were smart, they wouldn't be your fucking enemies.
That's it. Do you know what is comparable to like the black people when they say that there is white supremacy? And it's like, yeah, well, they are accepting an inferior position to the white people when they claim that there is white supremacy. It's exactly the same thing.
Yeah, but they use historical basis for that argument. Is that they used to be slaves, so it's not that weird that they therefore.
Oh yeah,
Jews were also slaves.
everywhere around the world. It was not just a black thing, and there were also a lot of black, and there were also a lot of black, and there were also a lot of black people that owned slaves. So it was not.
Of course, yes, I agree there as well, Isa. But I'm saying that they are wrong. Of course,
Well,
they
I
are
don't
wrong.
care, but in this day and age, I mean, if you're claiming that there's white supremacy, it's because you are choosing yourself to feel inferior to the whites.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But I think again, like you can criticize a person for their actions, but I think when you're generalizing too broadly, it kind of negates the point, right?
Yeah, well, but the funny thing here is that it's not the whites claiming superiority to the blacks. It's the blacks saying actually that they are in an inferior position than the whites. It's not the Jews claiming control or claiming a superiority. It's all the other people placing the Jews in a higher
category.
Because when you are a victim, you don't need to take responsibility and accountability for your action and for your basically misfortunate. You can always blame others. It's also the Palestinian narrative of always being the victim. So you want to be victims? Stay victims, guys. Like, you know, I would go travel the world, have a good job, you know, succeed in life. When you bring them a second Nakba and a third Nakba and a fourth Nakba, because you rather be victims. And many in the West that are aligning with this, radical, violent, free Palestine movement, it's because they're like, it's for the same reasons, like ritual signaling of, well, we are with the oppressed because we are so white and fortunate, so we need to be with the less fortunate. It's so stupid and it's so odd.
Keep being oppressed instead of doing something
Yeah,
for
exactly.
you. Just keep crying.
But Daniel, let me ask you, because you are usually a very prominent member of the community, and you say what you think very loudly and proudly. So would you agree in certain instances? Again, it's just a broad example. I don't have any specifics. But when you are in a position where people literally want to kill you, which the neighbors do, right? Almost all countries around Israel, they don't want Israel to be there. Of course, you would have a heightened sensitivity to criticism or what could be perceived as an attack on the country.
No, I don't have any problem with criticism. Not only this, I will tell you even more.
Yeah.
There is no people that criticize Israel more than Israelis, okay?
Well, I guess
what I hear in the last 2 years is not criticism.
No.
When people chant death to the IDF, that's not criticism of the Israeli government. Everything, none of this is criticism, okay? It's all either like lies, blood libel, all like genocidal chants. Criticizing, we do it best because, you know why? Because we want to be better. We don't want to say, we didn't make a mistake. No, we want to say, there was a mistake. Let's understand why there was a mistake so it doesn't happen again.
What would be like
For example, rapes in the IDF, okay? If there's a rape in the IDF, okay, we would not cover it up. We, as Israelis, want to expose it. Why? So we make sure that this will not happen. Exactly. And this is a different mindset to them because for them, and I say them as a general board, they would never admit any wrongdoing, any mistake, anything, nothing. Because they think that if they don't say it, it doesn't happen. And you know, someone told me, like, look at how many rape cases are in Israel compared to, like, I don't know, Egypt or like Gaza. Yes, because they don't report it. Because it doesn't exist, we actually report it in the media, with in courts, that you can go and make a complaint without being accused yourself. The rape. This is an open society that wants to be better, that wants to improve, that has accountability, transparency.
Sound like a bunch of punks pushing around.
Like what? Punks?
Punks.
Oh, wait, so Daniel, what about that guy you was bragging about? I just came in, but that guy was bragging about raping all those Palestinians. Where is it?
I don't know what grape is. If it's saying rape, we are not the same world. And you know, look, listen, the amount of shit that we hear from people, like constantly 24/7. So he cannot please them and say that I rape people. Like literally, like anyone should use their like little brains that they have and think that if someone rapes someone, would he go on TikTok and say, yeah, I raped like kids? No, it's bullshit. It's cheesy. It doesn't happen.
Guy, really? Oh my God.
Are you okay? Did you just come? Did you get raped and you came?
Wait.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
You just saying it's lying.
Are you okay? Are you first of all,
Musanda is is disabled. He's retarded.
Of course.
He's a disabled person because he's African and he hates the Jews, so
Isa, we have ears. We have ears. We can hear that he's retarded. The fact that he shut up. We hear how he shut up for a second, idiot. Shut up. He asked me a question and we got an answer. Musada, shut the fuck up. First of all, Isa, yes, we hear that he's a retard because he asked me a question and he got an answer which actually makes 100% sense. But for his mind, he's because I tell you what, most of this is projection. Their society is like, yeah, let's go rape people and let's make fun of it because it's okay because they know that nothing will happen to them. So, mister, in Israel, if you rape someone, you fucking go to jail. And if you fucking admit it, you fucking go to jail. So put it in your little Indian head and repeat it. This is Israel.
No,
I don't know what the fuck he is.
Is the guy in jail at least? That's what I'm saying. That's all I was asking.
That's material.
Who should be in jail? Who is in jail? The guy that said something on TikTok? No.
Look, obviously it's not okay, but I'm just saying.
It's not correcting. There's no confusion on raping. You can say you're rape. Rape.
God, man, this is crazy.
It's crazy. It's crazy with the grapes.
Yes.
And you walk right.
Yeah, I hang out with Anderson, but you defending this thing what you say.
You are right. I'm not defending you, fucking retard. Listen, retard. Go fucking open that book. Try to, like, if you have a question, when you listen, try to, like, bring your both, like, try to bring both your brain cells when you listen, okay?
Honey, you're gonna.
I'm like, those retards. Like this fucking, I don't know what shithole he comes from. Where probably rape is like, hey, let's go rape some people. Because we know who's the rapist in the West, you know? So just stay in your shithole and don't come and rape people in the West. Etc.
Fine, man.
Okay.
I would expect you to say it was wrong what he did. I expected you to know almost
You expect
You're losing it.
because he's a retard.
Yes.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck what you cockroach expected. I don't care. I don't give a fuck what this cockroach wants and expects. You ask a question, you don't. The fact that you listen, cockroach, listen. Hold on. I want to say something to the cockroach. Listen, cockroach. If you ask a question, but you expect a specific answer, and when you don't give it, when you don't get it, you're left like a 3-year-old idiot, then, to be honest, why am I even engaging with you?
Daniel, read the chat.
I'm fine, man. I'm a cockroach, but I just said I expected you to say it was wrong what he did. I didn't expect you to be on defense mode. That's all I'm saying. I didn't expect that, you know.
Did something do someone grape you? This is why you are like trying to make it so. This is why you're trying to normalize. I'm trying to understand why do you try to normalize grapes? Because this is something that happens to you. This is something that happens in your family.
Arrest Harvey Weinstein prior to all of those years.
Let's go back to the conversation. We had like actually an intelligent conversation. Try to keep up. Let's go. Okay, let's go back to the conversation because this cockroach is like is getting on my mind.
Guess what? He's almost best friends with Rambleson.
Where's Rambleson?
Rambleson. Hey.
I don't know.
Who is giving him no, don't give him a mod. Don't.
Oh no. Okay, we actually had like a normal conversation until this grape came.
No, it's fine. You don't have to give me more, man. I wasn't fighting, my guys. I just want to know why didn't you attack Harvey Weinstein before? Why did it take all those people to expose him, and then that's when he got
You
it?
said
That's all I
Weinstein or Epstein?
What?
Now we got Harvey Weinstein, the one with
Why did Israel attack the Hollywood rapist?
I don't give a fuck about him.
Epstein?
What about it? Like, let's talk about it. Hold on, what about Bill Cosby?
Yeah, yes, they
No, I want no. Let's talk about Bill Cosby.
What about this?
Yeah, let's talk about Billy.
Yeah, but guys, none of them are African. They're African Americans.
I didn't say. I don't give a fuck. I think that basically anyone that is a rapist, regardless of their skin tone, should go to jail. Harvey Weinstein, Bill Cosby.
What it is to repeat.
He would probably be raped himself in jail if he's so sexy. Would you like to know it like a... No. If he's sexy, then he would probably
person that I will have empathy for is a rapist.
Yeah.
And if shit happens. What can I do? You know, you don't want to be raped in jail. Don't rape.
What's the name of this guy? The Iranian. Have you guys seen any of the Iranians back in the app?
No,
they're all no. It's just that they haven't had. Well, I understood that they were taking away their internet access, but I haven't. I haven't. Like Camille, for example. Let me see, Camille, if it comes.
Even the internet down was like for I think like almost 72 hours, not more than that.
Well, I don't know, but I haven't seen Camille and some of the other guys. And I'm wondering if they're okay. No, I don't care about Soren. Soren disappeared long before this. But Camille and A, they were in Tehran during the bombings. And I haven't seen them. And I'm just wondering, I hope that they're okay. They probably are okay, but...
We don't know. I know that I don't know. Anyone could be suspected as being, I don't know, a spy or whatever, especially if it's operating afterwards.
Yeah, but these guys were good guys, I think. They were very critical of IRGC.
In Iran? No.
Yeah.
Well, that is a dangerous thing. To criticize the IRGC from Iran on social media. If you're not careful, with VPNs and whatnot.
Anyway, I was just wondering if you guys have seen the Iranian guys, because I haven't.
I mean, they could be afraid, because they went into the IRGC come out after they understood how much the Mossad was infiltrated. I think they got very, very paranoid into basically accusing anyone for anything. Could be. I have no idea who those guys are.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just an easy excuse to round up people and accuse them of shit.
Yeah, and most of the people would be okay with this. It's like, every time those Palestinians kill someone, then they would say, it was an IDF. It doesn't matter if it's like a 3-year-old kid or a 90-year-old grandma. It was IDF, and it was okay, so that's fine.
Yeah, same thing.
Like today, for example, today two Palestinians murdered a guy outside of a supermarket, and they said he was an IDF soldier. And he wasn't. It was just like a security guard.
Where?
In Israel today, two Palestinians went into and stabbed the security guard, took his gun and shot him point blank. And they were and then there was a soldier nearby that heard the gunshot, and then they killed them. But no one condemns it. They would say no, for them and any Israeli or Jew is a legitimate target. Either it's IDF or they call us settlers.
Since it's a mandatory military service, they assume everyone is a fighter and everyone is on duty.
Yeah, but even if, listen, I saw a demonstration, I think, somewhere in the United States on 8th of October, and basically there was a guy there praising, there was a demonstration, they were praising Hamas and saying that all those people that were abducted or killed were all settlers and colonials and deserve to die, even the babies and the kids. So it's not really that it's about IDF. It's basically, let's be honest, it's okay to kill Jews. It doesn't matter what's the reason, if it's now it's occupation.
They're being taught, we've seen, I don't know, I don't remember because it was a long time ago, but the first time that you guys shared with me the documentary that speaks about the children being indoctrinated through the TV shows, which I found to be very, very impressive. That's what TV shows is showing. It's they teach math to the children.
I'm talking about the West. Isa, I'm talking about the West.
Okay. Yeah.
This is happening in the United States. Open fake. I will show you the clip of on 8th of October, few demonstrations in New York, and I think maybe it was Washington. people like basically saying we are proud of Hamas, and all those people that were targeted were all settlers and deserve to die. Just because they are Jews, basically.
Like white people, right? Like probably Muslim.
No,
Actually, black people.
blacks?
I can give you his name even. I have his name. And there's also it's not a Muslim name. Richard or
What dogger did he have in the fight? Oh god.
hate and ignorance. Listen, people are being like I see people that are they ask them, for example, where do gays have rights? And they say no, in Israel they would they should go to Palestine, they would have rights. Yeah, people are so stupid. They say I didn't know about Israel. All I heard about Israel was only bad things.
Right.
And we're talking about people that are 26 years old. Those are it's really a lost generation that they are so misinformed in this day and age. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Oh, Daniel, think about, yes, I think it's sad, but think about Israel in the last 30 years. Think about Israel in the last 30 years versus Israel of the previous 30 years. From that, right? There's, what people are consuming, just what the news is about Israel is very different, right? Post-67 to Oslo, totally different story than... Right, just the thing that changed, right? I see it in the kids I teach, right?
What changed in the last 30 years? It was the internet, not anything else.
Well, yeah. I think it's all. I think you can put it on all kinds of things, right? I was gonna say somebody said we're in the information. I think you said it before. We're in the information age.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think we're in the attention age. You should read. Ezra Klein wrote a whole book about the attention economy, and that's all we have now. We don't have the information age should have led to better education, but it didn't. It led to us being monopolized for our.
Tell me the author's name again, please. It sounds very interesting.
Ezra Klein.
Okay, thank you. That's a great point. It's like, yeah, it's not
a New York Times podcast.
Well, this is, by the way, I'll tell you guys, I asked the other day, Israel wasn't the topic at the moment, so nobody bit when I asked. But my question is, I've seen you guys engage in debates on Clubhouse. My question is, do you engage in debates about Israel on other social media platforms? And the reason I ask is because I want to tell you, I make a lot of videos, not a lot, but I make videos on TikTok, and I'll make these videos that I think are so reasonable, 4 minutes, I'm making very reasonable points, very, very good argument, and then I'm not exaggerating, every single comment is a detractor, is negative, is insulting, is hateful. And so when you talk about the attention age, it's almost like it's like Idiocracy, Caleb. Did you see that, Caleb? Idiocracy?
Yeah, I saw it.
That's a great movie.
Look at the chat. I put the link in the chat about this demonstration on October. It's mine.
There was a genocide on the 8th of October, didn't you know that?
A lot of people celebrating.
Well, that happened too.
No, not celebrating, glorifying Hamas and the slaughter of Jews and the...
I remember that, Daniel, I remember that when it happened. I remember it on October 8th watching that video. But my
putting it against what we remember.
It's nice, Caleb, to hear, and it's helping me understand, because it's almost like I feel like it's a waste of time to make my pro-Israel videos and to do my pro-Israel posts and to waste time with you fucking assholes. Excuse me, I'm just joking, but it actually doesn't seem like it is.
You say asshole like it's a bad thing.
Right. But
only if I got it.
I laughed.
Okay.
You're all gay if you laugh.
Very good. No, but maybe then, Caleb,
it's not a waste of time to do the Hasbara and to do the social media activism, because if we're fighting a war for attention, then basically the only reason we're losing is because more people have seen more TikTok videos of Palestinian, you know.
And Zach, it's always going to be that way. It's always going to be that way, because even if you collect together all of the Jewish advocates or Israel advocates or whatever, you're still not going to compete with the just bloody mass.
Right, there's millions.
Of people
It's like this.
out there.
It's like
just the numbers will not equal.
It's like this guy that asked me before about the grapes, okay? And when he got an answer, he started laughing, okay? Because he's already like his mind is set. He's already brainwashed. So there is no. We don't need to justify anything, and I don't think we need to be in a position of justifying. This anti-Semitism is not a problem of Jews; it's a problem of society. Yes, we are the ones that are suffering, but it's not ours to.
I read a great piece the other day that actually said, and there's sort of a critique of the left, of the Jewish left, that they bought into the anti-Semitic propaganda that a lot of Western Jews with modernity bought into. Right? It's not that something we did. Somebody created this for us, and we bought it. It's a very interesting piece. See if I can find it and share it with you guys.
It's disturbing how many conversations, I mean, there's different levels of people that you think you know, but I have had several conversations with people in the real world who I have known for years, who all of a sudden are saying, I mean, you guys were saying this 25 minutes ago when I was in the gym, but like Daniel said the word bloodthirsty just when I wanted to say the word bloodthirsty, because, and they say, you know, I'm not against Jews, I'm against Zionists, but didn't the Jews do the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia? And it's like, oh, so it's literally identical to Hitler's argument. Like, you just coincidentally happen to agree, point for point, with the man.
You know, he makes some good points.
I don't know, it's just like, damn, I didn't know that it was that deep.
There, I found that piece. You can put it in the chat. It's really, really good.
Well, that's why, like, anti-Semitism doesn't actually ever go away. And it has to do with, like, propaganda and information and misinformation. Information is always subject to misinformation. That's, like, what makes it information. The delineation between it and the stuff we don't want to focus on. Which means that whenever someone is motivated, there's always material that was previously classified as information available for them involving the destruction and villainy of the Jews. Like, how could you ever prevent from happening without, like, a massive destruction of all cultural record, which no one is ever in favor of? No, there will always be new bouts of anti-Semitism. And yes, this was already addressed 150 years ago by Herzl when he said what happened to Dreyfus. And guess what happened? We made a state to solve that problem.
Well, it didn't solve the hate problem.
Yeah, we never.
It might solve.
That's the thing. It was never under the conception that the state of Israel would prevent the rest of the world from still thinking that we were pieces of shit. We anticipate that that's going to continue to happen over and over and over again with, like, more elaborate arguments that are just rehashed versions of the same. We know that's going to happen. The point of the separate state is because then we always have someplace to go where we have sovereignty, and we know that we disagree with you all together because you're all psychopaths.
What if we had a thing, Daniel? What if we had graffiti that was like, here's how crazy radicalized that become. Kahana was right and Leibovich was right. What if they were both right?
Yes, I was just like.
I don't know his move.
Do you know Leibovich?
No.
Leibovich was a philosopher in the mid-20th century who argued that now that Jews have a state, the risk is becoming, corrupt and authoritarian, and like he wasn't an anti-Zionist, but he was very critical of like
the newfound power that Jews had and what that would do to our internal
Yeshayahu Leibovitz?
Yeshayahu Leibovitz.
So you're saying that he had sort of like a post state established policy of self-restriction of power or utilization of power, that kind of a thing?
Yeah, he said the Israeli state is going to end up oppressing Palestinians. It's going to happen. Right? And he wasn't an anti-Zionist in that way. He was just trying to
they're an animalistic race of barbarians who want or hell-bent on our destruction. Both can be true.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, there's an ironic place that I'm at these days, which is Kahana was right and Leibovitz.
That's a challenge, by the way.
Shut up. He didn't unpack Leibovich's position. So what did Leibovich think that Israel should do? Just like acknowledge that we're going to oppress the Palestinians and thus not?
Just what he unpacked it.
Be a regular Western democracy.
That is what still being called
sort of
monsters.
Well, agree. Isn't it ironic because Kahana and Leibovich are opposed, right?
Yeah, so that doesn't, like what you're saying doesn't work. Like we try, what you're saying is Leibovich was right, even though his strategy has clearly brought us to exactly the thing he was trying to prevent occurring. So thus he proves himself wrong.
What I'm hearing.
And instead, Kahana, who was never actually tried.
Right, because, well, yeah, he was murdered.
Which is why many people continue to say Kahana was right because no one ever actually tried it.
Well, but what I'm hearing is
right, so what Leibovich said was the following, right? He argued against occupation, right? He argued against. He was a religious person. He was a rabbi, but he argued against.
You're saying he wanted to withdraw from the West Bank and Gaza territories?
Yeah, post 67, he argued.
He wanted to go back to the 48 borders where they could fire a bullet across the state of Israel?
Yes, because he argued that continued control over those territories would lead to a moral degradation of the Israeli society.
That's a fair argument.
Which in some ways, he was right.
Oh, he's totally right. No. Jordan and Egypt abandoned those territories as a poison pill for Israel. And, I'm aware of it. Israel swallowed it. I would have opposed it for different, more religious reasons, but
He was totally an anti-Messianist, right? He wasn't a Messianist. He really argued for a very strict separation of church and state, that the more that religion gets entrenched in Israel, that's going to be bad for Israelis, bad for Arabs. Right? All of these things, and it turned out he was right about a lot of that stuff. And Kahana was also right to the extent of the way that he described Arab mindset and Arab culture, right? Not that I'm generalizing too much in this way, right? But there is something built in. There's something built in there about Jews.
Yeah.
Leibovich was right. Kahana was right.
They both had excellent points to offer, as usual.
Well, what I'm hearing, tell me if this is an oversimplification, but what I'm hearing is evil exists, and so does Yetzer Hara. They both exist.
I'm not sure about evil, but the Yetzer Hara definitely exists.
Well, I just mean evil exists.
But explain it a lot to the Gentiles.
No, I just mean the evil exists in others, and the will to do evil, the impulse to accidentally slide into evil through lack of vigilance exists in our own selves as well. So Kahana was right. They're a bunch of fucking animals. Leibovich was right. We got to be careful with the iron fist.
No, but
you guys needed a rabbi to tell you if the Muslims are animals?
I'd still say that, militaristically, right, under the simple geography, it doesn't make sense to give back those territories, not completely. You'd have to occupy them at least militaristically. You could, if you want, withdraw, pull all the Israelis out. But then again, if you have a free, independent society, how do you stop the settlers from wandering into the no man's land that the Israeli army
that's the whole thing.
can't be in because it's too dangerous for the Israeli government, right? It's
Yeah, but Michael, that was the whole post 67 discussion, right? And ultimately what was decided to do was to do nothing, decide not to decide. I think had there been So hold on. Let me just finish that. Hold on. Let me just finish that real quick. 10 seconds. Had Israel annexed it fully, we'd be definitely living in a different reality.
Yeah.
And had they given it back all the way, they would have been living in a different reality. The fault was not deciding.
If they had given it back, they would have been subject to wars they weren't ready for.
Maybe, but then it would have been a war. But then it would have been a war and not an occupation, right?
Yeah.
In Gaza, we gave to Gaza, and you see what happened in Gaza. It became like a terror problem.
Yeah, but we're talking in the context of 1967 politics, and like, right, there is no Palestinians, there's no terrorists in that way. There are Arab armies, there are countries, right? That's who we're fighting against in '67. We're not fighting terrorists per se.
That's the point I wanted to underline. The military justification for maintaining, at the very, very least, even if you want to forcibly remove every Jew within the West Bank and Gaza, maintaining military control, even doing that, in a democracy, right? The inertia you're talking about, when like that has to be done, and it's a good question whether or not to occupy it or push people out. Inertia is the natural consequence of a Republican democracy. That's what it leans on. It leans on the time and bureaucracy and slow deliberation that time affords. When you're in a state of war in Israel, you have to think way a lot more like fucking Kahana. See what I'm saying?
Your point about Gaza is right, except I don't think that was the consideration of '67 if we withdraw that the Jordanians will just attack us again.
Yes. Don't you understand? They wrote articles like they proved it, like up at the top, that really thin, stupid blue point. You literally couldn't fucking fire a bullet through the snake. That's so stupid. That makes no. And you have people on those borders that want to blow up the snake. Are you insane? You cannot leave that subject to Jordanian and Egyptian control, and they did it.
See, it's interesting because for a long time, I've said like, I don't minimize the security concerns; those are real. But why not just defend the border, right? Sit on the border.
Colin, that's what I'm saying. That's what they did. They did just want to defend the border. They said there's no fucking way that the border is going to stay here. And the inertia of it.
Right, but that's not defending the border. That's changing. That's changing the border.
Wherever they fucking wanted because they had military support.
Yeah, but that's changing the border. That's not defending the border.
Yes, that wasn't decided by the government. That was something the government had to react to because they had citizens that were free enough to do it. And they don't give a shit about the government. They want to occupy the hills of the Holy Land. And the government is good enough to protect them. Why?
Right, well, that's why.
The goddamn hill.
Right, well, that's why those people are not Zionists. They don't care about the government. They don't care about the statecraft of the state of Israel.
They care about defending that hill.
I understand. That's what makes them not Zionists. Zionists care about the state and the democracy. These people don't. Like, I don't think Ben-Gurion is Smotrich is Zionist. Certainly not.
But you're missing my point. It's unavoidable. The people that choose to go out there grows. Their population and numbers grow. The people that are interested in their way of thinking grows. And their political power in a liberal Republican democracy grows.
Right. I guess what I'm suggesting is, had the settlement had Jewish communities in the West Bank not been created, right? You could have had like a benevolent occupation, and the decision to not decide about what to do, fully annex or give it back. Yeah, I think you could have had a benevolent occupation.
Bullshit. A benevolent occupation of uniformed IDF soldiers controlling a bunch of stateless Palestinians. That would have been
It wouldn't have been a military occupation. It would have been administrative.
What you had before 2005?
Yeah, I think there is a thing as a benevolent occupation, right? it's a technical word. It means that it's a technical word. It's not a, that's all. Right? I'm not implying anything about to whom the land belongs or whatever. I'm not implying anything. Right? But it's an accurate description. Right? All I'm saying is that there could have been an administration of West Bank that didn't, right? Because there's been a progression from 67 to now. You have the rise of national terror. You have the increasing settlement apparatus. You have building the wall. You have murder of presidents. You can't just start resetting the tape, right? But I'm just speculating, right? Have you think they feel bad, right? Then those that say don't annex, but we can't give it back, right? Which is what happened. Why did it have to be a military operation in the end? Could have been set up. What do you mean brutal annexation? The material lives of Palestinians living in the West Bank are controlled by the Israeli military. What do you mean? No. Yeah. Well, let me say it better. Okay. I don't think it has to be this way. I think it could have looked better.
It was always going to look like your enemy wanted to paint it.
I think it could have looked better. I think it could have looked. I trust these military so much, and I think they can seriously reach out and check. No, sure you do. Why? What happened today? The guy that got killed around the murdered. Fine. You guys are correct. What is it?
No, you have to leave. Tell him you're in the middle of a conversation, but it's very confusing. How do I know you're telling us the truth and you just not are looking to run away?
I don't run away from these conversations.
Give us the doctor's name. I'll call the secretary right now.
That's fine. Okay, I'll be back.
Right, I hope everything is okay. The constipation loosens soon. Edmund!
Call me Jacob.
Wait.
It's like an English. I know.
You honor us with your presence. From all the rooms that you're streaming, you're choosing to hang out with us.
Streaming? I don't stream.
What makes us Edmund?
Oh, I think it's been
What makes us so angry? Oh my god, look who's here! Oh, Masri. Oh, there, Masri!
Come on up. Multiple years.
Oh, guys, it's good to see you. Hello. Lisa. It's good to see you.
Oh my god, everybody. Edmund was in the middle of the sentence. What were you saying?
You're saying everything we say is meaningless and we've said it all before.
No, what I'm saying, I think it's like a problem why am I even having this conversation? So if you finally recognize that this is like a holding cell for insane people who just like to repeat themselves every single fucking day, you know, as a recorder, it gives me a lot more peace actually not being involved in these conversations and just listening. So I want to thank you all for doing the heavy lifting. Thank you all.
You're very welcome, Edmund, and thank you for honoring us with your presence, because from all the rooms that you're streaming, you chose to spend time with us.
We've got 5 different, we're only one step. Friends.
Did you call me a mailbox?
Yeah.
Not you.
Oh, not you.
What about the mailbox?
Well, Jacob, I'm not really following the news because I just follow the headlines, but no details because I have been in so many troubles to work out. So just personal things, but once I pass them, I will follow.
You caused trouble at work. I thought you were the solution provider.
Well, I'm a troublemaker after all, you know.
Inside of you.
Thank you, Jacob. I miss talking to you, you know that.
Yeah, I know your family's good.
Yeah, everything is fine. What about yours?
Yeah. You know.
Oh, don't make the conversation gay.
No, it's not.
No!
Wait. So why are you coming in and leaving and coming in and leaving? What's wrong with
Like a gay man.
Why are you coming in and leaving and coming in and leaving? What's wrong?
Comes in and goes out all the time.
Gay man penis.
A Muslim into
Continue with the
can you speak? What the hell?
the mouth. Nice ones they can see, but they can't talk. Are you allowed to talk in those things?
Yeah, she might be in the presence of.
Enjoy my food.
Oh, you're fine because
Take off the top, like kind of
fine because
I'm actually in the rest of something else. It's a feeding tube, guys. She's using it for me.
I thought you were in the presence of men, and that's the reason why you weren't able to speak.
Does everyone here identify as a man or a woman?
well, I identify as a woman for the purposes of easing it, so. Gross. Yeah, I didn't think so.
Why would I identify as a woman?
Daddy, I love your headscarf. It's so cute.
Daniel, I believe that women's clothing is often cheaper, so.
Cheaper?
Well, I mean, there's only one thing's cheaper, is that what you're saying?
Women's clothes are cheaper?
You know, more expensive per square inch.
What? We're not cheaper. You guys are cheaper.
No, you guys are cheap clothes.
I mean, I can do the same thing for a month.
Women clothes is cheaper, are cheaper than
Men? Within style?
Hold on, I work at Ralph Lauren Coach.
Yes, but women's turnover in styles is every year there's a new style. But men's?
Twice a year, there's
well, hold on.
But for men and women, when it comes to the turnover on styles, men's is more constant. You don't have to replace men's clothes as much to keep up with the styles.
Well, either if you are, if you
Especially
are
the way
like a sober,
use it all for the summer.
if you are like a sober style, it's also not to keep up with fashion, right? You're a woman. But anyway, just men's clothing is more expensive than women's. But when it comes to underwear, it's the other way around.
That's the benefit of the niqab. It's the same thing all year round.
No, it's not fun.
It's black.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you programming your ball?
How do you know?
Wow. Oh, I thought it was long.
It's not me, I'm not yet.
I got a little more out there.
Muslims can't be white, idiot.
If we talk about Muslim clothing, that might be more expensive because of the home equipment that they're using.
It is so expensive.
Wait, how many explosive vests do you own?
Shit.
Yeah, she only needs one.
You only need one.
The ideas are basically heroes, to be honest. Like, so they are like some civilized worlds.
Those hummus.
Not you, babe.
Hummus is
Not you. Not you, I said. I said civilized world.
Hummus?
Hummus.
Hummus? Hummus is here.
I just realized though that all day, every day, we're shitting on ICE agents, and these people are patriots and heroes. So we don't even get to have your sense in America. That is remote. I came from a house that we basically never had any German products. We never bought like any German car. My parents did. Yes. Yes. Yeah. It wasn't very good. Yes, it was a bucket. You know, wait, like a person. Oh my God. But we made friends. It was very common.
Yeah, it would be a very miserable life having to stay angry at something like this that you cannot control.
It wasn't anger. It wasn't anger. It was about not seeing it in your face, basically. It was like traumatic, like, you know. My grandmother
I get it, but ultimately, this is the thing. And this is what I think I still admire about the Jews, even if, I mean, these things happen, right? Which is like, okay, we cannot do anything about the past. We are going to take responsibility of our future, and we're going to handle it in the present, you know? And so
at the end of the day, I came from a house that needs what you call the German product, and so like this, in the end, you know, I married a German, and he met my grandmother, and my husband, he was like completely alien, like blonde and eyes, like, you know, what was the reaction? And she went the first time, and she said it made like a scratch in her heart, like the first time that she saw him. But then he became like, you know, like for her, it was like, and she told me it was kind of like a closure in a way, you know, and it was like even a victory, or even like some kind of a win. And at the end of the day, like, this is happened.
My grandparents looked at it a different way. He's kind of explained, which was in a world of choices, you don't need to choose the one that's in your face that directly affects your family. They went through this shit. So they were, you know, when it came down to choosing to buy a Mercedes Benz or another luxury car, they chose the other luxury car because they didn't want to see it in their face. It wasn't because, oh, we're going to hold the kids and grandchildren of the Nazis accountable for what their parents and grandparents did. It was, no, we don't need these symbols in our face.
And so it's why it's some going to like that kind of thing, like that. Something you just don't do. Don't like, you wouldn't notice this if you didn't know that this is happening.
Although it was really strange going to Israel in the 70s and 80s. Every single taxi cab was a Mercedes Benz.
yeah, but all of that is fine, but you're allowing external circumstances to drive your thinking. It's like if I
External circumstances. I guess. But if you would be a Holocaust survivor, then everything German would be like, you don't want to live your life with this, like, that post-trauma. And if you don't need to have IME, you can have, like, I don't know, something else, Philips, I don't know, whatever. Maybe Philips is also German, I don't know. Then you just go, okay, so you go with something that doesn't trigger you. It's like, it's trauma. It's not revenge, it's not hate, it's trauma.
I get it, Daniel. But you know what? I mean, like, I know it's not the same type of, how do you say, level, right? But yeah, I left my country because my life was major, right? And something happened to me. I'm not gonna speak about it right now because the Edmund is kindly streaming us everywhere. But anyway, it was like a very serious thing to the point that I had to leave my country because, yeah, my life was major. And it was someone that I knew that was close to me, right? And what my sister did, like I think it's a few years later, is that this person had a dog, and actually the dog was like really nice and whatever. And you know, my sister had the brilliant idea to call her new dog after the name of the dog of this person. When I heard that, like I felt a punch in my stomach because I'm like, what the fuck? Why not? The dog, she gave the name of the dog of this person that created this issue for us, that put our lives in danger. And I was like, what the fuck are you thinking? You know, like I felt like a punch in my stomach. But ultimately, it's like, okay, yeah, well, I'm giving it power. You know, like why should I just like I should just like move on and forget about
But
it.
if you had to choose, I think you choose between choosing an elimination and a dog's name. I mean, I know it was traumatic for you. I get it. I understand. This is stating basic moral principles. Es called philosophy. Work is hard. Okay, don't. This is a serious thing. Like, I love.
It's serious, and we're taking it serious. But I mean, it doesn't mean that you can kind of like joke a little bit about it. But I know that the topic is serious, and I get what you mean, and I understand that this is hurtful and painful and all of that. But the only way of dealing with pain is actually dealing with it and get over it, so that you can move your life.
And that it diluted over time. My grandparents would not touch a thing. My parent started to I don't care. Because I have everyone in the food chain or, you know, the grandparents.
But it's not about holding them accountable. Again, it's trauma. It's the same reason that like many Holocaust survivors would put food under the blanket, under the mattresses, not because it's like it means anything. It's like it's part of like this trauma of having no food.
It gets wired when
Yes, it's trauma. Yeah, it's trauma.
In my chest, PTSD.
No, and I get it, Jacob, and you're right. It gets diluted for generations, right? I mean, it's not the same that there are the actual Holocaust survivors who actually experienced it. That's disgusting. They just cannot even process it.
They listen to their parents' stories and all that.
Yeah, the second generation was also very much affected with it.
Yeah,
It's not just the Holocaust survivors.
There's actually people who are getting payments for Holocaust survivors who were second generation because of the psychological burden that they had.
Yeah, this is not that far away. I mean, it happened less than 100 years ago.
Yes, I mean, we are still people that actually experienced it. Like, they would bring, like, the Holocaust survivors to our school on Holocaust Day, and they would sit and they would tell us, like, their own personal stories, and they were live, and they could, like, you know, now with time, they're less and less, but you could hear it, like, first-hand accounts. And it was like the Nazi regime did it. The Nazi regime didn't exist anymore. Hold on. We're talking about, like, being like spreading like propaganda against an alternative who didn't exist. It was just about like remembering and knowing what happened and like sharing those stories. What did you say, Walter?
Oh, I was asking, sorry, there might be a clip. Is it like a, is it like a disability sort of in a sense payment or like a reparations type of?
No, it was a reparation kind of thing.
So is there any of that for second generations? Like is government paying for up something like that?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's like $80 billion.
my grandmother came to Israel through Lebanon, and she had to like, never mind like the whole story of how she came, but you know she came with nothing, like nothing. And they had like stuff, and also my father's family had like fur factories, like they were very rich, they had like servants and like whatever. They came with nothing. So the money that they get in reparation is like it's nothing compared to what they lost. Nothing.
Did they ever try to get the physical property back or not?
I actually, yes, we had a building, and I got, me and my sister, we got like, now, like, I think like 5 years ago, we got some money for this building, but again, it's not even enough to buy like a,
People actually get the building back, like, forget.
No, because other people live there now, you don't get the building, you get like a, they have like this pointing system that they give you from the game, they don't still have a delivery value.
Time to time.
Yeah, you know the key. You know the key.
Time to time. This is Germany. We have the address back to the heirs. I was wondering if they actually got the property back and now the rent payments go to them. Some other price.
I don't know, to be honest. I don't think so. Maybe if it's like a building that is not like sold to someone else, like a government building or like stuff like this, maybe. But I don't know.
We need a better topic. I got a topic. What do you think of everyone? I don't think they exist.
Probably the same size.
So you're thinking of her when she was 8 years old?
No, I'm not.
My boobs are not the same size.
I never think any committee.
I'm just bringing this topic to the committee, just wondering.
My phones are the same size.
Nothing is the same size.
Yeah, my right boob is bigger than my left.
Yeah, let's go because we're not winning this.
Get out of tape measure next time.
Oh my god, it's getting worse.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I wanted to go to a supermarket and these long days, they confuse me because the sun is so bright as if it's like 4 p.m. and it's 8 already and I have 7 minutes until the supermarket closes and it's just confusing.
But think about it this way, the days are getting shorter. Every day is shorter than
Shut up! No, I hate that! Shut up!
Problems. No, after June 20th, they get shorter.
Lies! Every day is 24 hours! You speak lies!
Point of the day that's daylight.
Days are not very heretic! Blasphemer!
I don't care what you're doing.
The day that's daylight gets shorter, okay? Do I have to explain it in that much detail?
Just shut up!
Lie!
And the sun doesn't do that either.
Shut up already!
Says it does it every day, it only lasts for 24
Oh
hours.
my god, this is like your verbal chewing sound that you made with the sun. Really? It's giving you good news, and you're like, no.
Think about it. I just don't want to think about it because I hate the thought of like days going back to being very short.
Oh, so you like when they're long?
We just said I hate
I just love it. I'm just
Her crazy and she doesn't know the supermarket is still open and she groceries for days.
I love it when it's long.
That's right. Well, go to Daniel.
about it.
I need long days.
He needs the long days, but they still confuse her.
You could say like, a day, just 18.
Right, she needs the long day.
Like, oh, when we
You had to say. It's supposed to be something a different kind of thing.
Sorry,
I am
sorry.
happier during the long days.
why don't you move
We have women here. What did you say?
why don't you move you and your boonians to northern Alaska for the summer?
Because that would be a comfortable place to live.
Yeah,
All summer, all night.
yeah, but it's too cold and too long. No, I would go crazy.
It's perfect weather and the sun never goes down. I like it.
Wonderful.
So I'm just curious, how do you guys do survival in Alaska?
It's a good question.
You're being on time to this, Pepe.
And Iceland also.
No, I'm only asking this, like, I guess.
I'll do you a
There's no clone going down. Yeah.
And observant went up to space.
You have to think
Observant
it.
who went up to space.
Until you think
Different laws developed as to how he should pray there, because when is his day?
But wasn't it based on where his location was before he went into space? Is that my understanding?
I think that was the rule, because it does have to be based on like an Earth-based
Yeah,
location.
it was based on like he was
But all the probably one or two things. It's probably not only based off the location he departed from, which would make no sense because it contracts with the laws for flight. The other one, and I think it's still secure, there are some opinions, say you can rely on just whatever time davening is in Israel. Right, that's a simple version, and all the prayers are focused on Israel. The jurisdiction of prayer for Jews is primarily about Jews in Israel. So, Israel would make sense to anchor the actual time of prayer. It wouldn't make sense to do that abroad on the planet, because then you'd be out of sync with the cosmological markers like the sunrise and sunset. But in the space, yes, like on Mars, you'd have to develop time zones, but like the starting one is going to be something probably having to do with Israel.
When Elon Ramon went up to space, unfortunately he died on the way down. He brought up like a Kitover, like the world's smallest Torah. It was pretty cool. I saw an interview where he noted.
Every grand is accounted for.
Yeah, they cost a fortune to bring that thing up.
It costs a fortune to register, that's
And Silver said, okay, make it 2 inches by 3 inches. The guys would be like, what?
there are limitations.
It's like a microfilm.
No, it was printed. I think it was printed, not scribed.
Printed. Oh, wow.
Oh, so you just did this like a month.
Yeah, it was really small.
So she said,
I don't think it was religious images.
It was so stupid that I laughed. I don't know why did I laugh? Why did I laugh out?
So I have a question. I've always wanted to.
Yes, at the end.
No. I'm sorry.
You should be in.
It's incredible, but like Randy has come up with so many, how to say, like sticky phrases, and it has spread over everywhere.
That's it.
Use them as well. I have caught them. Like,
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's a Randy thing. They're amazing. It's also a Randy thing.
Well, even a broken clock is a break.
Yeah, hello, that's just.
What if a broken clock is in space? But
It's great all the time for sometimes.
All the clocks I think Houston time.
no, so.
They gotta have a reference. Yeah, I can't.
We have a problem here.
We do have that problem. That was almost Cambridge, we had a problem.
Really?
They bulldozed this huge portion of Cambridge a lot of, jobs and everything to that area, and it was close to IT, whatever. And then he gets killed, and guess who comes into power? LBJ. Where does he want to put it? He wants to put it in Texas. So now, all of a sudden, mission control is in Texas, and it becomes Houston, we have a problem.
Oh.
Money big.
What I am impressed that it was not Tel Aviv we have a problem.
How could it be Tel Aviv?
Because you guys control everything.
Saying that one noticeable change in history that occurred because of Lee Harvey Oswald was that mission control was in Houston.
Although it was a couple $1 billion because of it.
Not insignificant, really.
You're not going to minor thing with that. It was huge.
By the way, the assassination occurred in fucking Texas.
They're not going to launch from Houston because of the DNA.
I'm just saying, like, it's not so often you can show clear, measurable, like, oh, look, this assassination clearly resulted in this other thing.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah, it's not real. What's the point of assassinating them?
No, because that's what I'm saying. Usually, like, people, obviously, they have, like, a political motivation. They think they'll control the tides of history. But, like, Lincoln, revenge for the Civil War makes sense. Still fighting the fight. What's it called? Well, like, it's usually, like, a real Princeton, where, like, everything just explodes. Especially if you kill the right guy.
No pun intended with NASA, everything exploded.
Right.
It's
Never so clear that the reins of power don't descend into chaos, that they're handed over smoothly, and that, like, some political favor or some, like, stupid little notch on someone's belt gets shifted from, frankly, the obvious location, putting it next to MIT.
Well, that's where Lincoln Labs was there, that did a lot of work. MIT did a lot of the work. Like, it made a lot of sense, like, geopolitically, for taking geopolitics out of it, just like where...
Let me ask you, was there already at that time, like, a Silicon Prairie, like, with Texas Instruments around?
Texas Instruments is a scientific calculator company.
Yeah, I know.
They were not like this big, government contractor.
No, what I'm saying is there's a bunch of old tech from, like, the Silicon Prairie, like, before the Silicon Valley.
Yeah, but they were meaningless. They were...
No, I'm not saying they weren't meaningless. I'm saying, like, did that only exist as, like, a kind of a leech on...
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to research that. I don't know.
It's an interesting question. But, like, it's just interesting to see, like, oh, and then, like, you're never going to find research saying, like, oh, look, here's a measurable distinction as a result of assassination. Because that could obviously be used to encourage assassination.
Yeah.
But, like, this one is, like, just right there. It's like, hey, look, Texas won out.
You're fascinated with us, Edmund.
He seems to be gone now.
Are you just that's just if Clubhouse was for good at teaching people foreign language skills, American English, that would be good.
He is still with us. He is the anon, the shitty anon there, down there. The shitty anon.
Did it not?
Yeah.
Now he
Yes, but
he
he's
can
not
only shit on us. He can't
He's
speak
still
it.
listening to us because he's
Maybe it was a
recording
joke.
us.
You're American.
He's still recording us.
We're covering the other night, Judge.
What? Were you
Yeah,
drunk?
pretty thick skin.
What is he recovering from?
Everything. You don't have to answer that.
All that drama unfolded in, I think it was just room with
Actually, maybe in a different room. I can't
So
remember.
what happened? Tell me. I want to know.
He's upset that he's a racist.
That's not it.
I thought that was a pretty good.
Oh my God, let Pepe talk.
So, long story short, like on the conservative side of Clubhouse, they got into it with Roger, and I was kind of involved, and then Rohan, you know Rohan.
Yeah.
He's friends with Roger, so we kind of started getting into it, and then Rohan, he's like, you remember the whole like Hebrew National Bulldog stupid shit?
Oh yeah, you and Rohan have been, yeah.
And then so he starts playing that again. He's like over a year old, and then Roger gets on, and then of course I call Roger names, and then he kicks all of the conservative people out of the room. It was just stupid.
He kicked you out?
Oh yeah.
And he pulled an Edmund too.
What did he do?
He played it recording.
Oh, that is the Rohan one. But Rohan has been doing this to Pepe forever, since forever. He won't let go. Well, today they're all there.
Okay, your name positively.
The recording is just me saying like,
Don't kick him.
stupid shit.
Pepe failed to mention that he's a low IQ N-word Tourette sufferer, just like T-Rex. Uses the N-word all the time.
Wait, did somebody kick him?
No, it's in the audio.
Don't kick him.
Hey, I'm not kicking him. You don't want him because he has to. Shut up. Shut up. I love Edmund, and I sometimes give him a mod, but sometimes he just moves the room, so I just don't want him to move the room.
Right. I think that's a big.
I feel like that's like an acceptable risk that you gotta take.
Shut up.
Yeah, when you really to end the room, you can give him more than that.
Yeah, I just don't want him to move the room, that's all. And
Why would it?
he doesn't,
Then what would it record?
because he has done it, just to fuck up with us.
Yeah,
Like, I used to give him a mod until like 3 or 4 times in the room, that's it. So, I give him a mod when they're like, I don't know, just 3, 4 mods, whatever, but the thing is that I just don't know when to trust him anymore. I give him mods, but sometimes he just moves the room, so I'm just scared that he will do that.
Right.
So, Marcel, what's up? We've been ignoring you. It's okay.
No, don't ignoring. I'm just listening to you.
I'm sorry. You have to listen to this.
Yeah, some shit you say, and some things you say are good. But at the same time, you know what? I think according to what happened, what you're talking about recording things and all this, it's really ridiculous, bad thing. But at the same time, the man or the person in general needs to be impregnating his principles or her principles. You know, no need to change your words, no need to be realized of your words. If you want to have a situation of something, keep on it. If you want to change it, so as I said it before, and why you change your mind? There's no need to beautifalize and all the things, you know what I mean?
You mentioned about being recorded. I don't have a problem being recorded. I said that.
Well, when anyone wants to record me, he's welcome, or her, she's welcome. Because I have nothing to fear, because my words are the same, but, you know, but still the recording thing is a really childish thing.
But you cannot find it. So either say what you want to say or don't. You can That's kind of word. Exactly.
Right. But I don't care about ethnic recording laws. Like I really
know, it's all about what you.
Right.
No, at least with Edmund, you know he's recording. You have now like these two unknowns, okay? You don't know who they are.
One is Edmund. The shit one is Edmund.
Maybe. And again, with Edmund, at least you know that he's recording, but the other one, maybe he's also doing it. So you can always assume that someone recording.
Yeah, like Princessia records us all the time. And she says she doesn't.
Why? She isn't doing it afterwards?
Yeah, this is like, she's got a huge archive of like, oh, I heard you saying this, I heard you saying that.
I've seen Princess or Diego for it.
Oh, Diego, a long time to it.
I thought it was pronounced Princion.
It's princess, because the Arabs don't say, which is funny when you think about Palestine.
They can't say Palestine. Palestine. It's like,
It is free to join my community. The stocks I share are also free. The techniques and strategies I teach. And you couldn't be saying. Okay. That might have been the worst podcast I've ever done. It's like, but this one, 50 feet ago. Yeah, this is 50 feet, which he was the one Zahi supposedly discovered, but he discovered everything, basically. Yeah, how do you know the genius? He's the best. I discovered. I tell you, I was what they discovered. It's the storm. And as they discovered, I want to show the whole world.
Every time that you would get together, Barcelona, people was part of my MBA. He would, oh, may I please have spaghetti? Spaghetti. He was so fun.
Andy does a good job with the J's. They don't have J's in papers, so how did that come about?
Yeah, I like the fruit for James.
Well, we have Jay, and we have pajama. We said pajama.
I know, but there's no, like, there is no.
Hebrew word with J.
Yeah,
We use like American, like, you know,
right, but that's not a letter, Jenny, so like.
So then,
no, it was email with an apostrophe.
Right. Give a hug.
say Jason.
Forget about Jason, Jesus.
Exactly, they have to talk about Jesus. What about
We say Yeshua, and we say Elohim, we say you, like we like me llamo and me llamo.
yeah.
You in English, you don't have the hot sound. Why Jill is down? Jilly, would you please come up?
She's a listening mode. I don't know. She's shy.
Yeah.
Kelly.
Oh no, she's on listening mode. Yeah.
Yeah, she's connecting with her shy side.
You guys have like you guys may come across sound like pretty free at the door or more.
No, I mean we don't have in Spanish from Spain. They use it. They use it like place really like this but in Spanish say it something like
I think it means the is it the ego? It's the
wisdom or knowledge.
What is it? What is it? No,
Did you get your question answered up the J?
Yeah, not knowledge. Wisdom, yes, wisdom. You know the difference between Milad and Milah? You know what Milad and Milah? Ever heard? When you say like where you put the is that?
Did you come from? I forget. Did you come from Russia originally?
Is it okay?
Are you?
Israeli.
Yeah. My name was in Germany.
Yes, I moved like 3.5 years ago.
They have like that rough sound, they cross sound, don't they?
Yeah. It's more like a cat, like a decent. But I think in Bavaria, they have more like that.
No, but you, it's a ha, back in the throat, not here in the front of the mouth, but back in the like high thing.
There are other languages that sound
It is not high thing. It is not high thing, it's high thing.
It's like a very strong H.
Yeah, but it's on the back of the throat, it's not on the front.
Yes.
I want to
I feel like this conversation is ready to transition into class.
You want me to show you where the diaphragm is?
No, I do not need to see the back. I want to think about the back of your throat. Okay.
I didn't say C.
What?
I said say Jaguar.
Jaguar.
Yeah.
Jaguar.
Jaguar. Jaguar. Or Jaguar. I don't know.
How do you speak English?
It's a Jaguar.
Oh, you know what's funny?
I'm practicing it with that.
Like when we were in German,
International students are learning the current moment in speak.
Did you have ESL that is all Spanish and you tried to do the same Jaguar?
in German, you say like, they don't have the W, like, that's not quite the same thing.
Another international speakers.
For a second, they finish my point. So they don't have the W, so sometimes they would come up as, like they would say, for example, in Miami Vice, because they say that everything becomes the W.
Yeah. Miami Vice.
Pronounce this word back to House for international speakers.
Just write it in the chat,
English. Say this word. Come on, say this word. Say this word. Population of French in 1937, Jewish girl just wants a cigarette.
Yeah, so that word is
Because a lot of Spanish people I know say steak, like they can't.
yeah, because they cannot start like an S with a consonant afterwards. It's very difficult for the Spanish people. But not for me. That's the.
Welcome back to another episode of
Don't just make noise, please.
Just train yourself to do it.
Say this word.
In German, that word. In German, that word would be steak. Steak.
Steak. Wait, fry it at steak. She can't make her term.
Steak.
Yeah, they know her.
Jaguar is the word. Jaguar is the word that like when you would there's ESL kids that spoke Spanish and you try to get them to say Jaguar and they can never pronounce it right. So
When Trump met the guy from Liberia, I told him like, oh, you like really good English. Where did you learn to speak English so good? He doesn't know that this is what they speak in Liberia.
Liberia is not that country for freedom.
But Trump was like, wow, you have like a really good English. Like, where did you learn it? And he's like smiling at me like, because I hate it. Yeah, wow. It's really impressive, but it's like what they want. It's like them telling like, wow, your English is really good. Like, where did you learn it? Like,
Mexican, but yeah, like it sounds like.
Lawrence. I spoke to.
No, everybody on this app has been calling me Mexican for years, saying.
I don't mean that derogatorily.
No. I've been trolling. What's happened is everybody would say. Everybody would say, oh, Pepe, he's just a fake white. He's just one of those Mexican whites, Phoenix. That's all he is. And then, so all of a sudden I'm like, yep, guys, I am Mexican. You're right.
Pepe is the severe nasal voice, and they know you're not Italian, so they think you must be what's called a Hispanic.
Mexicans usually have smaller noses. Italians have big noses, which is why.
I'm just thinking all of this.
Okay, I will write a couple of words in the chat for you guys to pronounce.
Okay, now
There you go.
when I was learning German, it's cool. I had this one. Yeah,
No. Hold on, one by one.
back to Clubhouse. This is a social audio chat.
You, Pepe.
I'm gonna stop making this. Shut the fuck up. Okay.
Pepe, you?
Okay, añejo.
No, not really.
Say it.
Añejo. Yeah, Daniel is close to it. That's fine. It's añejo. But yeah, but it's not añejo. It's añejo. Añejo. It's not añejo. Añejo.
Be shorter, is what you're saying.
No, is it yeah? Añejo. No, because the yeah, you're making it as like an N and an E, añejo.
This is another episode of Super Stupid.
Añejo.
This was the shortest doctor's appointment in history. It wasn't late.
Yeah, because you have the short one as well. Maybe there was not a lot to see. Okay, another one.
Cuchillo?
Not really. Cuchillo. It's not eel. It's yeah.
Cuchillo.
Yeah, cuchillo.
Back to Clubhouse, everyone. This is
Oh my god!
okay. Learn.
Everybody say goodbye to Franklin.
That's all it's.
You know what's funny? Like when he's about like he's with his speech going on. He's about to say
In Mexico, are you gonna be the ones like was it like Huachucho? I think they're like more Indian in origin, so they'll be like TZL. Then there'll be a Q and like weird shit. You know what I'm talking about?
LGBTQ.
Okay, there's another one.
Para México. Para México.
Yeah, parapléjico.
¿Qué va a decir para México?
Someone that cannot move, it's
Paraplegic.
yeah, paraplegic, yeah, whatever. Okay, let me try this one. Although this one I think it will be easy for you guys. Because they're very similar to English, the way that they're written, but not the way that they're pronounced.
Psychological.
No.
I'm not pronouncing it in English. Psychologo. Psychologo.
Legit, no?
No.
What was the word for paraplegic? I missed it.
Parapléjico.
I'm gonna go with the easiest pronunciation. Yeah, sorry.
No, but Daniel has got a good pronunciation. It's funny. That Hebrew is very compatible in terms of
Speaks more than one language.
No, but social media, I know that I do like, I'm able to handle stuff.
Yeah.
Like German and really impressed. I tell you what, when I speak, I don't speak really, like my German is very basic, as my pronunciation is really good. So when I speak German, they actually think that I speak German. Like, oh, I'm like, no. And so yeah, that's it.
Yeah, it's the phonetics are like the last one is psicólogo.
What language do you speak? Does he speak Hebrew? He speaks, yeah, we speak English between ourselves, but he can understand and he can speak Hebrew. I guess now, after we moved here, like for 3 years, then I guess it will maybe brushes off. But I know that when he needs work, when he meets Israelis and he speaks Hebrew to them or something, they're like, what? Because he's like completely like German, like he's not an Israeli company, they don't expect it. But if they did have like the German, not true, I think his own accent, we both like, oh, my question.
Are you still there?
You mentioned the video.
Yeah, I'm here. You pick up all sorts of colloquial hanging out in these rooms?
I'm sorry again, and slowly please.
You pick up a lot of colloquial or like language, colloquialism, like, hey, let's go. What's up? Instead of how are you?
Oh, you mean the slang language?
Yeah.
It's not the way that people can actually talk.
Yeah, it's exactly the way people talk as opposed to the way they would teach you in school.
No, not in school. We learn this, but some people speak with that way. I don't really find how you get it. Yes, if you learn from Clubhouse. Yeah, a lot of Clubhouse, but I don't really keep in these rooms. I don't really, I really think that it's a fake way of talking and fake way of showing things, which is not you. You know what I mean?
No, it's the true way. That's the point.
It's the true way, yeah, because it's like straight English. It's not correct English.
Not really, because some neighborhoods, they, according to the class of the neighborhood, you know what I mean? It's a standard Arabic.
One thing to speak, like when you're with the Queen of England, you speak one way. When you're with the people who like service her, you speak another way, but it's good to know both.
Can the Americans in the room please explain to me the concept of ax? Like I ask you and why? Like what?
You don't want to know.
I know it's mostly ax.
Because they make it their jargon, I guess.
It's a lot like what pejoratively is called Ebonics and what professors call African American Vernacular English, AAVE.
Or pidgin as
It's a
well.
way of speaking to create a subculture within a community that allows a community to talk without other people outside of the community knowing exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
We all know that it's only this word, and to me, I don't know, as an outsider that don't know this AAV, whatever you said, they just sound dumb.
Well, there's like a lot of the English that was introduced to, what is it? A lot of the, like, I guess it's from DIM. A lot of the poor grammar, like, what should be doing, that kind of stuff. Like, there was, like, a white underclass in the South that did kind of speak on it.
It's like, there's one like shortening, but then it's like shortening words. Like I'm skipping, like some consonant or whatever. It's not like this X. I mean, it's the same, and it's like a very short word. And it's, I'm not for any of it, like,
You're noticing that one word because it's highly noticeable.
and it just sounds like, it sounds like people that are educated to me.
Kind of. Some people, I mean, I've
Yeah,
had a boss in college that
low life.
would say that, X. Which it's just like a habit from like childhood, so it's just how she was used it. Like, she wasn't stupid. I got a boss I had while I was in college, like, she would sometimes say axe, but I wouldn't say she was necessarily uneducated. She just, it's something she just
intentionally wanting to, it's exactly what
wasn't intentional.
Yeah, it's kind of like trying to mark, like, oh, this is how we speak, you know?
Let me define it.
Sort of
What's
thing.
intentional is the wider AAVE, but ax itself comes from an ancient Old Middle English pronunciation.
Right.
That's what ChatGPT is saying. The pronunciation of app as ax, ax, as in ax being a question, is a well-documented feature of some varieties of English, especially African American vernacular English.
I think you're falling for the black narrative.
No. Hold on, just listen. It's not unique to Black Americans, nor is it a mistake. In fact, its pronunciation is deemed historical roots in English. The AX pronunciation goes back over 1,000 years to Old English. In Old English, the verb was spelled A-C-S-I-A-N or axian, A-X-I-A-N, both of which are considered correct. And so it says, why is it pronounced as A-V-E when African American slaves learned English? In colonial America, they often learned English from people in the South, where the AX pronunciation was still in use. Over time,
Yeah, but this is the narrative. This is how they want to. This is how they want to justify.
The older spots have a completely different pronunciation.
I was gonna say, Daniel, can you go on and help me? Yeah.
Okay, exactly. Can you read what she's saying? Because,
Yeah, so Kelly said, Daniel, it's a group signifier like slant, but it's more of an accent, like a slang, but it's more like an accent. And then she says, everyone does it in different ways. Oh my God, no, you are slow, Jacob. Unlike most of you all, I live around black people. I'd like to inform you that they speak English and they are verbally competent. Yes, exactly, I agree with her. This is just like a slang that they're doing. It's like a group differentiator, exactly that.
what I said, differentiate.
Yes, but they just start talking about all this stuff, and I agree with you.
Old English does come from. It does come from these people.
Wait, I agree that this might have been a way that it was used before, but it's not the reason why they're doing it today.
Correct, it's a group differentiator. That's what I said, that's what I started with. But it's historical things. That's how they got it. But why they continue it, and more importantly, why they create a much wider degree of words choice that is highly differentiated. The so-called ebonics, which is a terrible word,
Yes.
is really called AAVE, is a much wider group of words used to differentiate a subculture from another culture.
She says, if old English mattered, I would say us. I agree, but this is kind of like this narrative that we're reading is they use as to justify their wrong pronunciation. But they are competent, as Kelly says, in speaking English. They were taught good English. They do it on purpose.
Not all of them. Correct. It was just saying, where did it come from originally? Not why did they use
Yes,
it?
but it's not the reason why they are using it today. They're trying to make a point.
Points. There's choice to my statement. I didn't say it's why. Just because it was from Old English isn't why they're saying it today. That's the origin point. Why they're saying it today is differentiate.
Well, I would say that you do get uneducated people from the South, and that will include some black people, that is their normal way of speaking.
Because I heard other people say it.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Kids growing up today with no correlation to 1,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 200 years ago, are hearing it from their parents and their peers, and that's just the way that they pronounce it.
Like, Issa, are you familiar with, like, I guess the term would be like rednecks, like how they often will speak, they use a lot of the exact same words, not completely entirely the same, but
Y'all is something that
y'all,
definitely redneck.
it's in the South, it's complete redneck.
Only the contraction. It's
I have actually
very inclusive, actually, y'all.
Y'all is very good, but that's an invented word. There was a real word in English.
Yeah, but y'all is not a new word. Y'all is a contraction. It's the same as your or I'm. Instead of saying I am.
No, it's you on.
But it's an adaptive contraction, meaning you'll hear it from West Virginia's south, and you'll hear it maybe out to Nebraska or something. It's in New York and Boston, you do not hear y'all. You just don't hear it. I happen to use it.
If only there was a book pinned to the top of explaining this whole thing.
Oh, amazing.
That's like that's probably the book that is the most. I guess the book that's the most popular. That kind of explains it. Breaks down into the where the language came from. It is they speak when you hear a lot of what you hear in the African American vernacular. That is to me it sounds just like Southern. It sounds Southern. You see, as you said, you're from the South.
Right. That's what I'm trying to.
We used to say, in Old English, we used to say, thou and thee.
They need to have a voice.
And ye and you were plural. Ye and you were plural. Thou and thee was singular. That would change.
Welcome, Kevin.
I just want to. None of you are incorrect about some of these things. It's just how it matters today. Some of this stuff is just irrelevant. The last point that I made, I believe to be generally true, and not as a white person, but as Southerners of all colors, all stripes, Southerners that don't want to either sound Southern and say y'all, or sound black and use A and E. This is their belief, and it's also just not seen as pejorative on here because it is very common and very acceptable for people to code switch at using that phrase in a completely non-pejorative way. I would not go to a job interview and sound the same way I would after I had 2 glasses of wine, right? And neither would someone who says X. They would say X.
That's the same thing for me. I drink as a teacher in New York City. I drink
Why too?
because to your point of people judging people based on their language, they think you're smart based on your language. And I really tried hard to get my kids to not say I didn't do nothing. It's all double negatives. They did something. So I kept on trying to get them to say
Maybe actually meant to. Maybe actually meant to say I didn't do nothing.
It's not they literally meant I didn't do anything, which is I didn't do anything. But they
He's joking with you.
No, I am not joking. Oh, you're
That's my job.
A lot of people say that. Maybe they didn't do nothing.
You're totally right. Let me add this one thing, and I'm about to go out of signal, so I'll just go back to the audience because I've got to go to another appointment. But you're completely correct about like the way people speak and trying to kind of curtail it. But you can take it too far, right? Like you just have to correct people, especially if you're in an academic setting, because there is such a thing as correct English. And trying to pretend like people have some kind of a culture that doesn't allow them to correct or appropriate English is a huge problem. Now, this I'm not saying that this doesn't happen in the South. It absolutely does. But in the South, it's not something that's a black thing because Southerners, like regardless of color, do this also. Like it's just a thing in the South, so it's not something that people look at as marginalized. But it is totally true that where you have this problem, it's because people have tried to be nice and be like, no, we should just allow people not to have to code switch in school. But they have, but they have to. I understand. I'm just trying to make a broad point, agree with you because I'm going out of signal. The thing that like the code switching thing, all of it is made worse when people make allowances in school because no
So I have missed your ribs.
I think you were making a point about Ross.
I don't know.
Pretty bad.
Hey guys, yeah, I haven't been able to
What
find
do you
anything
like about this room?
Well, I saw Cal popped in. I got to hear the last of that. I've been trying to. I have a whole bunch of like house projects going on right now. But Pepe, I have heard your name. More, you know what? You're famous on this app. I'm like, now what did Pepe do?
I was like famous on this app when it was big. You know, it's just like I'm seeing like offensive outrage.
Actually, that means you're more relevant as a percentage, but
Yeah.
if you were like X when it was 1,000 X people, now you're X when there's only 100 X, so you're that inch is larger.
Ask on X, yeah.
That was X's in the very
I wonder, is my mom would say, she would say like instead of wash, it's a wash. And I know there's people, she's from the DC area.
That's a big one.
But that's also very British, it's a bullshit.
She grew up in DC. The Maryland accent is terrible, and the Pennsylvania accent is so bad. Philadelphia.
Outside of DC.
Yeah, she says water.
We don't think water. We see it.
DMV area is kind of weird. Yeah.
DMV is weird. Yeah, totally weird.
Department of Motor Vehicles is strange everywhere.
Delaware, Maryland, that geographer.
I know that man DC, Maryland, Virginia.
I think it's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. When you get, the Virginia part is called Delmarva.
I like Delmarva is exactly the place I was just about to say, that little point in the eastern shore. That's
Delmarva, Minnesota. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, Ocean City, Maryland is a fun place to go to.
The doctor was fine, by the way. Thank you for asking.
You already told us that it was small, it was a short appointment because we didn't have much to see.
Daniel didn't read that.
It's all flat.
He didn't get a
Are you
lot of.
okay, Caleb? What kind of
And the results will come in 24 hours, so that's it.
Yeah, that's good.
Caleb, when you were leaving the room for going to the doctor, I said, I hope the constipation gets better, but you were already gone.
I was already gone. No, you could set my bowel movements are like a German train schedule.
I need more information that you can know.
But I would say it should be more like Swiss, because Germans are not really good at punctuality.
Really?
Yeah, their trains are very late a lot of
That
times.
was,
Like,
see, that joke went straight over your head because that's both like a German joke and a Holocaust joke.
Yeah.
oh my god.
Yeah, we joked about the Holocaust.
Can you say the names in the chat? These are places in Mexico. I'm just curious if you know how to say them. I don't know
Yeah,
how to say them.
let me see. Oh my god. Techmulecan and Tlaxcala.
What about the last one?
Matlalcuyetl.
It could be correct. I don't know.
Matlalcuyetl. Matlalcuyetl.
I think these have like what is it, Comtech or like has like whatever the native language I think is incorporated in it.
Yeah, there was a lot of names.
Igual, the same as this one, Quetzalcoatl, for example. Oh, we separated it. It's Quetzalcoatl, one word.
I'm gonna go in a moment, but I want to ask Daniel a question. Did you see that story? It came out in Arab media, it came out in some Israeli papers that there was an idea to quote, Israel keeps the Golan Heights in the peace treaty with Syria, and Syria's compensation gets the Tripoli province of Lebanon. I don't know what Lebanon gets for giving up some of their territory.
have to memorize which words are
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just like English, you know, like when do you pronounce the last E or when it's just a matter of
yeah.
speaking it.
Don't you have like a are most of the natives in Guatemala, are they Mayan?
Well, so Maya, so you have like three, let's say, ethnic groups, one, right? Well, three, a few of them. You have the Aztecs, you have the Mayans, you have the what is it in Peru is the Incas and so on. But inside of each of these groups, these are like races, right? Inside of these groups, you got ethnicity. So the Mayans are like the umbrella, but then under that umbrella, you have Quiches, Quechires, Tzutujiles. You have like 20 ethnic groups, and they didn't mix amongst each other. But Mayans was like the bigger group, and Mayans were different from the Aztecs, and the Aztecs also had like other ethnic groups inside underneath Aztecs. So in Guatemala, we do have, yeah, it's like the Mayan race, let's say, as a big group, but then inside of this group, they have their own races, and they don't even mix with each other.
Can you like tell the Mayans and the Aztec apart just like by appearance, or is it?
Yes, we can.
So I know the Mayans look different from a lot of the other natives in Mexico.
Yes, you can. And also like the Redskins, let's say that we call them Redskins. I don't know if it's called like that in English, but we call them the Indian Redskins or Indios Piel Roja, which are the North American Indians, you know, the feather Indians, which are completely different to the Aztecs and to the Mayans.
It was like someone said, female headdress Indians or headset Indians?
I call them curry Indians and feather Indians. Headset Indians.
Like even here,
Well, they customer service.
Yeah,
when you get like Mexican immigrants, even like 30 years ago when I was a kid, you know, you'd get like even in the immigrant neighborhoods, you would get like the ones that look Mayan, they're like really short, have like black straight hair and like the eagle shaped nose. And they were like, they kind of like seemed like they separated themselves from the other Mexican immigrants.
Yeah. Also, and you see this, for example, so Mayans were from Guatemala and Central America, but then Mexico took a lot of territory from us in the east. And you can see like the borders between Guatemala and Mexico, how it was cut. It's like super straight lines. It was like man-made. But all that territory of Yucatan, Campeche, Quintana Roo, and all that area there, that was Guatemala, and so that was occupied by Mayans. And so now, when Mexico took that territory from us, they ended up having Mayans as well. But you can see a clear difference between Guatemalans and Mexicans from the north more, because the southern Mexicans, they're basically Guatemalans, you know, even the accent and everything, they're basically Guatemalans. The traditions and the genetics and everything. But you can tell the difference between the descendant from Aztecs and the descendant from Mayans, and they look different. The nose is different, the skin is different, even the shape of the head is like
very round.
It's like, well, the head is more round. The Aztecs have got like a wider head. I don't know how to explain it.
Also, if you have an Android and you left the room and you heard us from the hallway, it takes you down to the audience for some reason.
But don't worry, we can bring you up here. You will get your one back. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Daniel, please will you repeat what you just said? Why I was down?
When you are in the hallway, you can hear the room, right? Without getting into it.
How was that? I already left the room and I came back. I lost myself up.
When you left the room, you went to the hallway, right? When you were in the hallway, when you scroll, you hear the rooms without going into them, right?
No, I can't.
Yeah, I don't know, but
On Android.
Yes.
On Android.
Yes.
And so when you listen to the room from the outside, it puts you in the audience. So when you go
Sometimes, yes, I kind of feel that when I leave the room and I come back, I'm not,
It's really the cheapest thing from Clubhouse, but thanks for clarifying, Daniel. Thank you.
This is how I know you have an Android on an iPhone.
So why did they have
You got me.
open Chiapas?
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Okay, what if I use the computer? I can join Clubhouse from computer.
Yeah, I don't know. I just know from my own experience, my Android, that every time that I leave the room and I listen to the room from the outside, I'm being thrown back to the audience. Even if I'm not mod, it doesn't matter.
What were you asking?
Like, I know Chiapas, Mexico, when I was a kid, they were always at war with Mexico. You know, the Indians down there. Were they trying to separate? I could have just Googled it, but like, were they trying to separate Mexico, or are they trying to?
To be honest, I don't know. I mean, like, this was some time ago, like, I don't know, probably like 100 years ago, or a little bit more.
I think in the 90s.
Yeah, but yeah, like Mexico protest from us. But I mean, like, honestly, I think that this land is better off with the Mexicans than with us. Like, I mean, look what they did with Yucatan, you know, like they created Cancun and it's all artificial. Like these beaches are not natural beaches, right? Like they are all these white sand and all of that has been artificially made. We would have never been able to do that. I mean, like they actually developed these lands and made it so beautiful, you know. And it pains me to say that, but yeah, I mean, these lands and the people there are much better off with the Mexicans than with us about the lands. What did you find online? What did you find online? That they want
No, I don't. I think they might have been communists, but I know they were fighting with Mexico in the 90s.
Yeah, because there are guerrillas and stuff like that, like the militia, you know. And that is part also of our internal conflict as well with the paramilitary groups. That we signed peace. I think it was at the beginning of the 2000s or 1999 or something like that. Which it was a bad thing, to be honest. Like I would have never signed peace with these people because basically what you did or what the president did is that they just sold the country. You know, because these were terrorist groups. And now by signing peace and negotiating terrorists, basically you sell the land and the country to the terrorists, and now we have them in the government. They build their own political party, you know, just like the Hamas. And they build their own political party, and now they get to be in power as well. It's never good to get in bed with terrorists.
That's very true.
And this is what we did in Guatemala, and this is what the Israelis are doing with Hamas. And then, or Lebanon, for example, they did that, and now look, Hezbollah is in the government. That's exactly what we did. Yeah, but Guatemala is like super beautiful, and of course, not just because it's my country, but it's so rich. You know, we have so many Mayan races. We have 23 Mayan languages that are languages. They are not dialects. They're their own languages. And you go to certain places, and they still speak it. And you speak with the descendants of Mayans, and they tell you like, oh yeah, well I am Quitel or I am Kimchi, and speaking with them, it's like, oh yeah, well my wife is from the other clan, pure race anymore because it's mixed. So they're very.
Sounds like the Jews to me.
Sounds like what?
The Jews. Jews do that?
Do they?
No, so it's the same superstructure. It's the same superstructure that you were describing. Like, there was like one civilizational, overlay. But then within that, there are different groups. We have the exact same stuff, right? There's Jews. There's Sephardim, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, the Indian Jews, the Ethiopian Jews, the Chinese Jews.
Well, I remember asking Daniel about this. Like, I asked him about it. Like, is there racial tension between the Mizrahis or Ashkenazi Jews in Israel? And he was saying that, if I recall correctly, Daniel was saying, like, after the country was first formed, there was, maybe they didn't like their kids intermarrying each other, but he's saying that today that's largely, like, not a thing.
This gender division is, it's better every generation. Yeah, that's right. And it's like people are more mixed now than when there was like Aliyah or like immigration from a specific country and they all came at the same time. Sometimes we all kind of go together, and there was the beginning a lot of differences in education or even in fashions. But like very separated, but with time, less and less.
But I think in terms of culture, but like the people under the Mayans, I think it's more like a race thing, like they actually believe that the blood is like different, they have different genes. It's like clans, and I don't know if that's the case. I mean, with the Jews, it's more about a cultural thing, right? Like who is religious?
Yeah.
They
No. It's like it could be like a culture, it could be like part of it's religion, but it's also food and like even sometimes like holidays, like the Mimuna, for example, is something that the Moroccan Jews did, but they didn't do it in Ashkenaz countries. It's like the day after the Pesach, they gotta do like a lot of sweets or whatever. But like different, how do you call it, again, what they say, customs.
I mean, is there one food that does one of the food, does the group cuisine of one of the groups dominate in Israel?
Well, the Mizrahi is more flavored than the Ashkenazi one, and it's more like less presumptuous, so I don't know how to say it, I have to say it, but it's more common, I would say, more common.
Is there anyone who allows to eat cheeseburgers?
Cheeseburger in Israel. Many restaurants have cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers.
Is that like not kosher or some shit?
Yeah, not kosher. You will not find it in a kosher restaurant or in a kosher McDonald's, but you can get any kind of food there. Remember the restaurants? Tel Aviv, shrimp, and lobster. You can get all of that.
Yeah, I think that's the gayest part of Judaism, that you cannot eat, that cheeseburgers are not kosher.
When you said David, you said the biggest culture shock for Israelis was when you had the shit ton of Russians come in.
That was like the biggest first, it was huge. But also like each one is a different culture, like the Russians, the Ethiopians, they are more recent, I guess. So, they were like the first Aliyah, then, because the people from the Arab countries, the people come from Europe, and with, as I said, the generation, they kind of mixed, they kind of got used to each other. Then came the Russian and the Ethiopians, so they also need to pass those like two generations. But they lose their accent, they kind of have like more Israeli names, and not like the Sasha and I don't know, whatever. But they still have their own cultures, like the Ethiopian food and the Russian cuisine and all that. There's a thing.
Did the Americans bring the McDonald's and all this shit when they came to Israel?
It was a big deal when McDonald's came to Israel. Oh wow! First, I remember the opening. They had like I don't know, they had McDonald's with like 12 registers, and they were all like full and like in Israel for a long time we had like the Arab boycott. So we didn't have many things from Pepsi to McDonald's to like many things. We had like mostly Israeli products mostly. And when we had like people abroad and got like thing. Now it's like, I don't think that exciting. And they got Starbucks trying to come to Israel, I think like 4 or 5 times. They failed every single time. Yes.
Which one? Failed?
Starbucks, 5 times.
What about
5 times they tried. Burger King, yeah, we had it. I'm not paying for it.
You know that? Oh yeah, it's in Paris. I don't know if it's the same still, but I remember I had this French boyfriend, and I used to go out a lot to Paris. This was in 2015, I think. So pretty, kind of like recent. And I used to go out a lot to Paris, but they had only one Burger King. Everything else was awesome. And so people were crazy to go to Burger King. Like Burger King was always packed because people were yeah, not used to.
It's a whole thing, burger places in Israel. There's like a whole kind of burger culture in Israel that I've never seen anywhere else. Egypt and different kind of rectangle. Like,
in general, food culture in general, not just burgers. It's great food in general.
You guys come from all over the world, so I'm guessing like you have a shit ton of
correct.
And really good restaurants. Like I live out in Berlin, and I go to a restaurant, and it's okay. But in Israel, really every restaurant, even if it's fast food, it's really, really good food. And I'm not a foodie.
Produce is better, like influences are better, like the Israeli kitchen is that they're saying so diverse. More and more. Excellent.
It's also like Japan. In Japan, when you go, they have a lot of fast food. But it's just so varied, and so healthy, and people don't get fat because they can get stuff that is already made, but like rice and vegetables and things like that. But it's all fast food, but healthy, not just like McDonald's.
Yeah, in America, there's a problem with fast food. Obviously.
I feel like the Japanese, maybe it's like, I feel like I don't, there's not many Japanese people here, but I feel like there are people that you don't commonly see as fat, period. I wonder if like maybe their metabolisms are like, better.
Could be, in that sense, you see that almost like many Asians.
I went to Japan
here too.
last year. I was in Japan for 3 weeks. I ate like a pig because everything was delicious, and I lost weight. Like in Japan, well, apart from that, the fact also you walk a lot, which we do also here in Europe, but I was eating a lot. But I was eating a lot of like protein and soups and vegetables and whatever. Like I was getting stuffed, but stuffed with like good things, And they were like very tasty things because they have like onions and garlic and all of these kind of like very tasty spices as well. But you eat fish, you eat white rice, you eat like, I don't know, it's like simple food and very like, almost like raw, not raw, what's the name? Whole foods, but everything is made from scratch, it's not processed.
How big is the American? Like how big is the American culture? Like what percentage of Israelis would you say have ties to the U.S.? Like they came from?
Many has ties. Came from there? No, many came from there. I guess a few hundred thousands. But, not a few, like I guess 100,000 Americans.
No, more than that, though.
Yes.
More than that, right?
Like, and the out from the United States.
Let's find out. Like in total, in 75 years? Let's find out how many Americans.
Is it Netanyahu specifically here?
I think it was only Jerusalem. He was in the United States. He was I think an ambassador to the UN or something like this, or something like this. Or something. So he was there, and he went to college. Exactly.
Right, you're probably right. You're probably right. It's a couple 100,000 or so.
There's still a lot
afterwards. His father also something, right?
Mm-hmm. The father working was the oh my god, ambassador of Guatemala in Israel.
Yeah, I remember reading that when you mentioned it.
I mean, he's still an idiot, you know, like nobody likes him. He's not doing anything. I mean, he's super corrupt, you know, but yeah, who is Kelly talking about? The president of Guatemala or someone else? She says, Bibi. I was like, yeah, that's part of the story I haven't heard.
Is Mexico's president, is she the first Jewish president of a Latin American country?
Yeah, but she doesn't call herself Jewish. I think she's an anti-Semitic Jew.
Yeah, she's one of those with the Jew, so acting like a Jew.
Actually, Bibi, if you look closely, he looks like Putin's cousin.
No, he's way more handsome.
Like if you see Netanyahu when he was like young, you know, I don't mean that this is gonna sound like gay, but like you can tell like he's a good-looking guy.
He's still like, you know, he's, I don't know, almost 80, I don't know. He still looks good. And he knows how to speak. I mean, like, performance is his thing. I'm not saying, but like an actor.
Well, there's a famous picture of him when he was in the military, and he has like an Uzi or something like that. The uniform.
Yeah.
It's the one I see.
And his brother was also handsome.
Did you see the one that got killed?
Yeah. That's right, yes.
Kelly says that you have thought about his performance.
About his performance. He's a performer, I mean. He can deliver a speech. He can, like, yes, it's a speaker. Very good speaker.
Also, Kelly said that his mom decided to be lived in the U.S. or came to here. I thought there was some American tie. Yeah, because I thought he was, for some reason, I thought he was an American citizen too. I don't know why.
Because of all that bullshit on X, they don't want.
No, I'm talking about like, no, this isn't like from shit I saw online. I mean, just like on TV and the news, even going back decades ago. Like, remember
He just said he had many years in the United States, and he has, like, you know, the English and whatever, but no.
Did he study in the US?
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know this.
He went to like MIT or Harvard or something. Like he went to one of the really good
MIT, I think.
For nuclear power plant. Was that how you guys Pomona is a known nuclear power plant.
It's a Japan factory.
Oh, Curse is back.
He was always here.
No.
Because I know you guys know Israel sells water that is made from seawater. The most advanced of that.
Which one? The desalinators?
Yeah, at least that's what the internet says.
That's always they mention.
I mean, we were there. It was like
the thing with desalination is it's power intensive. So I'm wondering how does Israel do that if they don't have a nuclear power plant? I don't think anyone can do that because it takes a lot of electricity to desalinate.
Yeah, but that was a Jewish invention. The Jews invented that.
No, professors. I mean, I think it was in America. I don't know if it was Jewish. It was in America. The process is known. It's just it takes a lot of electricity. It's not that hard.
Yes, it's osmosis, reverse osmosis.
Yeah, exactly. It's like it's a well known, but the thing is, it takes a lot of electricity.
Yeah, exactly. But they invented the machine.
is circumventing the pricing of with natural gas. Oh, so you have access to natural gas. You don't import. You mean you have natural gas?
Yeah.
There is Israel does
Did you
have
also
some
look for
natural
Spain?
in the sea.
Did you also look for Spain?
Well, I'm looking now. Yeah, what's the name of the natural gas? It was Goliath or Goliath?
Yeah, sometimes just trying to put the dots together. It's like, oh, how can you afford that energy so much? You for sure you have nuclear weapons there.
No. That's not my weapon. He said that they're good Yes, man, it's a
Yeah,
good
but
time.
he was trying to imply as well the nuclear capability.
No, I don't think we can go into it. I was implying the fact that how are they producing it's just simple fresh water with the process, reverse osmosis is so energy intensive. Like it is really.
Also, they have got lakes. The sea is very salty.
Yeah, no, we have to get in the Silver Lake. But, we need to also create like a plan B, as we say.
You also have the river, right? From the river to the sea. You have that river.
The Jordan River is not it's not good water. The only fresh water is the Connecticut.
The cost of electricity, the localized cost of electricity, most of the time is so high when you're using things like reverse osmosis. I think even in Spain, it's probably been subsidized, to be honest.
Yeah, just by the government. They have very high taxes. And also living in Israel is not cheap.
And I think there's a difference between you can, I don't know exactly when you use the water for drinking versus just for like agriculture, for example.
Well, in the agriculture, it's technological innovation in Israel too, the drip irrigation. They had to.
Who said they are advancing? So what's another thing? Because I'm trying to say, are you saying that basically because they use that water for agriculture, they can get their money back?
No, it's a cheapest process. But if I'm correct, I think they use rainwater in different reservoirs that's not cleaned, and the desalinated water they do use for drinking, because you also have problems with salt in agricultural water. But you have now in Israel lasted. No, very little. Only rains in the winter and not enough. You have to clean it. You can't just rely on rain. But Daniel, you also have a bunch of what they call decca with the palm trees that can handle high saline, which was another agricultural thing done.
Musanda, they just pray to Allah and Allah sends them the food.
No, but you don't not Allah, you mean your own father.
No, I mean Allah. So this is what the Gazans do as well. They pray for Allah and they pray to Allah, and the Israel gives them the water and the electricity.
You think of Doha.
No, I'm talking about the Gazans. The Gazans pray to Allah, and then Israel gives them the water. But don't you give them the water? I mean, the Israel. Electricity to the Gazans.
And the West Bank and the Pacific Orbit.
Yeah, if I were in Israel, these Gazans are lucky that I am not the prime minister. Because
lucky that they are next to us. Listen, any other nation in the world would deny it.
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, they're lucky that I am not the prime minister of Israel, because I would have cut the electricity and the water. I mean, like, if we're at war, we're at war. I don't have to keep you alive.
Like, I have wondered, like, what would happen if they did that to, like, even a Muslim country like Turkey. I
Yeah, but I don't mean like out of nowhere. I just mean, okay, you did $7
find out this year. This is what you find out said on the, or Afghan said on the, like, I don't know, after 2 days and the entire world were like, oh my God, it's genocide. No, yes, if we had cut everything immediately, no food, no water, no electricity, nothing goes in until you release the hostages, first of all.
Exactly.
And they want to wait until, and yes, you can cry, and we would just say, release, not even start the military offense.
Yeah.
Just wait. You can say, listen, we are waiting. And we can never say every day we will take, I don't know, 10 meters from Gaza.
That would have ended the war very quickly because they would have released everyone. But of course,
Yeah, but the world, exactly, the humanitarians.
food, electricity, water, and on top of that, media and whatever. Yeah, of course they are going to weaponize the whole thing.
Look at what's happening now with this GHF. That all the UN and all the Amnesty are going like concerned because we are actually giving food to the Gazans while they were like allowing Hamas to be funded. They're going crazy. Every day they're telling stories that we put trucks there, that we execute them, that we, I don't know, every day like we block them food, or whatever. Every day there's a new story. Meanwhile, it's actually the first time that every single day millions of meals are being delivered to the Gazans, directly to the Gazans.
Yeah, now they're saying, oh, the Israelis are shooting the Gaza.
Every day they're like, yes, and you know what's amazing? Not even a single, like, you know, every day they say like that in the GHF delivery, like at least 70 people were shot, okay? Why don't you bring a camera tomorrow? Like, show the world. I heard, yeah, like in this entire world, I have not seen one single video where I can see with my eyes an IDF soldier shooting an unarmed or unequal civilian. Not even once. It is the most documented genocide in history. That's good. And also genocide. 2 years into the war, 57,000 dead, out of them about half are Hamas. That's not a genocide. At some point. That's
I'm just really bad at genocide.
That's like,
Just a powerful army.
yes, exactly.
Okay, so we've discussed Nexus a couple of times. You remember the part where he talks about like learning the wrong lessons? Like if in 1920 it would have if it would have checked like income rates, it would have said that women don't know how to earn money and they shouldn't be given jobs. Remember that part?
No. I need to research again.
He was basically saying it. Sorry, I was choked. Yeah, no, I was choked. I don't mind hear me comment. So, what he was basically saying is that the problem is like the difference between causation and correlation. So if you're just going by data points without like an intellect, which is a predictive module. So if in 1910 it would have looked at income earnings, it would have told an employer, don't hire women, they don't earn money. There's an obvious bias in there, but like you going by strict data, right? We just saw this happen in Grok Red X. So all the anti-Semitic files, and it learned it. It didn't verify the sources. It didn't go into it and see this doesn't make any sense. It learned what it saw on X. It is a bad sample of real society. X and society don't match each other. The people go to X because they have no voice in reality. And I think that's a lesson that everyone just like skip. It's like, oh no, Rock became Hitler. I'm not worried that Rock became Hitler. I'm worried that AI doesn't understand anything. So.
Yeah, and not only AI, actually, what happened to Grok is exactly what happening to many people that are on X. He just kind of like, in a way, showed a mirror of how we can brainwash a person. Right. But yes, they cannot verify, they just, if you repeat. And you know, the thing is that, in a way, it doesn't verify information because, yeah, I saw it from reliable sources like the UN or Amnesty and HLW, so like, that there was a report of Al Jazeera. And I'm like, what are your like sources for like saying that it's reliable and verifiable? This is part of the problem that a lot of this
better. You have to teach it. How many times did UN Watch get it
says something, and then Francesca Albanese writes it, and then it's the UN, and then they start basically echoing each other. Amnesty says this, and then Angel Albanese says Amnesty, and then it goes to the ICC, and there's a condemnation in the UN. It becomes reality, you know? And even like an AI would not say, oh, okay, no. They all fell for it, but I know better. Like, he's not that smart.
No, it's not smart at all to predict models. So if you read a bunch of posts, so it probably has an algorithm that says that if Mayor joins and has 3 followers, ignore that post. But some of these people have hundreds of thousands of followers, so it's still biased, right? So it's that's the real problem here.
The majority decides what is true.
And then it becomes self-perpetuating. That Grok's gonna retweet it, and then ChatGPT will see that it became yes. That's the problem.
And then people would ask Grok because people see Grok now, or not Grok, all those AIs, even like in this conversation, let's have ChatGPT. It's like it became like the new God. You go, you ask a question, and you get like the truth.
Right. So this is just a generic line. Like the problem is this has become development will squish you a halt because this is like Galileo on steroids. You can't say that. Everybody knows it's not true, so we're gonna have to poison them. It's.
I think people will just get dumber because I think they will just outsource thinking to all those AIs. Decision making, thinking, writing, creating, like people just get dumber. By the way, speaking of Jewish space, there's nowadays like a photo from Gaza of like a circle in the sky. And like, yeah, it's experimenting a new weapon on Gaza that creates those circles in the sky. Everybody's saying, yeah, it's the Jewish space thing.
I'm just curious. So,
I was gonna mute and I was kicked out of the room. Space lasers, circles in the sky? What?
There was a picture like in the recent, like yesterday, of like some kind of a circle in the sky in Gaza, and they actually saying the idea of experimenting a new chemical weapon on Gaza, and then everybody's like, yeah, the Jewish space station. Honestly, they like a story.
Like, I just got done watching, I used to be a fan of his up until primarily Russian Tucker Carlson.
Oh, me too.
The Russian, with the Russian and Ukrainian war, I couldn't understand why he was more or less siding with Russia, but you also listen to him, he seems to have something to say about Israel and foreign policy, I would say, for the last at least several weeks.
He's become really cringe, like, I adore, or I really like Tucker Carlson, but lately, like, I'm very disappointed. Since I saw his performance with Ted Cruz and how biased he was, I don't know, I think it's way less of him.
Going against Israel gives you clout. I see many users that were anonymous before the war, like I don't know, a few thousand followers, that now became like, really look at this pop villain. You heard about them? They were like nobodies, and now they're like me. And the entire platform is like that's the idea. And this Mamdani in New York, the ticket that he goes on, it's not about anything to do with New York. It's about like being anti-Zionist. It's a way to, it's a political power now.
Yeah.
It's been done. Yeah.
And people are voting for Mamdani because of his stances with Israel. It's ridiculous.
Well, what I wonder is that, well, I question more influence. I understand that like it could be, like for even for Russia might find it they're in their favor to kind of just cause turmoil, amongst United States and its allies, and of course there's going to be the Middle Eastern countries like Qatar that don't like this.
I might be naive, but I don't think Russia has got any interest in playing against Israel. That would be very dumb.
Excuse me? Russia started this. KGB was basically Yasser Arafat went to the KGB and he got like this story about the touching nationality started
Well, I wonder, like, how much of it is like people like Tucker Carlson, but and a lot of the other, is you say online influencers, they maybe they've always had these feelings, maybe they've just been convinced of them, or maybe they're being,
I don't think Igor is necessarily anti-Semitic or anything.
It's true. He's finding this way and benefiting over it. He has like his own show now on YouTube. He wants to get followers. The easiest way now to get like many followers is like being against it, right?
Yeah. And I agree that he falls into this narrative and that he uses it on the way, but I think that, and I was speaking with Meyer earlier today about this, my feeling is that there are a lot of people that are not anti-Semitic. However, they start going into this very slippery slope, when they start becoming isolationists. And so in order to become isolationists, they start talking about Israel being a negative power and a negative influence over the US. And then they start going into this rabbit hole, in which like they start pushing or trying to justify more and more their stance by being against Israel. And in order to make their argument stronger, they start like grabbing all these kind of like anti-Semitic narratives, and it's a very slippery slope. I was speaking with Meyer about this earlier, but I don't think that Tucker is anti-Semitic. But in order to push his argument for isolationism and going against Israel, he grabs everything that is near him.
What the difference is, like part of me, I was kind of shocked he brought him on. And he's somebody who has Martyr made. I forget what his real name is, but he had him on a show. He's the one who was saying, he went on Tucker's show when he was painting Winston Churchill as being the bad guy. Yeah.
Brett Cooper, he's just, he's a revisionist, a historical revisionist. He's a debunked historian who comes up with these. He wasn't even denying the Holocaust, he was denying the entirety of World War II. He was basically saying that Hitler.
No, Brett Cooper is the girl from the Daily Wire. This guy's it's another name.
Daryl
Cooper, yes.
Brett Cooper. No, she was fired or whatever. I think she's starting her own thing now.
Yeah, no, she started a week ago with Fox News as a contributor.
Yeah, okay. Did she just give birth?
Yeah.
My daughter used to listen to her. She's like Gen Z.
I like her, yeah. She's smart, very smart and funny.
Yeah, it sounds like Daryl Cooper. You're right, Daryl Cooper. He not too long ago sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at our old friend, what's his name? Who called himself a clubhouse rabbi?
Our clubhouse friend?
The clubhouse rabbi from Kentucky, Littman. He sent a very anti-Semitic tweet at Littman. Littman probably lost it, but he got himself in trouble, Daryl Cooper, for that. But he's a revisionist. He basically argues that Hitler only wanted the Sudetenland, and he would have stopped. And what's his name from England? I'm losing my mind. The Prime Minister of Great Britain was a warmonger. No, not Blair. Churchill, yeah, sorry. That was Winston Churchill. Winston Churchill was a warmonger, and had he responded more intelligently, he could have ended, and he bombed Black Forest with the intent of killing civilians, to just murder German civilians, and got the entire globe, and he's the true villain of World War II. That's Churchill's response.
But that's a very common narrative in neo-Nazi circles. That is the narrative in neo-Nazi circles. It has been for decades.
Okay. Well, it might be in neo-Nazi circles, but in like these alternative views, and like let's look at history from another level. Winston Churchill Virgil has come under a lot of ire for his response, which we can discuss, and there's reasons to say that, with the luxury of hindsight, maybe he could have done things better. But outside of a very small neo-Nazi skinhead circles, calling him the villain and saying that Hitler would have ended the war is a revision on history. That's
I agree.
determinant.
And even the American, like General Jack Mercer had said that like his biggest regret after.
Kelly, I invited you up a few times. That's what I saw you raise your hand. Maybe I misunderstood.
Yeah, I put it to not need the hand raising so she can come over and down.
So that his biggest regret is not putting American troops or boots on the ground in World War I. He felt the Nazis were going to start invading Europe again, which they did. They, obviously did, taken over what the Netherlands, Poland, France, Belgium. They were. I know outside of, yes, these ideological like Nazis, I guess you can say. I mean, nobody really doesn't think Hitler wasn't the bad guy. It didn't start the war.
Well, yeah, that's what Daryl Cooper is trying to make the argument. That's why it was like a 10-piece documentary. But
I want to listen to that. That's what Dave Smith is referencing in the Joe Rogan thing, right? When they spoke with
yeah, it's Never Be.
with oh my god, his name. I'm bad at names as well. The hot gay guy.
Ted Cruz.
No.
Douglas
Douglas Murray.
Yeah, well, see, I said it while she was saying it. I didn't think of this part.
No, yeah, that he did like a 12-hour podcast or something like that, or 12-hour episode or something like that about the Second World War, and I want to listen to it because they claim like, oh yeah, well, he is just talking about history, like he's not being a revisionist, he's not a Holocaust denier, he's just kind of like investigating and doing research and saying what he found. But I want to listen to it. I found it, I bookmarked it, but I
should
don't
have like non-academics, just like armchair fucking historians doing this kind of shit.
Listen, I don't care much about the credentials, but when you're consistently wrong on facts and you say things and then try to walk it back and then repeat it, it's time to stop listening to you. So,
but is he going? But in academia, at least it's gonna have like your work goes in front of your peers.
no, that's fine. I'm just saying if it was well researched, listen, if he would have came out with a well researched piece and other historians would like critique it and not find factual errors, and he would say something more to the lines of, with the luxury of 70 years of hindsight, had we done X, Y, and Z, it could have mitigated the forces of war. Is a good utility to such a study, and we could try to learn from that for future history of how to deal with tyrants like Hitler. And the reason I'm saying this is because this is what the people like not really Tucker Carlson, but more Joe Rogan are trying to hide behind. I just want to ask questions, I'm just reviewing. Like, there is a place for that, but that's not what Daryl Cooper is doing. Daryl Cooper is claiming that the true villain is Winston Churchill, and Hitler's just being misunderstood. And that's dangerous.
Sorry, I was texting and I couldn't unmute it. Yeah, that's what I have heard, but I have never really listened to him. So that's why I'm curious about him. I don't think I've ever heard him speak, not even in the Tucker one. I haven't watched that episode.
He's not in the Tucker one.
Yeah,
It's disgusting. No, Tucker interviews him, but
yeah, that's what I mean. That he's on Tucker. Yeah, I haven't watched that episode.
he was on Joe Rogan at least once, I believe, more than this one.
Yeah, I've never heard him speak. The guy that I heard speak the other day, because also I was curious, is this Flinklenstein Finkelstein or something like that. What is the name?
Finkelstein. Finkelstein.
I mean, his guest for the I mean, he has some people this week that have something to say about Israel. I guess
Who are you talking about right now?
Tucker Carlson. He has people on every week that will talk about Israel and their influence and how they shape our foreign policy, basically.
I think that what he is trying to do, and again, like I don't think, well, it could be, but I am still willing to give him a little bit of a benefit of the doubt. Which is, I think that he tries to bring to his podcast or to his show the opposite, the unheard voices. The non-mainstream ones. And so, for example, I appreciated that when he brought up when he brought Putin, for example. I really was interested to hear what Putin had to say, even though he went against the whole current, the political current, and the mainstream media. They were threatening him and whatever, and I did appreciate that. I also like to listen to this guy that I don't agree necessarily with him, but it's what's his name? He's an economist, and he speaks in favor of Russia, but against Israel.
Jeffrey Sachs?
Yes, Jeffrey Sachs. I do enjoy actually listening to Jeffrey Sachs. He's a little bit cuckoo, in certain things, but I think that he's someone that has been out there and he has got a legitimate opinion. It's not just someone who has been fed media and then he builds an opinion. No, he has been out there in the rooms, like being present in the conversations and being part of negotiations, and that to me is really cool to listen to the point of view.
He's by far the most. If there's going to be somebody who will speak against Israel and talk about how Israel's not, our relationship with Israel's not good, and the negative things the Zionists are doing, he's probably the only one. I would say he's the one who puts forth the most convincing arguments. Of course, he's been a pundit for a long time. He's a university professor. He's a very sharp guy. And he doesn't seem necessarily ideologically driven.
Sachs.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Yeah, but I think he's got it wrong when it comes to Israel. I like to listen to his point of view when it comes to Russia and Ukraine and stuff because he has been in the rooms. And I think I do like that. But then when it comes to Israel, I just think that he has built that opinion based on what he has heard, but he has never really been involved in the Middle East.
Well, I can't. How do I put it? There is something that makes me feel kind of uneasy about Netanyahu in particular. He does seem to. How do I put this? I'm trying to think how to say it.
I think he's hot.
I think he's a very influential person, and especially when it comes to when we have Republicans in office. I think he has a way. I do think he has a way of really getting support from America.
I don't think that's Netanyahu. I think it's the case that makes the point.
Yes, I agree with that.
Netanyahu.
Well, he's a good politician. Based on that.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a very politician,
And he knows how to speak to make his case. But his case is not dying, please come help me. His case is this is in your best interest.
exactly. But if you present the case, so it has to do with him. The narrative, the way that he influences, or the way that he.
I can't think of anybody in Israel that's ever been as comfortable or persuasive with Americans than him.
about Pepper's experience.
If you're going back to the 90s, he's been pretty much prime minister straight. I mean, he lost a couple of years to Barack, who was a terrible politician in that way.
Yeah, so there was 1 year of Florida better.
Pepe is not that young, okay?
No, but I get it, but he's been around for a really long time. Barack was really bad. We could talk about Barack as much as you want, but his speaking to the Americans was really bad. His accent was bad. His lingo was bad. He just wasn't good at it. Not totally bad. It was actually really good. I mean, he had other issues, but he was very good at speaking to Americans.
I think most Americans kind of took the conversation mostly around Robin.
Well, I think Netanyahu was obviously, he's a very charismatic person, and you can tell he's very intelligent, speaks very well, which is not, should be surprising for a minister, but, yeah, I don't know, I don't know, it doesn't make way for the prime minister. I'm hard time.
No, Barack was terrible at communication.
Yeah, we had prime minister that didn't really have like all the show on, like, but yeah, maybe he's a performer though.
He's a performer. He's American educated. He understands psychology. He understands media. So he knows how to talk. He's definitely a great communicator. I mean, he began his career when he from the UN. He was like 26. And
I think he's the first prime minister that really understood the media through.
Some Israeli prime minister had this like Jewish belief that my case will stand for itself, and I don't have to say it well. The facts will just talk for themselves. He really understood how to speak it. I don't know why that's being translated to a negative. If someone knows how to make their case, it's not manipulative. It's not. It just does it well.
I think it's manipulative. This is why it is, because they don't believe that the case is you know what they believe. So they think that they have some kind of, I know this one they say that we have like the Epstein file, that we have a case against each one, and basically what Moto was saying that the AIPAC is buying them. So eventually the American politicians are all corrupt and all are held by Netanyahu and the Israeli government, whatever you want to say. And with the case, they don't believe the case. And they don't believe like in terrorism and all those. They call it resistance.
I want to ask Daniel this, right? Trump just took out a bill called the Big Beautiful Bill. And in that bill, one of the things it stipulates is more money going to defense. People might, I'm just saying from their sides, they would be presuming that that's just America being controlled because you're literally cutting medical aid and just sending more money to defense. And obviously that would include supporting their allies, which is obviously Israel and what's the other one, Ukraine.
Why isn't that supporting ourselves? This is a really stupid talking point. The Republicans have been talking about social services and increasing military spending literally forever. The neocons wanted it even stronger. They just didn't have the guts to cut social spending. Probably he didn't cut social spending. He cut it for illegal immigrants. But that's, so you have to actually read the bill to know that. So the fact to say that that is for the benefit of Israel and Ukraine, it's been the theory of peace through strength for sure since Reagan, and really way before that, of a Republican Party stance that the economy, a free market economy, will take care of the poor, and we should have crazy spendings in the military so we never have to use it. So I don't know what that's about Israel.
Kelly saying that
I'm just saying that's what they're saying.
Give it a second.
I don't think that's here. It's not.
I don't think that's what, I don't think this has to do with Israel.
I don't think it has to do with Israel.
also I'm tired of saying that Ukraine and Israel, you cannot compare one to the other. The money that is sent to Ukraine is charity money. The money that goes or is funneled to Israel is part of a partnership. They're getting stuff in return. From Ukraine, they were getting shit. Not even a strategic position.
Well, I mean, they're
nothing.
administering Russia with the
Well, here's the issue, Asa. It's going to depend how much you don't like Russia. So if you're okay with, if you don't like Russia, if you're in that camp, then I'm very happy to support Ukraine.
That's fine, but the thing is that, so for me, and in this case, I stand, I copy what Simon says. Both countries are run by thugs. Both countries are very corrupt, but still, I think one is more corrupt than the other. And in my opinion, Ukraine is worse than Russia. It's just my own.
It fucks with us, it sides with all of our adversaries.
No, maybe, but I mean, it's an adversary. It's a big country as well. It's a power play. You have to play strategically, but you cannot just claim that Russia has it all wrong just because they are opposed to you. I mean, they are also playing their game, you know.
Sure, that's fine, Asa. So let's take this moral relativism. I'm fine. Russia is an adversary. Russia is portraying strengths it doesn't have. What this war in Ukraine was exposed them. It broke the illusion of China, which is the strongest of our adversaries. It made them distracted from being able to prop up Iran. If they would have taken the breadbasket of the Middle East, namely Ukraine, they would have been able to feed the Middle East in a way that would have hurt American interests. It was in America's best interest to have Ukrainian blood fight our war. I know it's cold and harsh, but that's what we did. We gave weapons and artillery and allowed Ukrainians to get slaughtered so we don't have to fight this war and expose Russia. I mean, if you like Russia and you don't want them to be exposed, that's fine. But if you don't like Russia, and this is a long-standing Republican, okay, they also have a great fear of Russia, of a region called the Evil Empire, that what the U.S. did to Ukraine was very beneficial to the U.S.
Maybe, but yeah, I see this, it's very difficult for me to explain, and I don't want to get into it. But I do believe that Russia has got also hegemony in its own region, and just as the US wants to be respected in its own region, Russia wants the same. I'm not saying that they're correct or that they are morally better than the West or anything like that. I'm just trying to see things objectively. And if I were Russia, I would also defend. If I were Putin, I would also defend the interest of Russia. He is Russia first, which is what every country should be. You know. And then what I see is that, as Kelly is saying in the chat, like the money sent to Ukraine. Yeah, it was not about Ukraine, it was about Russia, and that's the reason why I see it kind of like invasive or kind of, I don't know, like manipulative, you know, and it has harmed Ukraine in a huge way. It's a proxy war, and I have always had it clear, you know, that if Ukraine was used as a battleground for the US to fuck with the Russians, but in the end, the big losers there are the Ukrainians because they're losing their people, they're dying, and they're being fucked really by everyone.
I actually strongly disagree. I believe that the Ukrainians strongly fucking hate Russia. Like most of the Eastern Bloc countries, they absolutely are not willing to put up with Putin or their shit.
Yes, I'm not saying that the Ukrainians don't hate Russia, of course, but they would have never gotten into this. Like this war was, let's say, exacerbated or instigated. They were encouraging Ukraine to stand up to Russia when there was no need for that. And Russia, yeah, well, whatever. But if you know that they're going to be the small dog, you don't encourage
think it's true that that Biden held a lot back, and maybe that's because Biden saw that America would benefit more in the long run. Even if Ukraine suffered more deaths and more devastation, America would benefit in the long run by keeping the body mill right over there, just keeping more Russians going into the grinder. I don't know. I think that the only way you can really cleanly look at this is to decide to either take Ukraine out of the picture and just look at the calculation of Russia. I guess there's multiple ways you could do it, but I think you do have to step back away from some kind of role America is playing, a benefactor in Ukraine. I don't think that that's an honest way to look at it at all. And I think if you're honest about the whole thing, even if you're saying that yes, this was all in service of America's best interests, which I am A-okay with, you have to be honest and admit that Biden could have done a whole lot more a whole lot earlier, and there would be more resources for Ukraine at this point to be able to take advantage of it.
I will agree with you that the U.S. should have done more for Ukraine, in my opinion, because the U.S. in a way instigated or exacerbated the position that Ukraine took against Russia. And so since it was in the interest of the U.S. for Ukraine to stand up to Russia like they did in the case of NATO, they should have gone full on with Ukraine. Because what they did, as you're saying, is that they just instigated and then, Ukraine was fucked. Now, I also see the other argument that you're saying, and I'm not sure whether the U.S. is winning more in the long term by getting more Russians into the grinder. That could be one argument. But the other one, I think, is also kind of like the media war, because the longer these war lasts, the more they are demonizing Russia, which is the enemy. And in the end, what the U.S. strategically also wants, or at least in Biden's era, is that everybody was against Russia, and they sanctioned Russia, and whatever. Although I don't know how well that played, because Russia didn't necessarily become economically much weaker, but they just changed their alliances, and they are forming blocs with the enemies or the opposite side of the U.S. and creating another very strong economic bloc. So I don't know how well this is going to play in the long term economically for the U.S., but I do believe that, yeah, you're right. If they were instigating it, at least give support to Ukraine so that they would smash completely Russia. But they didn't, and now the ones suffering are the Ukrainians. They're killing their people. Their land is destroyed. They're losing territory. It's a shit show. I believe that Russia has the right, and they have the hegemony on that region.
Of course, everyone has the right to fight, to defend, whatever. This is just a reality. Israel is a great example of how all of these suppositions about what people should or shouldn't be doing aren't necessarily in their best interest, and it's good when you don't sign every treaty that comes in front of you. But I think that the point you just made about this is all damaging Ukraine, I think that's fair. But I also think that the one thing that you can't really Monday morning quarterback is the extent to which more help could have been given and how much it would have helped Ukraine. It is true that even through Congress, Biden's not giving everything to Ukraine that he was supposed to. Everything's held back, it was obfuscated, it wasn't talked about, whatever. These were numbers you had to sit and crunch to be able to appreciate that he was holding things back. But I also think it's fair to acknowledge the people that worry about going full hog on a nation like Russia. I don't know if it could be nukes or what, but there is a risk there. So I'm not saying that you're wrong to say what you're saying, but I think you have to put that caveat in there. With Russia, I don't think there's any guarantee that they would have run home with the ball.
I agree, but that's the reason why there wasn't a need in the first place to start this war. Because in the end, the only thing it created is destabilizing the region, is fucking up a smaller country. I think the better approach would have been having a diplomatic relationship with Russia and trying to, in a way, kind of balance the power, just like they did in Europe at some point when everybody was killing each other and they created balance of
said multiple times, if China tries to take Taiwan, they will be fully available. And China is a nuclear powerhouse.
Oh my God, now you want to take us to China and Taiwan, dude?
No, what I'm saying is at the end of the day, you're not scared of the nuclear thing because China can threaten you with nuclear, but you're willing to go to war with them. But you're not willing to go to war for Russia. And the second part, you forced the Ukrainians to give up their nukes. You told them to give up their nukes, and they did. And instead of helping and deploying soldiers, you all talk. And then next time, now you're talking about even taking down Canada.
Yes, Usana, I agree with you.
Let's take this conversation back to reality.
They gave up their nukes, but then in the first place, if you make them give up on their nukes, then you protect them, but then you don't push them into creating a conflict and exacerbating it with Russia, because you know that unfortunately you cannot take Ukraine and move it from geographically to another place. They are going to be always the neighbors of Russia, and you gotta respect and play the rules of the region where you are. And it's in your benefit to play smart with the resources you have.
Well, then resources, I wouldn't say. Lisa, it's good to see you, by the way. How about you, Lisa? It's good to see Kelly and Pepe and Caleb, Daniel, everyone on stage. The way I look at it, too, is you see the strategic point here and what it's doing to the resources. What's going on between Ukraine and Russia right now? Resources are being used. Who are we supplying resources to? Ukraine, right? Russia's using their resources. What happens when you keep using resources and spending money? Weakens that economy. And I feel like that's kind of one of the things, that's one of the first things I said to my girlfriend when September 11th hit us. I said, this is to get us to go elsewhere and spend lots of money, resources, and lives going to another country to expend our resources and put us in debt and greater debt. So what I see is a strategic point of using countries as chess pieces, like Ukraine to Russia, to tire the resources out. Similar to Israel and Iran, same thing, right? Are you seeing what I'm talking about? They're weakening. These countries are getting weakened. Russia's getting weakened. Iran's been weakened exponentially. Their resources are getting weakened, and I think that's going to do is benefit what we want as Americans. Not that I feel like I want us to continue to be out there, but I think I think Russia is going to get weaker and weaker and weaker, and it is at a certain point, if the war doesn't stop, we will see either Putin or Zelensky or both dead by the end of this. If it doesn't stop.
I mean, it's a very happy, slappy sort of thesis you have. But the fact is, the ruble is historically very strong right now. Russia's GDP is at an all-time high. Their foreign reserves are at an all-time high. They have more cash savings than ever before. Their military-industrial complex is stronger than ever. And they are on the front foot as far as this war goes. So, I mean, these are really happy, slappy American theories you have, but the ground realities kind of point to something.
Do you think what we did to Iran, bombing the nuclear facility, was a sloppy maneuver? What do you think about what we did to Iran, S500? I'm curious.
It's a very different kind of conflict. What you have with Iran and what you have with
I think what it did is it made a statement. I think what it did is made a statement that we can do things and you can't do anything to us. We made a statement that we don't play.
Hey, hold on. SP500 or you. Where did you get that photo from?
I stole it from someone. I don't know who. Regardless.
AI generated.
Because I did that frog. So I'm just surprised that you have it because I
someone else had it up. Someone else had it up.
I did it for Chat FBI in the Bitcoin room. Okay, go ahead.
Hey, 1 second. You were correct. SSA 600. You were 500. You were correct, and the ruble is strong. Russia is doing well. That was like a little bit over exaggeration of depleting the resources. But to say the war is going well for them is grossly inaccurate. They went into a much smaller country. They were supposed to walk in and take it. They're having tremendous difficulties. They're bombing civilians and
still not getting anywhere. They had a truck full of drones attack them in their place. The only reason why they didn't get worse hit was because Biden was afraid, and maybe justifiably so, to allow the weapons to be used, and they had to have only certain ranges. So they weren't allowed to attack once Ukraine started attacking with inside Russia. They are not doing well. They have exposed themselves to be a very incompetent country.
If I may respond, currently Ukraine is getting pounded harder right now than at any point during the war. Okay, and I get it. Ukraine launched a successful sneak attack offensive a couple of months ago, right? They've been losing the war, but winning the media narrative for years now. And finally, they've managed to launch a successful operation through this sneak attack with the help of Western intelligence. And I will credit them for that. Russia did lose significant assets during the sneak attack, not to the extent that the media was portraying, but Russia did lose assets. However, the fact remains, the manner right now, it's bad and pathetic, and honestly, for the Ukrainian people, they are getting slaughtered.
That's right. We couldn't hear the last paragraph you just said because you went into the matrix. You might want to repeat.
Was anyone else able to hear me?
No, you lost some, but you're not responding to what I said. I know that the Ukraine is being pounded. That's not the argument. The argument is comparatively, they should have been captured by now. There should be Russian flags flying.
I mean, aspect on that is right. You're just selling words at this point, bro. You know what I mean? Oh, well, at least they weren't able to do this in 20 years. Bro, they're dying. They're dying now.
Okay, that was about the dumbest take I've ever heard.
Everything is the dumbest thing ever.
Respond.
From the ending, and you just selling words. You think I'm the dumb one? The fuck?
Okay, you have to. I mean, you don't have to, but if you want to continue, you should respond to the actual argument. The argument is that Russia should have been able to annex what they wanted years ago, like 2.5 years ago. They've been exposed as an incompetent country. Their army is not modernized. Their army cannot stand up to U.S. spec. They cannot even take Ukraine. So whatever level of dominance and hegemony they thought they had in the area, forget NATO, forget the U.S. They can't even take Ukraine.
I don't even think that they have used their best weapons yet. I don't think they have used their best weapons.
No, I mean, deploy soldiers. If everything you're saying here is true and the Russians are so weak and whatever, they do.
Why would they deploy soldiers? You know what a non-sequitur is?
You say you were trying to speak and Kirsch didn't understand it.
Yeah, no, I was just saying that I don't think Russia has even made use of their greatest weapons yet. I don't think that they have felt the need to do that.
It comes down to that because Iran was a strategic partner for them for weapons. I mean, they both benefited each other in many ways, but they weren't even
blonde. You're sounding very blonde right now.
Dude, people, please.
Hold on just a second. We need to do a thing. And then we can do this thing. So anyways, please, by all means, come back up, but since you need help shutting the fuck up, Russia wasn't even strong enough to help Iran.
But I don't think their intention was ever to help Iran. They were not going to get in that mess. I don't think that they ever spoke or had the intention of getting into that conflict. I mean, they have a weapon relationship with Iran, but they have never really directly attacked Israel. I mean, and you can see, for example, when the whole Syria thing happened, they had the opportunity to attack Israel or whatever, because all of them, I mean, had certain administration or control of parts of Syria. And when the whole Syria, when Assad left Syria and the whole mess exploded, like they even coordinated with Israel so that there was no misunderstanding that they were not going to attack each other.
Totally. I'm talking about something totally different. And listen, I don't know exactly what it tells us, but it tells us something important, and people have to accept that one of them is true. Russia and Iran were important to each other. Iran was supplying Russia with weapons, like important weapons, right? Obviously, Iran suffered greatly. I'm not sure, to what extent they could have continued supplying Russia, but if the argument is that what was going on with Iran was like not that big of a deal, right? Which if you consider Iran, Russia, like China, if you consider these people kind of this loose alliance of assholes, then these questions matter, not just about Russia, but about the other countries too. So if Iran was like, not really all that damaged, but maybe they couldn't keep supplying Russia with weapons, but they'd be able to get back up to it soon enough, Russia would be giving up a lot to turn its back on Iran at that moment, right? But if Iran was damaged and Iran's of no use to Russia anymore, that's important because that means that Russia is even weaker than they previously were.
Iran was just a territory for power projection. The Middle East has been a territory where Russia and the U.S. have been competing for power projection. There are times when Russia has been dominant in the last few years. There are times when now the U.S. is more dominant in this power projection. And then I'm talking about just in the last decade alone. It's been a seesaw. But to say that China is Russia's ally, this is just a misnomer amongst Americans.
Well, maybe it's that English is a second language issue. I said loose alliance.
Yeah.
Loose alliance.
And you're not responding to anything that Kelly said. So allow me just to address what she said, and then you can say whatever the hell you want to say. I agree with you that the whole thing that happened with Iran right now indirectly or directly affected the position that Russia has because of their weapons agreement or partnership or whatever. Now my question is, and I have no, I don't know what the answer is, but maybe you guys know because I just haven't looked into it. Is Iran? I mean, like maybe they had a good partnership because it was convenient, efficient, or cheap, or whatever with Iran. But aren't they able to get weapons from their other partners? For example, like North Korea or China or any other country producing weapons for Russia? I don't think that they're necessarily handicapped just because of what happened to Iran. It's like, for example, if you tell me that if right now the partnership between Israel and USA breaks in terms of weapons, Israel can still get weapons from other markets, right? I mean, they have a partnership with the U.S. where they're getting 70% of their weapons from the U.S. But what about the rest of the 30%?
So Isa, again, like who knows what the fuck I know? Like these are just. I'm just telling you what I think, and that's probably about as valuable as like a pair of old shoes that I threw away. I mean, so just to start there. But like the reason I would never call these nations like quote unquote allies is because they're like in the service of themselves. Like they're not the same kinds of nations as the United States and some of the people that we consider allies, whether that's on paper or not.
They're more mercenary, right?
Yeah. Well, Israel's a great example of like one of these people. Like we have the kinds of values or like things in common that are not nearly as transactional. And so I'm not trying to like place a value on it per se, but I mean I think depending on your look on the way you see like the Western world, etc., like you probably could assume one. But anyway, sorry, there's a whole other point I wanted to make.
You were talking about what's a different one?
No, it was in response to that. Like, I mean, like these alliances are loose, and what you can get from people is meaningful. And this capital is Russia's strength that it's bringing to the table. Like Russia has been exposed, so sure.
joining NATO. And I'm not saying that this is the only reason why Russia attacked Ukraine, because of course there might be some expansion objectives and whatever, but that was definitely the drop that made the glass overflow, the NATO thing. And we started putting a lot of sanctions on Russia, whatever. Right now we're being fucked, literally, in terms of energy. Like, we don't know what to do. Like, Europe, on top of that, has gone, like, completely retarded in terms of electric energy and sustainability and whatever. And now that we lost the energy from Russia, our energy is super expensive. Like, tripled or more, over the past couple of years. It's ridiculous. And so Russia is sending all of his energy, of their energy to China. So yeah, maybe their economy has been affected. Maybe the weapon stuff has been affected. But I don't think that they had all the eggs in one basket. And they have been able to still keep going, despite of all the sanctions and all the stuff. I don't know. So I just think that the narrative they give us in the West is that Russia is weak, Russia is evil, Russia is shit, but we don't realize that we're living in an interdependent world, and we get more from actually having good diplomatic relationships than actually entering into war with a big country like Russia that we all need in the end,
So if I can just add, literally nothing that Russia actually needs. Russia has zero dependence on Iran. Iran relied on Russia for this false sense of security, which obviously Russia has no reason to go out of its way.
You don't think that Russia needs some of the Syrian soldiers? Russia doesn't need the drones, the missiles?
I very patiently listened.
No, you're right. Carry on.
So, Iran, what do they export? They export crude oil, natural gas, urea, fertilizers. They export some degree of missiles and drones that have been used in Ukraine, but such a minuscule, we're literally talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars, like such a small number, that is not really even a talking point. Russia, so the things that Iran exports, China is primarily the main consumer because of the U.S. unilateral sanctions against Iran. China is the one who's almost has a monopoly on Iran's resources. Russia has absolutely nothing it needs or really wants from Iran. Russia has plenty of natural gas. Russia has every resource you can imagine. They don't need anything from Iran. So that was not really Russia's battle to fight to go and defend Iran. These people say Russia has been exposed or whatever. Like that's just false.
You do realize that Russia's still in a war with Ukraine, right? One that they said would be over in 2 weeks. Like within the first push, they lost tanks because they couldn't even read a fucking weather map.
Is that something you read on CNN? Like, what's this one? So yeah, like there's all this like Russia propaganda floating around the West. What did they say? Like Russia rigged the election in 2016. They called it Russia Gate. But regardless, look, there were internal documents leaked recently where Russian bureaucrats stated they consider China as a top enemy, as a threat. The Chinese are considered a threat, but because Russia is cut off economically from doing business with the West, doing trade with the West, Russia has to do trade with China, right? Russia does trade with India, but the difference is Russia only shares certain technologies with India, a distant country, that they don't share with China because they don't consider China as a friend. So when you said a loose alliance, that was an accurate term in that sense. But yeah, like Iran was not like some kind of strategic partner that was very vital to Russian interests. So to say like, as the U.S. went over, like bombed a weak country like Iran, suddenly Russia is exposed. That was like.
That's not how
I wanted to get a little bit of an idea of how important is the Iran partnership with Russia in terms of weapons. And just like Israel buys 70-75% of weapons from the US, Russia, the percentage that Russia gets from Iran in terms of their whole weaponry is 5%. So, yes, in a way, they could have been weakened because, I don't know, it's mostly like tactical weapons and stuff like drones and things, and a few missiles. But in the end, it's just only 5%. The rest of their weapons, let me see where it comes from. I think that they have got a lot of production in Russia. But also it says that, sorry, I need to keep reading the rest, but it mentions North Korea and China as well for partnerships in this sense. But so Iran really doesn't represent a large portion of the weaponry of Russia.
Listen, I don't know what the true percentage is. I also don't know like what that true percentage is considering you're talking about Iran, North Korea, like you said, China.
You're in the matrix.
Alright.
I think she stopped talking, right? I don't know if she heard me. She was in the matrix. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I was in the matrix. Well, this thing says that unlike Israel, Russia is not heavily dependent on Iran for weapons. Russia is largely self-sufficient in conventional weapons. It's the second largest arms export globally. That said, Iran has supplied drones primarily. Estimates suggest hundreds to possibly thousands of drones have been delivered depending on the source. Let me see, the actual percentage of Russian arms coming from Iran is very small, likely well under 5%, and mostly limited to tactical and asymmetric weapons, like kamikaze drones. And then it says that the relationship, the nature of the partnership with Iran is mainly transactional and opportunistic, not deeply institutional like the US, Israel, which is also more aligned in terms of values, and I agree 100% with Kelly with what she was saying there. So it's very transactional, it's very, yeah. So they have an anti-Western stance, sanctions pushing both to cooperate, and Iran's drone tech offering their land. There is no formal treaty or alliance equivalent to NATO or US-Israel frameworks. Some intelligence coordination. Yeah. So Iran has no leverage of Russia either in broader military terms. It says here Russia's superior power military using Iran as a gap filler. Yeah, of course, in the region. And also a gap filler during sanctions-induced shortages, like microchips and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's a minimal strategic risk for Russia. I think this is very interesting. So yeah, Russia is mostly self-reliant.
Okay, so you remember the hypersonic talk from Iran? Remember when they were also concerned about Iran, about some new technology to try to use? What a fucking joke. Let me just tell you that they had three, and I'm trying to remember the name of the equivalent that Israel has. It only take less than 30 minutes for us to send a nuclear warhead said that Russia never declared war on Ukraine. Is that it? Do you agree or disagree on that?
Who cares? I don't care what you
Was it an attack on Ukraine a declaration of war? That's all I'm asking. Wasn't the attack on Ukraine a declaration of war?
Oh my God, Sean?
All right,
That's not what we're talking about.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Just go to the town to discuss with him. Anyway, let's go back.
Fucking idiots. That's all I can say. Just fucking idiots out here in Club.
I think it's time to do the thing.
Kelly, are you back? What thing?
If you can hear me, because I've been terrible.
Yeah, we can hear you now. You were saying something, but you were in the matrix and we couldn't hear you.
It's in it.
Let me check it. I'm in Costco. My signal don't interrupt this.
About that.
So they don't have that loose alliance anymore. Even
one more up. Notch it. It starts with the not just weapons and then the next.
not just weapons, but soldiers via proxies. Also, the point is they are weakened enough that it's not in their interest to help Iran. I agree. So they don't have that loose alliance anymore, and given what they've gone through, are they a good investment?
Meaning, is Russia a good investment for anyone else? What do they have to offer?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I think, I think also, and maybe I am wrong, and maybe I am completely naive, and I'm just a woman that doesn't understand war. But I refuse to think that all they have is what they have shown in the Ukrainian war. I don't think that they have used their most powerful weapons yet. I refuse to think that Russia is that weak. I mean, again, they are the second largest weapon producer and seller and whatever in the world. And so, I don't know. Maybe this is kind of like also psychological type of war, you know? Let them think they're winning, and once they are thinking that they are going to make it, just like slash them completely. I don't know. Also, Putin to me doesn't come across necessarily as a warmonger or as a war guy. Like he is interested in cooperating with the U.S. You know, like he doesn't come across as like just the guy that he wants to that is thirsty for blood. I don't know. Again, maybe it's just because I think he's hot. I refuse to think that he is like that. I don't know. But again, I think it's in his best interest to just negotiate with the U.S. He doesn't want issues with the U.S. Yes. I would let him clap his booty. Anyway, I don't believe that all the weaponry of Russia is old and useless and that they're weak or whatever. They wouldn't be the second exporter of weapons in the world, you know, and if their weapons were shit.
Yeah, but he said if Americans believe what they say, they would have deployed soldiers. That's the thing. I mean, words are worthless in the game of war. If you are what you are, you step boots on the ground and you just talk a good game.
Saying that we want to basically get them launch nukes. Deploy the soldiers and just completely overtake Russia.
It's a foreign economic, right? Russia. You're just defending Ukraine. Why not? The reality is, we know the consequences to nukes. In fact, you guys have made it clear that if there's ever evidence of them using nukes in Ukraine, in the Russians, you would fully give the full throttle of NATO. So you've already made a declaration of saying you're willing to attack Russia, even for Ukraine, just of yourself, the circumstances of that day you lose. The thing is, you just don't care about Ukrainians. Which I don't know why you just want to be honest here. You don't care, and you try. It's just the way.
We've actually been saying that for the last hour. We don't care. That's true. But you tend to bend around, and then you turn it into incapable, which is what makes it retarded.
That's the entire first point I made. I don't know, maybe you took a nap or something, or maybe you're just.
His brain is just asleep.
Okay, look, I won't completely say they won't use nukes, but I'm saying I would even have to say that you're too scared of the repercussion that a nuclear war would have. So
Do we not care, or are we too scared? Because you gotta pick one.
No, Mayor, we exist in a world.
He's contradicting himself.
Yeah, I'll go back to too scared, yeah. Like everybody else. Yes, you're too scared of that.
Well, everybody should be scared, dude. This is the reason why Trump is trying to get into an agreement of denuclearize the countries.
But let me just point
It's
one
so
thing
high
out.
risk for the humanity.
Yeah, let me just point one thing out, and then we can have a real conversation. If the U.S. would take over every country that we are capable of taking over, then it would just be the U.S. left. So the fact that there's not global dominance just kind of proves that the U.S. doesn't just invade countries willy-nilly, and it's not because we're scared, because we can literally march to Latin America, and it just take about as long as it takes to drive.
Man, obviously the
Leave your hands off Latin America.
That's the whole idea. In Afghanistan, we lost the will to stay. We had a couple of thousand soldiers that held the country stay for. There hadn't been deaths in the country for 8 years before we left.
How many wars are there? How many wars?
No, we spent billions of dollars, we won the war, and then we got bored, and we went home. We didn't lose that war at all. It took a bit of time to put down the insurrection. For about 10 years before, the Biden decided to withdraw, there were no more American soldiers dying. So no, we won Afghanistan, we won well, harder than ever at that country.
Zero people would have died.
Yeah, that's a whole separate issue. But
I say that's a win if Americans aren't dying.
You literally can't, because being in the war doesn't mean that you lose every war that you're in.
That's why.
Listen, if you conquer,
Curse, hold on, Mayor, I'm gonna hear about you curse. I'm not a rule kind of person, but I'm gonna make a rule. Unless your next comment isn't stupid, I'm gonna kick you off the stage.
I can save you some.
Mayor.
I can save you some time. But if you conquer a territory and you hold it and people stop dying, you won that conflict. And what else is their definition of winning a war?
How spend billions of dollars getting nothing out of it and replacing it with the Taliban winning?
Okay, I can't.
Yeah, but that was not I get his point. I mean, but retiring voluntarily and allowing that to happen and having a bad strategy for leaving a country is not the same as losing a war. It's like, for example, if right now Israel would decide to retire from Gaza, for example, Gaza, that doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that Israel decided to take a step back. Now, if they did it in a poor way and half of the IDF was killed by Hamas while they're at it, that would be a bad strategy, but it doesn't mean that they lost the war. But I mean, I get it. It was not like a big win for the US because they could have done it better.
Or not at all.
Yeah. But I guess that the only country the US has ever lost is the Philippines, right? The Philippines is the only country that they
Say
lost.
the U.S. lost Vietnam. It definitely felt to win Vietnam. But then the whole separate issue was it was just worth the squeeze. That doesn't counteract the point that it was a decisive win. Meaning, the dialectical on here was the U.S. is incapable
ceasefire, and in the process they get a bad strategy getting out and get half of the idea killed by Hamas. That doesn't mean that Gaza won the war. It just means that
No,
Hamas had a
living is, I cannot really agree with this. Living as, like basically just giving up in a way, meaning like also leaving the hostages, it is living, I think.
yeah, but if you would decide to leave Gaza, even after you got the hostages back, you get the hostages back, and then you decide to leave Gaza without taking possession of the territory. That's something that you guys.
We don't need to take position of the territory. That was not the objective of the war. Winning a war is really easy if you reach the objective that you set out to do. That is winning the war. It's about conquering, it's about killing everybody. It's about like, what are the objectives? That's like, for example, the war in Iran was like, harm the like nuclear, like, it's not about like taking out the regime or destroying Iran or like, you know. So for us, like, it's a win. We came, we did, we left. We did what we wanted to do.
Can you make the claim? Can you make the claim that Afghanistan is better off now than it was 20 years ago?
No.
After the U.S. took control.
We put up the mission accomplished banner. I mean, we won.
But I mean, did you guys? I mean, and I'm honestly asking this question. Like, I'm fucking through. It's not rhetoric, but is Afghanistan? I mean, and regardless, taking aside the Al Qaeda thing, like, is Afghanistan better? Like more, I don't know, more developed or better?
No, actually worse, because when you find something and you don't like destroy it, it kind of becomes even more immune, like a disease. It kind of becomes stronger.
That's winning.
No, again, it depends.
We're not defeated. That's the thing. I mean, like, winning versus what? I mean, to me, it's winning versus being defeated, and the U.S. not defeated. They retired voluntarily. They did very poorly, and they lost a lot of money in the 20 years, but they were not defeated. So that's what doesn't make them lose the war.
And to the loss, I said it wasn't a win.
Yeah, it's
It
not.
was a tie. It wasn't okay. I don't know where this like content this is coming from.
Just from like winning.
I don't understand everyone. What do you was the impact? Okay. The question wasn't whether it was a good idea or you consider it when you have a ridiculous pullout and hand it back to the Taliban. The question was, is America strong enough to take the wars? They couldn't even take Afghanistan. That's not the truth. America took Afghanistan, won in Afghanistan, held Afghanistan, and they got war and left. Is that good from an American standpoint to say we won the war? No, obviously not. But you cannot say the American military was incapable of category Afghanistan. It's just not true.
Yeah, that is what we were addressing, because somebody was saying about something about the U.S. being scared of going to
I was in the matrix for a minute. Like I couldn't.
and yeah, and Meyer was trying to make the point of like, no, the U.S. is not scared of it. They are choosing not to do it. And then I asked, okay, what war has the U.S. lost? And that's what got us into this winning or losing dilemma. Like, what is winning? Because what they did in Afghanistan is not necessarily a win, but it's not that they were defeated either. It was just very stupid. And there were a lot of lives lost and money and yeah, and time. What was the objective of Afghanistan? Yeah.
To remove the Taliban from power because they gave a safe harbor to Al Qaeda.
Should the focus of Iraq should have been in Afghanistan in the first place? The problem was that the president announced they're going to go to war 2 weeks before they went to war, so gave plenty of time to move anything of any capabilities that came to bombs, whatever natures from, you know, the kind that put out disease, mustard gas, or even possible like gets better and keep it there, then if you remove it, same with it. So there's a lot of shit going on. There's a lot of shit everyone keeps forgetting about the shit that's happened in the past to where we are currently today.
Yeah, but Iraq is in a lot better shape today than it was before we went in. Afghanistan is not, Iraq is.
Right. And that's Biden's fault with what happened in Afghanistan. We've lost a strategic base and billions of dollars of assets. But the thing a lot of people forget is that we do leave billions of dollars of assets when we go to war anywhere. Typically, we do dump a lot of stuff. So it's not just that one point. That's happened over time. Just like, again, the Afghan-Russian war. You see where I'm connecting?
No, I'm getting whiplash.
Okay. All right. So I'm just going to sit back and continue.
May I speak about that point specifically, Iraq? Because I'm from Iraq.
So what's your take? Are you currently in Iraq or are you in the US?
You don't have to answer that.
I'm in Iraq. Yeah,
You are in Iraq.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm from Iraq and I live in Iraq.
What is your take on the war to Iraq that the US did?
Well, something.
Well, first of all, what happened in case of Afghanistan? Afghanistan was under the control of extremism, which is
Just like it is now.
the Islamists, the extreme Islamists were controlling the situation in Afghanistan. When America went in and Al-Qaeda specifically, which is the responsible side of the problem, it was already in Afghanistan and it was controlling the situation there. So that would give a good reason for the Americans to attack Afghanistan. But Iraq, specifically, Iraq was under Saddam Hussein, who was a dictator. Yes, that's right, and he was a criminal, and that's also right. But he was not Islamist. In fact, he was an anti-Islamist. He was more like a traditional Soviet dictator, he was non-religious and he was non-Islamist, and he was more into having control of Iraq with his ideas of Ba'ath nationalism, which is more like a traditional Arab nationalism type of thinking. And he was not involved in September 11, by the way. And he was not also part of Al-Qaeda, something George W. Bush cabinet was trying to prove, but they could not. At the end of the day, CIA could not connect or prove any type of connection between the extremist Islamists in Afghanistan and Saddam Hussein's government. That's number one. Number two, what happened after removing Saddam Hussein and taking control? Simply that Iraq now is under the control of Islamists. Back in days, Iraq was not under control of Islamists. After American destabilization of Iraq, Iraq is now under control of Islamists. And that's really bad news for people like me who do not believe in Islamic rule and they do not believe in Islamic government. Nowadays we have to live with it. We have to accept it the way it is. Because simply America decided to bring every Islamist to Iraq. The time before 2003, Iraq was under control of a non-Islamic type of dictator, It was more like a Soviet, it was more like a Soviet type of dictatorship. It was an anti-Islamic type of dictatorship. And not a single guy from Al-Qaeda was living in Iraq. That's something America could not prove it, simply because Saddam was very anti-Islamist, and he knew that it is a bad choice to be an ally of an Islamist. And thirdly, what I want to talk about that point specifically, Iraqis cannot nowadays, be against Islamists. You cannot be in Iraq and stand and talk about how Islamists and Islamic militias are killing people because they're different opinion on their non-Islamic opinions. So what America did simply, that it decided to remove a secular type of dictator and bring an Islamic type of dictator. Now, Islamists are controlling the situation. Go there and talk about Islamic symbols in a negative way, and you will be killed, simply. So now we are living under dictatorship, but in a different way, which is an Islamic dictatorship. So America, and what I want to say here, and a lot of Iraqis believe that America is a country that's supporting Islamic type of rule. They are supporting that type of rule because wherever in the Muslim world America came in, always you can find Islamists controlling the situation. And an example of that, by the way, is Afghanistan. Because before American support to the people like, Islamists in Afghanistan, Soviets were controlling the situation. They are dictators, they are killers, they are bad people. Yes, that's right. Soviets are bad, okay. But they are not Islamists. They do not support Islamists. Who supported Islamists? Who made Afghanistan Islamic? Who made Islamists as a fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, until this moment, Afghans cannot get rid of Islamists. But the most important point, who brought Islamists? Who made Islamist fact in Afghanistan? It's America. And unfortunately, nowadays Iraq is going the same way. Now Islamists are controlling the situation in Iraq, and you cannot do anything about it. If you were a liberal, if you were against Islamists, you have to keep silent or leave the country. Or otherwise, if you talk about it, you will be killed. And that's because of the American policy in Iraq. I'm sorry for taking too long to talk about that point, but I found a lot of American friends cannot have a lot of information about the situation here. They don't have a lot of information about this, and I tried to explain the situation the way it is from a guy who's living already in Iraq and who's suffering from the American choice in Iraq.
Ali, that was a great intervention. I actually think it's very interesting to get your perspective and understand like how Americans are perceived, right, after their interventions in their countries. And as you're saying, I mean, like, it seems like after America intervenes in a country, the government or the regime that comes right after they leave is worse than the one that they were fighting at the beginning. And yeah, that's.
Well, this is a serious question. Like, who cares? I mean,
Simon, if you don't care, then shut the fuck up. We're having a conversation here. If you don't care and you don't want to talk about it, you're free to leave, dude.
Yeah, fuck it.
Honestly, nobody cares that you don't care.
No, I asked, did you hear my question, or did you just
Yeah,
want to
said, who cares?
Well, there was a couple of other words after that.
Was there?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said, well, who cares? Why is that the problem of Americans when they go into a country and then they get taken over by Islamists?
Well, because they shouldn't have gone there in the first place, dude. This is the reason why. I mean, it doesn't matter if you had a couple of words later. I mean, if America, if who cares, then America shouldn't go there in the first place because they're just fucking up the countries and the lives of people that didn't give a shit about Americans before.
And what if America is? I mean, but Simon, there are people living there. I mean, the world is not start and end with America or the West. I mean, there are people there that now are forced to be living under Islamists. Yeah. And they don't have any other choice. And it's just sharing and saying like, we are now paying a price for this thing.
You can say the exact same thing about what Israel's doing right now, though. You're like,
yeah, well, hold on, guys. Let me make a hold on. I need to say this on Simon's behalf. Listen, we can moralize this comment all day long, but anyone who takes the Russian position in this particular war, they have to prioritize Russia's interests, and so they essentially are saying that who cares too. I'm not saying it's all the same or it all looks the same, but regardless of how it makes people feel on the inside about what Simon said, it is at the end of the day the ultimate part of the calculus.
But when you say no one cares, it's like, but but there are millions of people that live there. So some people do care. He doesn't care.
That's not what I said. I said, why is that the problem of Americans that they have to get, like, the whole point is...
No one said it's a problem of America, it's a problem of the Iraqis, actually.
Hold on, yeah, but I think
that's my point.
Yes, Daniel, he's trying to make a broader point. You guys stop responding, like, with the emotional part, which I totally get, and give him a second. We all know that Simon...
No, it's not emotional, like, it's not my thing. I'm just saying, like, there are people that... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm simply saying, if you, like, for example, we can just put this on Israel, like, if Hamas are a problem for you guys, and then you go into the Gaza Strip and you eliminate, like, Hamas, and then there's some other group that comes about, well, like, and then they completely, and they stop attacking Israel, but they oppress their own people, like, why is that on Israel? If you guys had an objective, you did the objective that you signed up to do, and then it just so happens that there's even a more oppressive regime that doesn't go into Israel. Well, like now you could say, oh, well, you should have just kept Hamas, even though Hamas was attacking you.
should have cared. First of all,
Well, but Pepe, let him finish.
Jesus Christ, Kelly.
Listen, this is not about religion, Jeffy. Just let him finish and you can just.
Yeah, it's the point here that the Americans and the American military, they came to Iraq and they, knocked out Saddam Hussein, which was a good news, by the way, for a lot of people believing in, being free and getting rid of dictator. People like us who do not like the dictatorship, they want to live in a free situation. That was a good news. But the bad news that thereafter, when every single Islamist came to Iraq, America decided to leave Iraq the way it is. And now what happened to Iraq? Simply that we are under the control of Islamists. For the first time of the Iraqi history, and if you read the history of Iraq, you would find that Iraq as a modern country, it was never under Islamic rule. It was under a kingdom of Iraq back to after the World War
Well,
I.
I want to make sure that you're getting your
Finish, Kelly.
Hold on.
Kelly, let him finish.
But make sure they're like brief enough so people can consume it. That's just advice because your voice.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to finish. So Iraq now is under the control of Islamists, and Islamists are controlling the situation the way it is. They like it because they were playing it, and they for the first time they are controlling the situation in Iraq, and they knew that already. They have a good ally, which is the United States of America, by the way, that would support them. You can find, if you follow the formal speech of an American cabinet, whether it be Democrats or Republicans, after any Iraqi election, and which would always end with an Islamic cabinet because you don't have any other choice. So only have Islamists. Any guy who's standing against the Islamists will be kicked out by the Islamists. And then you'll find the American cabinet, whether it being Republican, whether it being Democratic, they would go and announce that they are supporting the Iraqi government. And even back to 2019, when Iraqis went in a big protest in Baghdad against the Islamists, those Iraqis were killed in front of all the cameras. And what America did simply that, unfortunately, decided to do nothing and let the Islamists get back that situation in 2020. And that's
I'm sorry. It's just a little too much. Like, my only point was just to say that if the American military goes in for strategic purpose in a country and says we want regime change because this regime is threatening us or whatever, and they go and implement that.
People are saying that maybe you should also include that you restabilize it.
Okay,
Disagree.
Why? Of course I disagree. Why is restabilizing a country like to be
Maybe it would be an incentive. I mean, it's like if it's destabilized, although this guy's saying that Islamists take it over, I don't know if it not lead to potentially another fucking regime that will threaten you.
When you're fighting cavemen and when you're fighting cavemen and it's even easier to go in and obliterate them, and it's the same thing over and over. But it's not happening. It's not as simple as just sending over a couple of B2 bombers and 4 days away and just bombing their facilities. It's not that easy.
Simon, okay, first of all, nobody, like ISIS would have never came into power and been able to do anything if it was not for Iraq being, basically destabilized. A lot of people, including myself, will say Saddam Hussein was a bad person, but he did rule with an iron fist. He did not allow Islamists to gain any kind of influence in his country. He did have to go. You say why should we have destabilized it? Well, we can look at the ISIS attacks that occurred prior
think that it would have been in our best interest not to have Islamists take over the country?
I disagree. I think Islam is a plague on the world, but that's a separate discussion. I'm simply saying my position was if America goes into a country, because someone mentioned every time America goes into a country, it gets taken over by, and then they leave, it gets taken over by Islamists. So I'm saying that's not the problem of America. And if you want to say, no, but it's an American created problem.
May I ask,
Again,
I think a lot of situation.
You guys are missing the point. Like this whole like who's fault of this, that's a construct, and yes, it makes sense to all of us. And so in that way, it's true. But Simon is speaking outside of that. He's talking about realities and like the blame game and like what's righteous or what we think is moral. It really doesn't have a great like mechanism for enforcing it. But I interrupted Simon because like I feel like you guys are trying to look at this through a
I think the bigger picture would be.
Hold on, I interrupted Simon first. There's no way. Yeah. Okay, so Simon, go ahead. First, Jesus Christ, just let Simon finish. He could have fucking been.
That's what she said.
I'm just like, my entire position is just, if America, just because America goes into a country and destabilizes it, okay, again, that's not up to the American people to go and restabilize the country, like, regardless of the things. If America says, listen, these guys are threatening the United States, like, whatever the justification they give, okay, regardless if it's a good or bad one, I'm just simply saying, if they go in and then leave and then something else happens, the principle is not, oh, well, now this is up to the Americans to fix it. Like, and they have to put this band-aid on and whatever.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. It's not in our interest if we're not obligated to. I understand that. But I mean, generally the reason the slogan you break it, you fix it is long been something that's.
Well, that's just
That's it. Call the store manager. What are they going to do about it? That feels good.
Yeah, we get it. I just think we all understand that what you're trying to convey. I guess we're just telling you we disagree with it and think it's stupid.
Well, from
At least it was really done to America. That's what the law hates us. But you can promise that they're going to hate us regardless.
Well, they hate us because they hate, like, Western civilization.
Well, I'm from the eastern side of the
They hate us because they hate us.
It's not
The dumbest things, like George W. Bush is saying, they hate us because of our freedoms. I get, like, suck a fucking dick. They know they hate us because they look at us as constantly fucking with them. I mean, if it wasn't for that, what would they care?
How many people, like if you look at Syria, if you look at all of these places, and you do a tally, is it America killing more, or is it like their own regimes killing them?
They understand that we play a huge role in it, and I'm sure all of the Alawites and the Christians that were living in Syria absolutely fucking despise America for their role in lending support to the rebels that were fighting Assad. And now the only man that prevented them is out of power. Now they have in power people that want to kill them. So yeah, there's a lot of people that are gonna be upset because of our role.
I mean, this has been going on before the Americans took into these countries. Like, I mean, just to put the blame on America is, I mean, it's completely useless. It's a talking point for sure. But, like, I'm seeing that.
You're telling them how to feel. Like, they're gonna
I'm trying to state this is the reality of it. I mean, I don't care how.
Hey, he's not telling anyone how to feel. You guys are implying by telling him how you feel, which is fair. I think a lot of us feel that way. And I think Simon is just stating a
Okay, that's a reality.
Sorry. I just want to explain this point. Simply, if you are going to take any child from his father, one of the people, this
Can you make sure that this last point is pretty brief because people are going to get lost in this? And then when you're finished, Curse, go ahead and jump in. I know you kept getting in your way. And try to keep it brief because I want everybody to actually like understand your perspective because it's kind of the only one that is is relevant or informed in here. And like the more concise it is, the better it will be.
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry for taking too long explaining the point.
There's a lot to explain, so you're definitely forgiven.
But the problem that you had some points to, talked about some points and they have to, and first of all, we cannot hide the Western civilization. We may not accept it the way it is if we listen to people talking about how to destabilize a country, then leave it the way it is. Sure, we will not like that type of thinking. But we will not hate others. That's the point, number one. Number two,
Don't start again with the number 2. You were already in the number 3, dude.
no, it was more about the ideas already people were talking about, so I had to illustrate those points.
Okay, can we, let Curse get in and then you can finish your points because Kelly's right. Well, but like, Curse, you wanted to say? Curse, it's now or never. Usanda,
Yes.
it's now or never.
Why are we letting these guys speak? And what is it? Why are you gay?
Curse. We want. You've been shut down a few times, so we wanted to give you a chance to. I feel like you were doing something. I don't know. Were you having a private moment, Curse? If not, like,
He doesn't get it. Jesus Christ, it's horrible. This is horrible.
Jesus Christ.
I just wanted to say, well, Curse decides to interrupt someone again because he didn't take advantage of his own space. Let me just say to what? Oh, Q, do you want to say something? Anyway, I agree with you what you're saying and to Simon's point, to bring it back to like, oh, who gives a shit what these guys or the regime change or if it's worse. Well, strategically, as Ali is saying, like, it's not in the interest of the US that Islamic regimes take over these countries because they are the ones that are trying to kill the Western civilization and the US people and the Europeans and everyone. Since 9/11, there have been over 14,000 terrorist attacks. Oh my God, Lou! Since 9/11, there have been over 14,000 terrorist attacks that have been funded and backed by the IRGC, the Islamic regimes. So I don't know if it's really a position to take of like, oh, who gives a shit? Why is America's responsibility of what happens after they invade it? Well, in a way it is because they destabilized a country that turned worse, not only for the people of the country, and you can say, okay, who gives a shit about the people of the country, and maybe you're right, but ultimately, strategically, and in the long term, it's not being positive either for the interest of the US, unless that is exactly what they want, and they want more Islamic regime, maybe in order to try to justify more wars in that region. I don't know, but having IRGC and Islamic regimes doesn't play well for us in the West.
There's also like a bunch of countries giving aid to like terrorists.
Yeah, but don't put the something else. We're talking about the.
If you're gonna talk about concretes,
Yeah, we're talking about a concrete in this case. So yeah, I know that there are a lot of things that we shouldn't be doing, but I'm talking about your who cares, and I'm addressing the who cares specifically.
Okay, but the reality is that it's not up to the American government, it's not up to the American taxpayer to just be like, oh, well, just because we went into a regime, we wanted to change the regime, well, we're gonna have to just, make sure that, that's a separate discussion. Like,
Dude, but are you listening to what I am saying? Because you're just because we went to change a regime doesn't mean that we should care. Well, guess what? The taxpayer is also going to be impacted because when you have a shitty regime that is worse than the one that you took down, then yeah, it's going to be on the taxpayer as well to fight that terrorism that is being put in place there because of the actions that initially the Americans took.
That's another, again, that's another thing. Take it one step at a time. If I go in, I eliminate the threat. You can, I'm not saying like just completely eyes closed, don't pay attention to the facts on the ground. I'm simply saying, if your position is that, well, America went in, changed it, now it's up to the Americans to fix it. It's like, no, it isn't. That was my only point.
Okay, so, Simon, may I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell me, please, what was the type of the government controlling Iraq before American decision to destabilize Iraq?
How is that relevant to the principle?
I'm just asking. It was a simple question. The type of government controlling the situation in Iraq before 2003. You don't know. So I think that America went in and it decided to take a good decision by, knocking out the government of Iraq, and that was a good decision. Do you think so?
So again, that has
Nothing back to 2003.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I said.
What did you say?
I'm merely stating the principle of what's going on. That's why when Daniel was in the room, I also kicked it back to him and I said, I applied the same principle to Israel.
It's not about Israel or non-Israel. We are talking about American decision to destabilize
That's why
Iraq.
I said, but that's exactly my point. I said, I don't know the particulars of what happened in that conflict. I'm simply stating the principle of what should. Oh, thank you for what?
For explaining
You're asking me a question that has nothing to do with what I've been saying for the last 20 minutes.
No, you said that America has the right, or to go and remove the risk related to that type of governor, dictator in Iraq, and that if the country was destabilized, it's not the responsibility of America to re-stabilize the country.
I know, and I gave the example of Israel. I can give the example of any other government that was practiced and has nothing to do with that particular concrete. I'm merely stating the principle of if I'm a taxpayer and my government says there's a legitimate threat in another nation, regardless if it's Iraq, regardless if it's Iran, regardless if it's Gaza, regardless if it's Israel, it doesn't matter. The principle remains the same. If it's China, fuck 'em. So the whole point is that you can't go in, do what you need to do, and then you leave, and then whatever happens after, it is what it is. It's not up to me. It's up to you. Take control of your own lives and to make sure that you go and you fight for your own freedoms. If you don't, and then there's another dictator that takes the place, that's on you.
We have to continue to keep doing this over and over forever.
No, but hold on, here's the thing. Like everyone's, hold on, Simon, everyone's pretending like Simon hasn't made a point. It doesn't need to be a point that people are comfortable with, but literally the situation that exists today is a product of the point that Simon is making. I mean, for sure, like there was this whole long period where America existed in Afghanistan, but it still did not succeed at restabilizing the country. So there, regardless of what any moral structure or I don't know, any kind of righteous belief about how people or nation states should treat one another, beliefs do not dictate reality. The reality is that America destabilized the nation and did not pick the pieces up out of
So let's talk about something else. This is kind of boring. This is really boring. Like, holy shit.
So, I just want to say something, and last time I'm going to leave the room. Thank you very much for having me at the stage. That was really, thank you for accepting my broken English. I'm 44. Yeah, I'm 44.
Okay, so you were like a teenager when you were talking.
See if it was you. I'm 44. Yeah.
No, but you were a teenager when the US went in.
First of all, we did not have any Islamic type of dictator here in Iraq, and so nowadays we are having Islamic dictators, and we're having even more than dictators. We have a lot of militias killing people because of their ideas. If you look away different, maybe if you think away different, that's what we're facing for pistol, and you will be killed. And simply that's because American invasion and decision to destabilize the area by removing a singular type of dictator, and who did not, stand against any American decision for the area, because he was more like a big mouth speaking a lot but doing nothing when it comes to fighting against America. And he did not represent any threat, and he did not participate in September 11. In fact, he was very professional when it comes to killing extremists, and that's why Iraq was a clear country, had no extremists. From a strategical point of view, America just created an area of extremism that was free of any extremists by invading Iraq. I wish that people, when they say that why would we face a lot of extremists from Middle East, they should always remember that it's part of American previous bad decisions, like in case of Afghanistan back to the 1980s, and in case of Iraq back to the 2003. And then America should not, ask why we are facing a lot of people asking to have asylum, trying to be refugees in our country, because those people are the people that are trying to escape or run away from Islamists that were supported by America into that country. Thank you very much for having me at the stage, and all the best for everybody. We do not hate any other civilizations. We respect all of the people in any other part of the world. We and we try to communicate to all people. One day, if Iraq was re-stabilized by other maybe country, I would invite you all to be in Iraq, and maybe we will go out for a drink or enjoy a good time in a cafe. And that time we will not be responsible for what we are already facing because of American previous decision.
Thanks, Ali. Anyway,
What would have happened if, like, Saddam had a stroke and died, though? Was it stable enough to where, like, the Islamists wouldn't have come in?
I think his sons would have taken over.
you think the Islamists would have taken over anyway?
No, his son.
His sons were crazy, right?
Yeah.
I was
Did you guys kill the sons as well?
Yes.
He killed one of his sons, right? He was like more afraid than people.
Oh my god, just one. Did you guys kill all his sons?
Nobody answered because he gets upset.
No, but all of you talk at the same time.
No, I think you're like in a delay or something.
Maybe.
Maybe you should think about that before you actually go crazy.
I have the answer.
No.
She's a woman.
I'm a woman and I'm allowed to act the way I want. On top of that, I'm a Latina, so I get a pass for that too.
You don't know for the Islamists.
Here's the answer. Saddam Hussein's sons Uday and Hussein Hussein were killed by U.S. forces on July 22nd, 2003.
So there are no no descendants left.
Wait, no, he had a grandson, right?
Oh, yeah, I don't know if I'm. Let's ask.
Yeah, I'm sure it was.
So, we have to say he's gonna die like a dog.
No, you keep saying that. I don't get it. The Trump or something.
You haven't seen that video?
No.
Oh, I'm gonna send it to you right now.
Princess Gay Barack Obama died like a dog.
Yeah, let me play it because it's amazing. Let me play it. Let me look for it.
Shane Gillis reenacting that. That's like even funnier.
Saddam has to have children at least 5 great.
Here it is. I found it. I don't know. Wait.
Most people will knock on doors and go in, but our soldiers know they're supposed to go.
Daddy, dad.
Trying to get to the virus. Beat the virus.
Here it is. Okay, let me put the music thing. Music. Okay, here is the.
The United States has conducted an operation that killed Osama bin Laden, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. The United States launched a targeted operation against that compound.
They did a lot of shooting. Going through the front door. You take it through the door. A normal person, you say knock, knock.
Firefight. They killed Osama bin Laden and took custody of his body.
He died like a dog.
It's not like the end of our effort.
A beautiful dog.
Give thanks for the men who carried out this operation.
And I don't get any credit for this, but that's okay. Here we are.
May God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
And I'm writing a book.
Yeah, it's a comparison of how Obama delivered the news and how Trump delivered the news.
Trump is funny. He's dead like a dog.
Wait, how did he die? Something that.
He died like a dog.
He's not circus that happened.
You actually believe that circus that happened?
Where is Lou? Ah, here it is.
The big king.
Was the bill that they passed while all that shit was happening? Was that distracted? Yeah, it was called the Genius Act. Maybe people need to go look what the.
What are you mumbling about?
You know, he's on stage now.
The last person up there.
There are major things that happened during this whole Iran thing.
Genius
There
Act
was
was
no
passed.
money that was gonna go
Something with our currency is now under
Yes, I do.
Would you like the copy again to say it instead?
And I'd like to be the man to sell it.
Not possible. Legal.
Not today, but that's going to change.
Is it so, Senator Lloyd? Well, America is a mighty vessel, sir. It's not easily turned.
However,
Political capital can affect change so swiftly.
however, your informed opinion.
I don't recall precisely.
Of course you do.
Speaking privately, I'm friends. Countries ready.
And that is an opportunity. On Maxine, I have a distribution network already in place. The day repeal passes, I intend to be open for business, legally, in the thirstiest country on earth, with Bacardi rum as my most exclusive offer.
I'm not your whipping boy, and I'm not here to get involved with someone else's brush. Whatever happens with us, whatever happens between us, I won't make guarantees about legislation. Nobody can. I won't get written in the ass.
Did you wind up running the company, Mr. Ronnie?
Very
Iran's on its way to get a whole Air Force from China. Their nuclear program.
Yes, honey, you are gonna win the war. You're going to destroy Israel. The land will go back to you again.
That's practice. That's the best way to say that. We need to avoid the practice a way that can be on. And I know you wanted to make one. Joe, you there?
Yes, thank you, Marshall. You're right. We may, or at least those of us who have spoken so far, be wrong. It could be that it was totally obliterated. By the way,
Say when it's gonna be big, and then it just isn't big, it's really little.
Y'all know to see Netanyahu literally almost got the parliament almost dissolved the government. Dissolved the government.
I know, you know why they didn't? Because he was too busy dissolving your.
The next day, so Netanyahu could prevent another world peace starts a war. Like,
Do you do this also in
that's
your
just a coincidence.
Do you do this also in your personal life that you're going to promise that it's gonna be big and it's just a little small thing?
I'm not promising anything big other than Israel. Israel's the one promising to regime change and destroy nuclear programs and
Do you think this is because you really haven't seen anything big?
Iron Dome and all this stuff.
Mikael, if you guys are winning the war, if you guys are winning the war, why do you keep whining? Shouldn't you be very excited?
There's winning the war, just like how the Vietcong won. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers and people that were burned to death, but they still won.
But it was worth it, right?
And
I mean, you won the war. You're winning the war, so it's worth it, right?
Panic is to prevent inevitable. You're not gonna change the landscape.
Mikael, I'm just asking a very simple question.
That was Soviet Union at the time, my brother.
That's worth it.
No deaths are worth it.
Well, if they were, because I mean, you're winning, right?
However, if you think you're gonna do the inevitable or something, you're gonna do the impossible, and you're gonna try to.
In a world that's divided, yes, we are.
In a world that's
This is a joint session right now. We'll have to go to joint session.
I remember
Randall, son, I want you to come around, son. Wherever I call, son.
The leaders are just fucking bitches. And America just looks like a paper. It has been a paper tiger since World War II. And that's just, that's a more philosophical issue.
World War II, the style of World War II is America is, the military is prepared for a total war. You go to war against China or Korea and you level everything to the ground. The American military is equipped for these long-term occupations and nation building and trying to mind and heart the people. I guess it's not prepared for that enough. guarantee like open markets and trade routes and naval routes. That's what America's supposed to do. That's why people invest in America. They tie their currency with the dollar. It's supposed to be some stability and order in the world. You can't just go and nuke Afghanistan or carpet bomb all of Afghanistan and call it a day.
Why not? Is it good with the people turn to the dollar because they don't trust each other, but they trust the US dollar? Because
what happens when you go and you invade Iraq? Oh, guess what? Iran starts developing weapons and a program.
Okay, and
other nations. Because there's no more trust in the world. There's no more trust. You see what happens.
what does trust have to
invading Iraq, Russia, and Ukraine. You see all this that's happening. This is what happens when you just go and commit these illegitimate wars.
Illegitimate war on an illegitimate regime. Illegitimate.
Do you have North Korea right there? If you think every illegitimate
Is North Korea is North Korea championing the death of America?
What makes a regime illegitimate?
If it doesn't uphold individual rights.
What's your sign? What is that? Like, what's your science? How many states in the world hold your ideal version of
It's not about
okay, so why are there countries being invaded right now? Oh yeah, it's not about individual rights.
I'm asking you, what's your
spreading American hegemony? And even now, we're not spreading American hegemony. We're putting America in these useless wars that America doesn't
Nobody's spreading American hegemony. Israel just spread Iran's shit.
Of this novel dream of some greater Israel where they hold some sort of hegemony in the Middle East.
I don't know.
They don't even have the population.
Are you saying that North Korea is a legitimate, our government?
I mean, kinda.
You're gonna go and invade them. Let's say they're not. Are you gonna go and invade them? Should we go and invade them?
See, you should. Are you putting words in my mouth? I just asked you, do you think
I don't think that's a North Korea to invade a country. I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I gave you my chance to ask me a question. What is he said a nation or a government legitimate? I said if they uphold individual rights. Okay, and then when I asked you what your standard was for legitimate government, you didn't answer me.
I think any government that can maintain the order and the standard of life and war wouldn't, bring a better life or a better regime is legitimate.
Israel uphold people's rights. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
Palestinian Christians, they have it so great in the West Bank that they.
So you're saying people don't flourish in Israel?
No, I'm talking about in the West Bank.
All of what Israel considers its territory.
What's my kids in Israel?
No, it puts it on its maps, considers it part of its territories. Netanyahu brags about that all the time.
I'm just reading about what Christian Palestinians that live in the West Bank have to say about it. In fact, look at what the church is. There are a bunch of different denominations. No, I mean, just he thinks that I'm just being biased or some shit. I mean, and it just ChatGPT and why have Christians leaving and why are they? What do they have to say about the Israeli occupation? When you talk about human rights, I mean.
Everyone Saddam Hussein wasn't a pawn in America's hand. They didn't arm him. These chemical weapons just came out of nowhere, and this army just came out of nowhere, and they didn't back him up against Iran. Meanwhile, backing Iran against him, just played games the whole time. America's
concrete and garbage politicians. I'm with you all day.
Destroying states and ensuring hegemony. No, I don't even mind if that was the strategy. If the petrodollar, someone threatening the petrodollar, whatever. Okay, but when you're engaging in these wars that literally don't benefit America, don't really, increase American hegemony, and we're doing it for the sake of this entity and like some sort of Abrahamic covenant. Like, give me a break, man.
Just a legit question to ask. What evidence does anyone have that America is losing any energy power, either on land mass in the sea or financially? I mean, I keep hearing the talking, but I don't see it in South Africa.
I mean, just the rise of BRICS, just that initiative alone showcases that the world is unhappy with how America is running things. They want options. They might not be like fully accelerating on this endeavor. Look at the countries who are having like the fact that you're pointing to BRICS. I mean, BRICS. Like obviously those are the countries that are unhappy, but like obviously I'm not saying America is like perfect country, like the way it's being led, but like don't contrast that and say some of the world's worst nations on the planet are unhappy with America. It's like I don't care what China or South Africa thinks. China is the worst country, and then in Hawaii, I would say China has the hugest leaps. That thing is insane. Huge leaps in terms of what? Advancing their people and their technology and their sovereignty. Well, I mean, I can say something about the Soviet Union, but like, no, China has been successful. But like again, we're talking about individual rights, flourishing, like human flourishing. You're talking about like, in like some. I think the standard of life in China is increasing, and I don't think anybody can deny that. Well, I mean, if you're comparing like 1950s China to the obviously, but like you can do the same thing with like Hong Kong and be like, well, you know,
I'm live streaming the room, but
versus
this is
China,
this
like
is
China
room.
did absolutely like his poor job.
This would be a good place to get the cam. Can you find the room?
Probably.
Let me see if I can.
Sorry, I think myself probably if I'm not blocked.
Let's see if I can. Well, I can't copy and paste it here, but it's called.
What's the name of it? You can text it to me.
No, that phone, I'm blocked, so I can't see the room. But it's Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran, USA, Love Entanglements, Issa, Sarah, Pepe, Kelly, Simon.
Okay, let me look.
Simon, Mikhail's in that mode where he's been talking for 20 minutes now, endlessly. It would be a great opportunity to go in there.
I don't see the room. You said only friends.
It's in the itty bitty titty committee house called Barely Friends, Russia, Israel, Iran.
Hang on a second. Let me look for itty bitty. Russia, Israel, Iran? Okay, I'm going in.
Okay, great. Thanks.
They're fighting. The truth is, it's just a game of optics, I'd say. And the Arab nations are just playgrounds to just blow up. Which is how I say it, to be honest with you.
The immigrants, America comes to Korea in 2012. Do you know the currency they use in North Korea?
Hundreds of dollars.
So I mean, when I hear people say this, I just laugh. Anyway,
Yeah, it's like it's all internet. That's what I'm saying. People can't figure it out.
America that's it. America is just not very that. Like, America just say the honest shit, everything that they say. So just no country can compare. Remember, you mentioned BRICS. I mean, that's South Africa.
And the whole world doesn't really have a problem with the United States. The world doesn't want Russia to be the sole power. They don't want China, but they don't want either the United States. The United States, threatening the way the trajectory is going, this populist rise in America, this use of tariffs to maintain economic hegemony that people want to.
This is one negative I look at pessimistic attitude. That much will be needed.
So the tariffs, it's not a problem. The tariffs
We'll be
that's
needed.
meaningless. I mean, that's a meaningless. I think there's time to have an economy. Like you can basically say like, well, like before the Soviet Union, it's like Tsarist Russia was like really fucking poor, but like just basically trying to create everybody slaves, trying to create the average person in China is poor. Like, that's not how we analyze the country.
The average person is middle class. I mean, come on, man. Chinese are known as
Average person in China is not middle class. This is not even a discussion. That's not even a discussion.
Increasing military spending, their economy is still growing, their standard of life is still going up. Don't see China's doing pretty
But again, those are arbitrary metrics. Like the fact that okay, military spending goes up. It's like again, this is why I said those are just arbitrary. I'm talking about human flourishing. Individual rights is the number one metric to signal whether a country will go up or down. To the degree that you're a totalitarian state and you have no individual rights, you are North Korea. North Korea just appears to support fucking nothing in the world. And then to the degree that you hold individual rights.
So China
now is North Korea.
No, I agree with North Korea, but there's a difference. China is still out there.
China's economically, they're very, like, I even say, I think, China economically are probably more free than America, to be honest with you. But that also, but I can't say that Chinese people Chinese people have civil freedoms. So, like, you have, like real, like, innovation.
Chinese people use the socialism and communism to orchestrate socially, but their objective is very, very capitalist commercially and towards the rest of the world. And also internally, like they have built fucking Shanghai in 20 years. They completely turn it around.
Because of capitalism.
Yeah, but the way they orchestrate the achievement of the country is through socialism and communism. Yeah, but the Chinese are very people have 20 and 30-year plan, and everybody sticks to it. But they're very capitalist objectives. But the way that they orchestrate it internally is very authoritarian.
Yeah, again, this is the whole, this is the fascist regime. Like, it's not like the communist at name, but the reality is that, like, China just dictates, like, what people can do civilly, but they let people be free economically because they know, okay, well, like, listen, central planning doesn't actually work economically, but centrally plan everything, like, when it comes to social things. So, like,
No, they don't have So they don't have a lot of economic freedom internally, Simon. I mean, people can I don't know, like do their own transactions and whatever, but they're not really free. And also, it's not only about the authoritarian and centralized authorities. It's also the fact that culturally, Chinese are a collective society. Like when you meet Chinese people, they're always in groups. They don't necessarily have a leader that is like, oh, the speaker, whatever. They have a leader of the group, but that leader of the group always saves face. They have another one that is the speaker that coordinates with the leader, but they work as a collective. They have a very collectivist mindset. It's not like us that we are individualistic. So when you're trying to implement these type of authoritarian models in China, they are all very they are OEAs, to the instructions because they believe in the greater good of the community.
Yeah, they don't really care.
Not like us. So the mentality and the culture is completely different than ours. They are collective, but this comes like from their own culture, the way they serve each other, the way that the way that their spirituality works, everything like that. I was very impressed when I was in China, the type of social dynamic that they have not been born into it. They were just like born into it, and they just the way that we appreciate individualism, they appreciate collectivism, and they